The computer.
Hello, Phil's doing a crazy VR thing. Start freaking out again.
Ah, get out! Ah, 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 oh gosh! Where? It's so creepy. Okay.
Oh, this is amazing.
Okay, you got to do it now.
No,
you have to do it.
no, absolutely not.
Another one, come on. You have to do it. Phil did it. Just even just that one.
Okay, there's nothing jumps.
No, just have him do that one.
Just have him do this, but there's another one that's better for Brendo.
Why? No, just do that one.
If something jumps at me, I will punch you in the face.
It's just super creepy, and you have to keep doing it. You can't look away.
You have to. Well, you can look around.
Yeah, but it's still.
You should stand up.
Which one?
No.
Do it. I did it. I'm a baby.
No, just do that one. What does it just jump out?
No, don't.
If anything jumps out at me, I will
better.
punch you.
The one I just did. It's super creepy and it's perfect. And I want to see if he can do it the whole time without looking. You have to keep it on the whole time.
No way.
Put it on.
No.
Nothing jumps.
There's no jumps.
And it helps if you're like, well, I stand up. Well, he's in
Well,
the
no,
chair.
he's got to be in the. He's got to be in the camera
You
too.
scoot over so you can spin.
All right, is it playing?
I don't know.
You have to hold it on your head, kind of, because mine.
No, it's too scary.
Do it. Do it.
No, I didn't. Something was coming out of the thing.
No, that's just the regular TV.
No.
It hasn't started yet.
No.
Just do it.
No.
Just do it.
Come
on, just for a few seconds. A few seconds.
I did not do the one that had the scary Easter bunny.
Just hold it on there. Just hold it on there.
No.
Just look around.
No.
Just do it. That's just no. Nothing's even happened yet. Just try it a little bit.
No. Here, let me tell you exactly what happens.
It's just a girl coming out of the TV walking.
Here, let me put one on for you that's not creepy, so you can actually
just
enjoy it.
Oh yeah,
like a scuba diving.
No.
Nothing even happened.
No.
Yet. Oh my gosh.
Booty girls dancing?
No.
Nothing even happened yet.
No.
How about?
Okay, do you want me to tell you what happens?
What?
So like, there's a TV in the corner that's like the camera of the
room.
room.
Like a TV show.
So it shows like her creeping up from behind you, but if you turn around, she's not there, and then you look back and she's getting closer and closer. And then eventually in the camera, she goes over to the computer and you look at the computer and then her face comes out of the computer and it says, "Get out." And then
I'm not doing that.
It goes dark all around and all you see is her face.
I'm not doing that.
And the chair, if you're watching, I look back and the chair moves on its own.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, I saw like little movements and stuff.
Nope.
Oh, dude.
Nope.
Quick.
Oh.
Here, this one is super cool.
No.
This one's not scary. No scary.
No.
No scare.
No scare.
No scare.
Ad.
This is an ad.
I'm gonna have a freaking heart attack.
Welcome to YouTube.
We're messing around with Google Cardboard or.
Yeah, it's cardboard.
Is there? Come on,
no,
dude.
There's no scary. I promise.
He won't.
I promise you.
I just want you to see
you
it.
can punch me if there's scary. It's not just like normal under the sea swimming.
What is this?
It's scuba diving. It's a guy.
No, something's gonna come out.
No, it's
You should have
serious.
started with scuba diving and then gone to the scary.
No way, the scary was hilarious.
Oh my gosh.
It's crazy. You can like look around.
Yeah, I did. You like look up and down.
Matthew couldn't do the whole thing. Did you do the whole thing of it?
No, I didn't do it. Well, yeah, no, I watched the whole thing. Not on the cardboard. I'm just a regular.
Oh, see, that doesn't count. You have to, because in your face, you're in there.
I know.
You can't get away from it. Like you can look away,
what
but
Brendo's
it's
doing right now is really cool, though.
that's just like the scuba diving thing.
Amazing. Because you can look everywhere. Phil, you should check this out.
Hands down. You can look everywhere in the scary one.
Yeah,
too.
I did, and I just saw a scary thing, and I was like, nope.
I found another one that's like coma simulator, and it's all from the perspective of the person in a coma, and they're like, I think he's waking up, and maybe.
That's so cool, and that's also really cool.
Look up.
Yeah, see like the boat.
Yeah.
The boat. Whoa.
I gotta get one of those.
Dude, it was like I don't know. The most I spent was like $12.
You can put any phone in it.
Oh, okay, yeah. Here, let me show you something else though. Wait. Okay, you look at this one, and I'll show because you can get games for it too.
Really?
Like a game.
So, and then you just buy the thing. Like, how much was that thing?
Like $5.
It's like $5-10.
Huh.
You can do it for your phone.
You can also make it with cardboard.
Well, that's yeah.
Well,
That's
you
what
have to buy the
it's called.
lens because it's got a special convex
Oh, yeah.
lens.
So you might as well just fork over the extra couple bucks and get it.
I actually bought a cardboard one first.
That's right. That's what you showed me. I was trying to remember what
Yeah.
you had brought over.
The
But it
cardboard
wasn't
one
it.
works
And then-
fine, but doesn't
and
fit
then
my
you're
phone.
Matt, I just
Okay,
got
here,
a
Phil.
package from China. What is
Try this now.
Yeah, Matthew gets all his foreign shipments to my house. So I'm always getting like, oh, something from Korea, something from China. Did you already start this?
No, you have to there's a little dot in the middle and you hover it over the start menu.
How do I move it? I can't. Like nothing's happening.
All right, let me see.
Let me see.
You're waiting. Oh, sorry, I didn't hit the mode. Okay.
So for those of you joining us on YouTube, you know already, but my brother David here, and this is my brother Matthew.
Hey,
They're hanging out with us
So-
tonight.
Okay, here you go.
I haven't seen.
which one is this?
It's a new one.
Oh,
I
new
think.
one?
No, it's like a car racing game.
Oh my gosh, this is so awesome.
And that one's 3D, right?
And you hover over start, you'll figure it out. You're an intelligent human being.
Is that
Play a
one 3D?
game.
Yeah,
Select your ship. I'm gonna
you
be
gotta do the left one.
Hound. Okay.
So red is bad, green is good. You have to collect things.
Oh, the blue ones are good too, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the things you're collecting. Dude, this is so cool.
Yeah, I gotta do that.
This will work on my flip phone, you said? You said any phone, right?
Yeah. I can stick your phone in there.
Cool. I don't need to get a new iPhone then. I do have to get a new phone.
Yeah, I don't
What
think
do you
the
do your
old
phone?
phone would work.
Why?
What happened to your screen?
That's Dave's
Mine.
He never puts cases on his phones.
Ah, oh, you can jump over the different tracks.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, this is rad.
What's this, Susie? After that.
Okay, so how many souls are you at?
I think I screwed up.
Talking different.
I used up a bunch of my souls so I could super guild tree beast, but I think I did it too soon because I wasted a ton of souls moving a bunch of my guilds over to tree beast.
Okay, so here, go over here. Let's see what you got here.
Where? This?
What do you have? Yeah.
Oh,
Oh yeah, I got
there's like a bad
I got
guy.
like
Oh,
these.
dude.
So I got these.
Whoa,
Dude, I'm
look.
okay. So here's what you got to do.
Oh,
Keeps
game
them
over.
coming soon.
Well,
How did I
first you
do?
got to do that right away.
Well, yeah.
Dude, my record is like nothing
Oh
close
no,
to
you got to
yours.
energize it first. You energize. You do.
No,
that,
I
and then you
energize.
repeat.
No.
Yeah, Energize that.
No, I energize 2 and then do this,
No.
and then I
Because
just.
here's the thing. Every time you energize that, it goes plus 10% instead of plus 5%.
Oh.
Wow. Now I know. Because I usually energize 2 to power past the guy.
Hey,
Like
just
I'm
get a
doing
new
right
level
now.
Entirely.
Yeah. I'm at the highest I've ever gotten because I shifted all my guilds to tree beasts.
You should ascend as much as possible too.
Yeah, I want to try and get far.
I know, but here's the thing: every time you ascend,
I know.
so much further.
Well, look, see, if I ascend, I get 556 souls.
Right. Here's the
I
thing:
know,
right
but
now,
I wanna
when I ascend, I get 120,000 souls.
Okay, so answer me this question.
How did you make
This
it so you get
costs you
120,000 souls? How did you do that?
$5, right?
I have everything.
I've been playing
fully
this
leveled
for
up.
almost a
Okay.
year.
Do you have the Italian villa on yours?
Yeah.
So this costs you $5, and then all these things are free, right? I'm sure there's going to be paid ones
Yeah.
eventually, but
Well, yeah, there's paid ones.
there's already paid ones. But there's plenty of free stuff. So how in the world is something like Oculus Rift or those ones going to compete with something that's
Okay.
already out there
Look
and
at the
free?
quality of the video of what you're looking at.
Yeah.
There's better. The video quality.
You haven't been in an Oculus Rift yet.
Well, no, I have
I
not.
want to be an Oculus Rift so
Dude, have you seen
bad.
HTC Vive?
I've heard that's
This looks so sick.
So how do I get a try? Yes, Comic-Con, huh?
Dude,
yeah,
they have that at
the
Comic-Con.
line-
I come to Comic-Con
they have.
and play
They're
with
gonna.
They do.
Well, they have Oculus, but they're gonna have the other
The
one
Vive
too.
is there.
Yeah, the
I will
Vive is
wait
gonna
in
be
that
there.
line and play it.
But last year, the line for the Oculus,
play
Phil
it.
and I. Well, one time we went and they had just stopped doing it.
Yeah, because Phil and I
Yeah,
almost
it's-
got into the
And then-
Firestorm one.
And then the regular, so the one for Pacific Rim was
Yeah.
like 4 hours long.
Yeah.
But you get inside, you're in a mech,
Yeah.
Oh
and
my
you I heard
gosh.
it's nuts.
Well, they have
and
Fat
Phil
Mech?
and I tried to get.
We watched them
Why
doing
are there
it.
no mech games anymore? Why is there not?
I don't know.
Well, dude, Xeno, what's it called?
Xenogears.
Xenogears? No, the one on
How many hero souls do you have right now?
All right. Let's do
Total?
really good.
Like usable.
I'm gonna finish.
183.
Okay, go over here and look and see what guys you have.
Like
Just
that I
not
can
to, like,
summon or that I
all the
have?
people.
Level up Dog Cog for
Why?
sure. Because
Because level up costs.
Xenoblade.
level him up all the way.
Yeah, but I don't want to spend
Xenoblade,
these yet
that's
because
the
then
new
I'll
one
take
I
away from my
Doesn't
damage.
matter, just level him up and
It's
then
adding-
you're going to ascend right now.
I don't want to ascend right now.
Yeah, you do.
Ah,
Do it.
fine. Would I level him up as far as I can go?
As much as you have the points for, yeah.
There, that's it.
Okay. You only got 8 souls, so what else? More gold is good.
Oh,
That's
dude. Oh, I almost beat your record.
Okay.
And then just
Yeah, like,
spend
how
all my
close
money.
on the
Now
record?
ascend.
All right.
Well, I got to
Yeah,
spend all.
your money.
Wait, are we still on YouTube?
Yeah.
This is like a inside of the gamer hangout here.
Just hit Q and it'll max.
Tonight's been good for
Oh,
games.
dude, your phone has such better
I
resolution
think
than
it's Q.
mine.
Yeah.
We also played North and South on NES tonight. David beat me royally 3 times in a row.
Whooped them.
And then
Brendo
Brendan
built a
and Matt
super army.
played, and Brendo beat Matt. And then Brendan played Circus Capers on NES.
Brendo had the win. Oh, there you go.
And how was
And then
Circus
just the same.
Capers for you, Brendan?
Ugh.
Now, David and I have made it past what you made it through, but not far. It's really, really, really
Where
hard.
is the ascend guy? He's down where? There he is right
There you
now.
go. Minute that. And you said Tree Beast is your.
That's my gilded guy because he's the first one.
Impossible.
Well, you don't have it on here, Dave.
Yeah, I do.
Put it on.
So you just
Sure.
click.
Pretty sure.
Well, once I get
That's
Tree Beast, then I don't have to click anymore.
Oh, is it not one of the demos?
No.
Oh, well, more apps.
Wait, so now what am I doing, David? That I should be doing?
So just
What should I be using these hero souls on?
Well,
Should I be using it on summoning a new agent? Should I be?
there's a guy. Let's see. We'll look to see who you can summon.
Okay.
Insidious VR.
Okay, I got
Chapter 3.
Solomon plus
More
5
Hero Souls is good, but
Revolk.
I don't know about him.
There's a chance of 10 times gold. These
That
are
one's really good. Chance
More
of 10
treasure
times
chests.
Gold.
Dude, that's just a chance.
No, you get it a lot though.
Dude, what's
Okay,
it
should I
called?
re-roll or should I get one of these?
Don't re-roll for sure. Fortuna is good. And what's the one on the right?
Dora.
Dora is good.
Dude,
Should
a
I-
lot of those
I'd
games.
probably go Dora.
Okay.
A lot of those games.
The games that were on that one web page that you were looking at are
Okay,
here.
now see who the next one.
Never mind. He's-
I got Kleptos.
They're like deep and clicker heroes.
Kleptos
might
is
be the
awesome.
whole
Ooh, this is
episode
good.
tonight.
Minus 2% boss
It's
life.
gonna be the whole episode.
Yeah,
tonight.
eventually.
Or minus 1 monsters.
That one
Oh,
is really good.
yeah.
No, yeah, that's the best.
Hello,
This
and
one?
welcome
Yeah.
to another episode. We'll do Matthew and I'll do like our favorite.
Okay.
I'll be Brendan.
Now I
and
should
me.
level these guys.
And then
Oh, okay.
that one, minus monsters.
Hello and
level
welcome
that
to
one
another
up 5.
episode of Radio
It only
BrendoMan.
goes up
I'm
level
Brendan
5.
Creasy.
Okay.
Okay, so now you only have to get
I
5
like it.
monsters to get to the next level every
I
time.
think I do it higher. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm Phil Vecchia.
I'm Phil Vecchia.
And,
Okay,
it's been a
now
pretty
what
good week
else
here.
should I
have
be
you been up
doing
to,
here?
Phil?
I don't know. If you keep your, you can keep
I should
some
keep
of
some of these.
Vacation.
Should I keep this many or
Oh,
should I?
yeah.
All right.
Oh, wrestling. Oh,
Christmas.
Do you have any of the
WWE
idle ones yet? And then just
Comic
level up
Con.
like normal.
Cardboard VR.
But getting
boobs.
those guys will make
well, that's not what I say. That's what you
cardboard
say.
VR boobs.
Yeah. Yeah,
What's the
it's
name
our-
of the Italian villa thing?
I don't know.
What's the fancy area? Oh, there it is. Tuscany Dive.
What's the fancy area?
Tuscany.
I love Matthew's
All
like,
right, I'll come back to
reasoning
this.
outside of like when you're trying to think of something. What's the girl? What was the thing you asked me today? Oh no, Mom asked me today.
About the guy on the video?
No, she just goes, "What's that thing that we paid money for?"
Yeah, you guys
I'm like,
guessing
"What?
things
What
is
are you
like
talking-" the thing we like
the most
subscribe to it,
amusing
or-
things.
Oh no, you gotta hear it. She's like, the thing we subscribe to. I'm like,
Netflix?
I don't know, cable, Netflix, and she's like, no, what's the thing that we, you and Brendan, and I'm like, you mean the Kickstarter? She's like, yeah, that's it.
Think we subscribe to.
Well, first, what's the thing we paid for?
Yeah.
I was this close to dropping the last $400, so you guys would have to do a full album
Why didn't you do it?
because I would have been hilarious to see you guys freak out.
What? No, I want it. It would have been
You
Brendan
would have
freaking out.
freaked out because
No.
you're excited.
Oh, I would have
Brendo
excited freaked out.
Brendo would have been freaked out. So I totally didn't bring my laptop, by the way.
Oh, go get it. Oh, you didn't bring it?
Bring it.
Oh, Dave. That's
So
okay.
I'll do most of.
So
my
here's the
voices on
secret to
my-
playing this. You ready? I'm gonna give this this is gonna be a YouTube exclusive here. The secret to playing Steve Spangler's energy stick. And yes, it is Spangler. Steve Spangler. You gotta do the intro until it changes the note. Ready?
Dave, you can use that chair.
Thank you.
Or you can sit on the couch, but then you won't be on the show.
Yeah, I can scoot over. I don't actually have to be visible.
Yes, you do.
It's not that exciting to look at.
No, we gotta have it like I gotta look
all
like.
three Vecchio boys.
Look at
Is this the
all-
first time?
Yeah.
No, we've had all
No.
three.
I think you guys have been on one,
You were
like one
here
at a
one
time.
time, but you weren't on it because you were just sleeping in the
Yeah,
back.
Well, that's like
And that
every
was-
time except for the last time I was in it.
that was the one at your house because we were all crammed in the.
So obnoxious.
Who let you get that toy?
Janelle, no, the kids love it too.
I'm sure they do.
And I'm like, I need that for our band. Please, we need to buy this.
How did you get away with that?
She thought it was great, and the kids liked it, and she thought it'd be funny.
At what point is she gonna get tired
So
of
when are you
it?
guys coming up to the
Oh,
recording
I'm not doing it
studio?
around her. I'm not dumb.
Oh yeah, when are we doing?
We need to.
Yeah, he's
We
got a
should go
recording
up and
studio
track some
now.
stuff at your studio.
You should.
We should
Dude.
record. We should do like.
How would you
Studio
mic
yet?
this?
Well,
What's the name of your studio?
Near it.
What is the name of your studio?
Evergreen Studios.
Did you just make that up, or have you thought it out?
Well, Evergreen Hollows is the name of the property.
One is in Hollow Studios.
Because that sounds
But
stupid.
it does sound stupid.
I don't know. Either that or else Cosmos Trader Records.
No.
I like Cosmos Trader. What's your other one that you did too?
Cosmos Trader.
No, but there's another one too.
Cool Guy McCann.
Cool Guy McCann. I
No,
heard.
that's not real. That doesn't exist.
Why?
I tried to get rid of that so hard.
No, dude, I still have
That
you.
was your MySpace.
Yeah, Cool Guy
I didn't
McCann.
know.
You were Cool Guy McCann.
What's wrong with that?
I don't know. I always email that one. He goes,
Oh no, the wrestler guy. Is that the wrestler guy?
That's Steve Espinoza.
Okay.
Steve Espinoza, the wrestler.
Steve with a freaking. Oh, screw you, Steve. Screw you, Steve. Screw you.
He was there. Okay.
Popsicles got invaded by two dudes in masks. Steve, were you there when that happened? Anyways.
No, but I'm sure he heard it on the show after.
Yeah.
So then he popped up here to like, yeah.
Just to mess with
But
us.
obviously it's not. Although, oh no, because it would have. You had the names.
It
of
had
them.
the names. It wasn't Steve. It was
Yeah.
there was some. Well, we found out the wrestler dude. Lindy did some research. The dude was from some backyard federation in North Carolina.
So he was an actual
So he was really a wrestler.
Yes,
So why? That's cool then.
but he was being a dick,
What did he do?
and it wasn't like
How?
it was like a kid from like a backyard wrestling.
What
It
did he
doesn't-
do?
He was getting in. He was making noise. He was unmuting himself.
Oh, that's
Okay. Okay.
You should watch the. Oh, I'll show you the videos. Let's watch. I'll show it to you right now. What happened? You guys haven't seen this. It was freaking nuts.
How long? Did,
Then it's.
Just keep in mind
I'll
it
just
is
show
midnight.
you. I know. I'm just gonna show you this because we'll just go to the end. It's really crazy. It's really.
Is it not in there correctly?
1, 2.
Where did they come in? I forgot where they came in.
What? I gotta go. Let's watch videos of Brendo doing another show.
No, you gotta see when these guys come in. Oh, yeah. See,
Oh,
look.
So you got this guy.
So you got this guy and this guy.
That's not, the guy on the right's not a wrestler.
No, this guy is. That guy is just some anonymous idiot. But then watch what they start doing.
Well, yeah, but anonymous uses those masks too.
Jack said I was gone.
Okay. Look down at your.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta turn
So
that-
watch what they start doing.
All right, make sure to go to Popsicles.
So look, watch him, Phil. Watch. So he's like going into his thing. Look, he keeps doing. Look at that. So we're like trying to do our show, and these guys are both like, look at that.
Can't you ban them?
I could, but at the time I was just not.
So they were messing.
They
with
were
it.
messing around with us like a bunch of little punks.
Messing around on a podcast.
It was really annoying. Look,
I think it's fun.
Dude, wait till I put my sound mask on while you're looking at the computer.
Pretty much it.
All right.
see, it says BWE Wrestling.
That's cool. They were trying to make an
No,
appearance.
this guy's being a dick, and that guy's kind of being a dick.
I don't know. I don't think it's that bad.
They were unmuting themselves.
It's not on purpose. Maybe they
No, they knew what they were doing.
benefit of the doubt.
No.
Like that one time when
All right, when it happens to you, then we'll see.
Then I'll laugh.
Like that
All
one
right.
time when I tried to watch while I was driving,
Yeah.
and it was like, what's going on?
David and Matthew have
I've
both
kind of done
managed to
that
break it
before.
a number of times, not on purpose.
Yeah, no. Using the mobile app messes things
By
up.
the way, don't forget that we'll have the return of the Marmaduke.
Oh man, that was so bad.
Do you want to hear a preview of Marmaduke?
Are we really doing Marmaduke?
Oh, yeah.
In the morning.
I have to say, I think Phil was right. I think Kathy is worse than Marmaduke.
No,
Marmaduke,
absolutely not.
at least there's ways that it could be construed as funny if you were
Kathy
like
says
somebody who
act
thinks like dogs.
sometimes.
Kathy is like, oh, shoes.
Oh, Janelle says I may have to listen to this one. All the Vecchio boys
Nice.
representing.
Oh, here, are you in there? Oh no,
No, she's not in there.
I thought that was in the chat first.
She just wanted to get credit for maybe thinking about
Well, she might have to listen to the episode.
it.
Oh wait, I had to get the Joe Cooley email.
By the way, my prayer chain post is up to almost 100. Let me see. I might have a
Well,
bunch
yeah.
of likes.
When you're friends with all the per chain guys, and then that
yeah.
shows up on their thing,
Yep.
and
And you know what? Steve Hindalong made the last comment on it.
oh my gosh,
And
dude,
Tim Tabor also.
Dude, VR roller coaster? Is that awesome?
were you like just freaking out all day when that was happening?
It was super amazing. It was super fun.
Look at Phil. You're in like Phil heaven.
And they were all really cool. And it was a great night.
Okay, so you taught me the tip, Phil. Thank you.
What's that?
Maximize this
Yep,
thing.
Yep. Because
This
I agree, though. It's broken the way that it
It's
works.
freaking stupid. Also, the fact that we didn't know that this was here,
Right.
and then your mom. And when do I have to book? So, is there a specific date?
That's good. She wants to know. She's excited.
She's excited to like. So, are we gonna?
Take you guys around Big
She's gonna
Bear
make
and
us
have
do
fun.
things. What?
First of all, I know you're gonna somehow make me drive up the mountain, and I don't want to drive up the stupid
Drive with
mountain.
Matt.
Yeah, you're not driving my car. I'll passenger you.
You're a passage.
I'll pass you.
All right, let's get this show on the road here.
Let's see my.
How about that? Brenda would like that game.
I don't like scary.
Do they have Five
reality.
Nights at Freddy's VR
Oh,
version?
yeah.
Sisters.
That would be.
You don't want to give people
They
heart
had one
attacks.
too, like another game. Insidious has a VR game.
Oh, forget that.
Insidious Chapter 3 VR.
I know that I did. Phil ruined me for scary forever when he
Well-
made me watch
The Ring?
The Ring.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, is your apartment
Yes,
a
but
mansion?
here's why, though. Because David goes,
Raccoons
I'm not
outside?
scared of movies. That movie wouldn't scare me. And I'm like, it's super scary. No.
Challenge
I wouldn't be scared. I'm
accepted.
like, all right, we're watching it tonight. No, I wouldn't be scared of it.
I hate watching scary movies with you, and you make me do it. and I
You love
kind of
it.
like
Dude, whatever. I had to watch the freaking The Grudge at where in like the where was that?
In
In the
the
Grudge House.
No.
I made him.
Oh,
watch
I
it.
would not watch The Grudge in the Grudge
It was
house.
at the Del Amo house.
The
We
Del
lived in
Amo
for like a
house in
month.
the freaking
yeah.
middle of nowhere, and it was scary. Just walking in my car, I was freaked out. And then I had to go to this was the best. You'll understand this. Then I had to go to the church. You're the one that you
Yeah,
like,
remember he was doing the security there?
the EV free. And then I was in. There's a whole scene. Have you seen The Grudge?
No.
There's a whole scene where they're like in an office building. So I'm in the offices at EV free,
security.
and I seriously would turn off the lights and then run down the hallway without
Because
even looking
the whole
back.
thing is it's in this haunted house, and so then it's later on, and she's in the office building. Okay, she's safe, and then the ghost is like there,
in the office.
so there's no safe.
So
place
then
anymore.
I'm in the freaking office, the giant offices at EV Free Fullerton, just kind of like, oh, after
That place is scary.
it did get freaky.
What's the one that we watched together?
Paranormal
Yeah,
Activity.
you watched it on the ceiling.
They made me watch it lying in bed.
These are all my
Projected on the
victims of
ceiling.
all the poor guys that I've
And then
made
you
watch
like
horrible
grab
movies.
my
Dude,
hand.
I
from
watched-
the bottom of the
I watched
bed.
Paranormal Activity during the day in broad daylight, and I still
Yeah.
could not
Okay.
handle it.
But
To be fair, most of the terrible movies Phil made me watch were more along the lines of like
well,
Leonard Part Six.
this is what I was
Total
going to say. is Not
control.
only are these guys in here the ones that I make watch scary
check,
movies, but I
check,
also
check.
make them
All your
watch
dumb
horrible
movies.
I think I've made all three of you watch The Beast from Yucca Flats at least once.
I've watched. Yeah, I've watched that. I like
think
that. but
others.
but then like I've watched Total Control.
Yep.
I've
I think I made
watched
you all watch
all
that.
the other dumb.
Control.
All your
Do it,
like
Control.
I've watched
Have you
Lunar
seen the
Part
last
6 with
Starship
you at
on
least 3
Venus?
times.
Which one?
The Last Starship on Venus?
Yeah, I think we watched that together, Grandma and Grandpa.
Oh, yeah, on the Big
Remember,
Movie
like,
Channel.
Yeah.
What is that weird movie where it was like the people in like the wilderness, like the cabin or something, or what the heck? Like
Cabin.
no, it's some dumb. It was some dumb movie. It was like I forgot what it's called. It's like
What
a
happens
newer.
in it?
I don't even know.
Oh.
Nothing happens.
Remember that amazing?
It's
It was
like-
the one where they go to the cabin and it's like,
No, that's Cabin in the Woods. You're thinking.
oh, that was good.
That was awesome.
That was amazing.
No,
This is just Cabin.
remember that one?
No, it was some movie where they're like
Oh, wait.
in the wilderness
was it-
or no, it's like some real stupid.
What was it? Small log structure?
It was the one that your teacher was in or something.
Oh, Beer
Oh.
Drinker's Guide to
Yes.
Citizen Filmmaking.
That movie is awesome.
That is the
amazing.
stupidest
Where the bear like
movie
talks in Russian
ever
to him.
made.
And he's like arguing with the bear in Russian in the forest.
Like I remember, because we were watching that while we were packing
remember because the
at
Starkeys-
East Road,
No,
and I'm
yeah.
like,
It's the
why?
Starkeys in
And I'm
that
like,
movie.
how do you
Really?
even know
Yeah.
that this is a movie? And why do you even own this? You're like, my teacher was in this.
Well,
No.
no,
Here's
that's
the
the thing.
We found a movie called The Beer Drinker's Guide to
Fitness and
Fitness
filmmaking.
and Filmmaking.
And it was
We're like,
in-
we have to get that.
It was in Northern California at a movie store that was going out of
That
business
would
and
be
selling our
my
VHS.
teacher's wife.
Right. So we bought it and then we watched it. And as we're watching it, there's like a ski. Her title is Ski
So you
Bunny.
bought that
Oh,
movie
I
on your
remember
own.
that.
Just because I thought it was
Yep.
amazing. The movie, there's the character called Ski Bunny, and I'm like, that looks like Mr. Starkey's wife, Matthew's teacher at the time.
And she had the same first name.
Yeah, same first name but different last name, obviously. And so we called them up and we're like,
Hey, what was
"Is
your
that
maiden
the-"
name?
Like, and she's like, you saw that movie? Nobody has that movie. Where did you find that movie? Because it was this regional guy in like upstate New York, and he had submitted it to like a local film festival.
So
They
she had
printed
thought it
few
was
VHS
erased.
copies, and that's it.
And you
And
somehow
I found a copy of it on, like, look it up. You cannot find it.
I
on
love
the
that,
internet.
like Phil, like if it exists, like Phil could somehow you found
I'll
it.
find
Like,
it.
Oh, you know what we need to do?
What? Oh,
Or the secret's making money
no,
online.
making money on the internet.
Making money on the internet.
What you need
because
to
he
do
already
is-
watched
I already
it.
watched
that
the
one.
internet.
So we can go look for a phone number to book
Yeah,
a flight.
remember? You too could do this. Just go on a website and you can find their phone number
And then call them.
and then call them
Yeah.
using your like dial-up phone.
Dial up.
Are we
Dial-up
your
phone.
dial phone? I think.
Oh.
What I meant. Is the sound
Oh,
check good?
can you go turn off the air conditioner?
And Dave and I need to be louder. I can see that by our.
It's
Or Brendo needs to be slightly further from the microphone.
Well, if you have something in particular you want to get through, just lean forward.
Then Phil looks at you and goes,
Like if we're like a 5-card.
Well, because you're in the back.
check.
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 All right. So,
Check.
Oh, come on, boys. Potatoes in the paddy wagon. Mama says it's more than fair.
It's fine.
yes.
Just speak up when you need to talk,
Speak up.
boys.
Come on, boys. Potatoes
It's gonna get so hot in here. It's gonna get so
Yep.
gross.
Yep.
you don't have windows?
Good thing we all ate like
That would add to the noise.
before we
Oh,
came here.
jeez, this is horrible.
Can't open a window, or it's like
No.
asking for noise.
Yeah.
Oh.
Also, Phil would not be able to deal with that open
No, we
window.
can't have that open window. You know that.
True.
That
Especially
window
like
stays.
looking at it in the
I
monitor in
know.
the background.
You want to
yeah.
give me a heart attack?
James,
have me
it was
die?
you're gonna be
We
excited for
talked
the
about it on James
talk
Riley
about it on
show.
James Riley, and James Riley tried to freak him out.
Yeah, he's like, there's something in the window behind you. What? Don't look behind you now. Something.
Steve, you got to watch the beginning of the YouTube video because it was amazing.
Oh yeah, well you saw us with the VR goggles, but Phil was watching. Yeah, you weren't here at the very beginning, so once it goes up, you're definitely gonna want to watch it. We'll tell people.
Yeah.
Phil was looking at a scary VR game with the VR goggles on, and he was just freaking out, full on freaking. And then they tried to get me to do it,
Brendan,
and
like,
I made it like 5 seconds, and I'm
nothing
like,
even
nope,
happened yet.
nope.
You was just showed like a TV, and like, I'm done. I'm done. Can't handle it.
scary.
Well, have you seen people with the Oculus doing like PT or something really, and like they are
Oh,
like.
yeah.
No,
They're like
no.
thrashing around. Like one dude like punched a guy. Like,
Yeah, you don't want to be near. I probably shouldn't have sat so close, making you do it. Actually,
Oh, gosh, it gives me goosebumps thinking about it.
you heard about
Okay.
PT?
No.
The, like Silent Hill demo. That's like the freakiest.
they took
thing
it off
ever.
the PlayStation Network thing. Like before because
Okay. There's a series, I can't remember what they call them, of survival games.
Five Nights at Freddy's.
No. And it's like some of the first, like the first
Resident
person
Evil?
survival games where you
Resident
don't have
Evil.
weapons.
Resident Evil?
No.
DayZ.
No, it's got like a
I know what he's talking about.
I don't actually.
paranoia or something like that.
Okay.
Clock Tower.
What's the story about it?
It is the scariest thing ever, and they have like free demos of them. And
Is that the one that you showed me, like where you go down the basement and stuff?
Survival game where you don't have weapons.
Dave was gonna like look up the stuff the whole time. You're the researcher.
Minecraft? No.
Minecraft. Yeah.
Well, that is a
The
survival
creepers,
game
yeah.
where you don't have weapons.
Creepers.
Stalker? Nope. There's nothing on here.
I don't
Nothing.
remember. Anyway,
You guys don't remember anything.
but yeah. Can you imagine, like, okay, what's the game we were playing with the
What's
girl?
the thing with the guy with the
What's the thing?
thing?
The one
Oh, the one on
Yeah,
the one on
yeah.
Wii.
Like, and when that girl jumped out of that locker, can you imagine if
Master
that was
Reboot.
attached to your face?
Yeah. No,
Oh.
no, I can't. Because you didn't even get to the.
Well, I didn't get to. Well, you showed. No, we went back and you showed
Nothing
it.
would jump
But
out. I'm like, okay, I'll play a
Janelle
little
scared the
bit.
crap out of you guys.
Yeah, because
Well,
we were like,
okay.
She was just laughing at us from the other room.
Like, 'cause Phil was like, "Hey, you want to play for a little while?" I'm like, "I don't know. It's kind of creepy. Like, nothing jumps out." And then
I didn't think anything did.
Because
I
when we
with
played
Brendan
it,
for like
we
half
played
an
for a
hour.
long time and
45
nothing
minutes.
jumped
the
out.
girl jumps out of the freaking
Like,
locker.
grabs
I was
you.
like, "Ah."
I didn't know. It scared me too.
Dude. Okay. For virtual reality, Oculus just showed like they've got 2 controllers and it's like one for each hand.
Right?
You've got like an analog.
You do
stick.
like this type of stuff?
Yeah, so like and they've got like
Oh.
tracers on them, so you can move them around and move your
Okay.
hands in real life.
So what, like, just like you can do karate or something?
No. So,
so, like, you can
there's a
open a
hole
door.
in the wall and you have to stick your hand into it.
Oh, and does it like does it have like rumble?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, you found a really cool fitness
No, but
one too.
dude, think about it more like think about playing Metroid 3D.
Yeah, that's
You're like-
pretty cool. That
I'm
is pretty
officially poor, you guys. This is an EBT card.
I
good.
qualify for EBT.
rad. That's good.
They haven't put money on it yet.
But that's good.
Now
I
you can buy
guess.
chickens from Walmart.
Wait, did you not have an EBT card? How did you get your unemployment?
I have my unemployment
Separate.
card. It's a different
That's
card.
completely different.
Oh,
Medi-Cal separate from that too.
All those different cards.
well, I've got a Casino Morongo card.
Whoa.
That was a
Money on it.
disappointment.
Does that where you work as Morongo?
No, Matthew and I went out
'Cause
there yesterday.
I heard
for
an
his birthday.
advertisement for the all-male review show, and I'm like, that sounds like something. Because didn't you work like one of the racy?
It
shows?
wasn't racy like that. Yeah,
I don't know. The stuff that everyone
I don't
tells me
know.
about
It
is
was pretty
pretty
Is it
racy.
Thunder
Just
from
be in the
Down Under?
background,
but it
you
wasn't
could-
racy like that. It was like different.
Like male
Because
strippers on
they
poles.
have at Morongo, they're advertising
Yeah.
like an all-male
Yeah,
show.
you could do that.
No, you had male strippers on poles.
You could do
There were
that.
no males on the
Chris
pool.
Farley
Yeah,
was
it's
the
still-
like
it was
Killer
on
Bill
Rock
sketch.
On the tall
Wait, did
ones.
you just suggest that I become a male stripper?
No, I'm just saying if it gets desperate enough and you need to pay rent.
Do you know what my aptitude test
That
told
would
me
be
in high
amazing.
school?
What?
They said that I would either make a good male model or a potato farmer.
Wait, you actually
Hey.
took a test that told you what your career? I didn't know.
It
We
was
didn't have
very
that.
accurate because you planted a potato at our house.
I did. I planted potatoes all kinds of places.
So you are a
He
potato
also planted
farmer.
a potato at my
It's
house.
eerily
It's true.
prescient there. That's impressive.
Okay, let's get this thing going because it's hot and we're gonna be here a long time,
It
and
is hot.
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this, you guys.
This is perfect.
Yeah, let's just cancel.
Yeah,
this.
never mind. Sorry, guys.
All right, everybody.
Okay.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Radio BrendoMan. I'm Brendan Creasy.
And I'm Phil Vecchio.
You're back from vacation,
I'm back.
and you brought your brothers,
And my brothers are here.
and it's midnight
And
already
it's midnight at the Oasis.
because we were gonna record this morning. I get up early. I went to bed early
Okay,
last night
Early is 10 a.m. Keep in mind.
because again, this is
10 a.m.
unemployment Brendo.
I'm
Like
just saying
I
10.
usually don't go to bed until like 3 or 4.
Okay.
And so I went to bed early last night. I woke up at like 9. I got a shower. I get out of the shower. My phone is ringing, and it is Phil saying, "Can we record tonight? You can just go back to bed." I'm like, "No, it
What
can't
the
just
hell?
go back to bed."
I'm just saying 10. It's not like I made you get up super early.
Well, and then you were, for you, it was apparently too early.
Well, I stayed up until like a little after 5.
Who told you to do that?
I
My
only stayed up till
body.
3:30 last night.
I went to a super cool thing, like one of the most awesome nights of my life, and I couldn't go to sleep afterwards.
So I don't know if we said this already, but David and Matthew are
Oh,
here.
yeah, I did.
Hey,
Matthew Vecchio.
David Vecchio.
David Vecchio. Well, I was waiting for
I have
Matthew.
no
to,
idea. I
like,
speak for myself.
I was waiting for
Hi.
you to like respond, and then like I thought David would say something. So if you hear a voice that sounds just like Phil, but a little further back from the mic,
Yeah,
that's one of them.
if all of you, if it just sounds like Phil is talking slightly differently,
Let's pretend Brendan said something funny.
What?
No, you're supposed to do like.
See, you can all do the. And then if we got your dad here, then you could all do
It's
it.
just the chorus of. It's like that original Casino Royale with all the James Bonds running around. That's
Yeah.
more or less what it's like here, except not as bad and no Woody Allen.
Nobody Allen.
So, I don't know. How should we lead off here? Luke got injured on your trip,
Yeah, that's kind of the
And
grand finale.
had a
though.
crazy Popeye arm.
Yeah,
But
you
this happened. So you guys come back and you're like, oh, Luke's arm, look at Luke's arm. It's pretty gnarly, right? And then over the course of 4 hours, it evolved to Luke needs to go to the emergency
Wait,
room.
you got it wrong. Because here's how every single injury and illness that ever happens. Every single time one of the kids don't poop for 3 days, I get a call on the phone and it's like, "Hey Matt, so Luke's arm's swelling. Should I take him to
It's
the
like twice the
emergency
size.
room?"
Luke's left arm is 3 times the size of his right arm. What should we do about
Hey
that?
Matt, Andre hasn't pooped in 3 days. Do I need to do anything?
Those are actual phone calls
I'm
that
really
Matthew
glad
has
that
received.
you get those calls. I used to be the one who would get those calls. Only I'm not an RN, so I'd be like, I don't know.
I know. Once Matt became a nurse, all bets are off, man. Anything. And
So-
Matt.
Oh, you know the call I got from Phil? I get a call from Phil. He's like, Dave, I don't know what to do. Like, what's that? What's wrong? He's like, well, I just went to the bathroom. My poop is like bright red. I think I'm like bleeding. I'm gonna die.
Was it
That's like-
artificial dye?
I'm like, okay, well, like, did you look up on the internet? He's like, oh, that's a good idea. He calls me back like an hour later. He's like, oh, it's okay. I got this big thing of strawberry Nesquik yesterday, and I drank like a gallon of strawberry Nesquik, and apparently that can happen if you drink too much Nesquik.
So I didn't bleed out. Is the good news. So,
Yeah.
One time I was with Phil and we did like a Albertsons run and you got something and I got like a big thing of strawberry milk and I drank the whole thing and I puked. I didn't get
yeah,
to the
it
point
didn't get
where
to the point where you're worried about
Did I
bleeding
ever
out.
tell you about my roommates?
You've
No.
told some, but tell
Okay,
again.
so my roommates are crazy college kids, and I come home one night and they have a bunch of friends over, and they're playing tequila pong, which just is a bad start for the night.
Whoa.
Okay.
Whoa.
Okay.
And
Whoa.
I'm like, okay, guys, I'm gonna go to bed. And I'm like, okay, have a good night. I go to bed. I wake up in the morning and no one's there. Like the entire house is empty. I'm like, where'd they go? And I went back to bed. And I wake up again and I walk out and there's a guy I don't know laying on the couch in a hospital gown with like passed out. And I'm like, hey, where's my roommates? He's like, oh, and finally I talked to one of my roommates and they drank so much he like passed out. And then he woke up and he started vomiting bright red. So I guess they called an ambulance. I'm sleeping this whole time.
He
I
slept
called an
on it?
ambulance and the ambulance came and picked him up and they get to the ER and he had a lot of alcohol, but he wasn't like
What are
poisoned.
you
or
doing with
anything.
my PlayStation controller?
And
Then
then
hook it up to my phone.
Oh my gosh, it's such a freaking
and then
Okay.
and then they go, yeah, so we thought we was like vomiting blood, but we just had a bunch of hot Cheetos and it was just
Oh my gosh. Hot
So-
Cheetos and tequila? That's
Yeah.
a great combination.
so
Ugh.
that's my story there.
You've had some good roommates.
I'm like, next time just call me.
Matthew came on the show and told about the poop rag
Yeah.
one, right? Okay.
Yeah.
If you haven't heard poop rag, go back and listen to that episode. It's
So-
pretty good.
A true story that Stephen King actually used as part of Cujo was this happened where I think it was like Kix or somebody, they added like a new color and I guess they didn't notice this in testing it. But so all of a sudden all these parents start like there was this whole big thing where like parents thought their children were dying because they thought they had bloody stools, and it turned out it was the dye
In
in the cereal, and they ended up having to recall, and like General Mills lost like an insane amount of money and almost bankrupted the company because of the dye they used. And then that was a key plot point in the movie Cujo. Because at first I'm like, that's not real. And then I looked it up. I'm like, oh, that actually happened.
Well, you know the red net stockings, the really cheap ones that are made
For
of plastic?
Christmas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess when I was a kid, I chewed on one of them and
It looked
they,
like you had blood
had
pouring
blood
down
all
your
over my
face.
mouth.
Yeah.
And freaked out the family that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go.
Good.
Yeah. Well,
So-
so your son went to the hospital.
Someone.
I took care of Audrey, so I watched 4 hours of My Little Pony: Friendship is Magic. I know the whole lore of
pretty good, right?
Equestria.
Are you a brony now?
Frick no.
Oh, okay. Like where
Now,
that went.
this is my argument.
I
for
don't.
it.
Okay, it's a tolerable show.
Right. If you
As far
have
as
to watch
kid
a show
shows,
with a kid,
I'd rather watch that because Audrey does watch the Barbie show and the Lego Friends show,
Yeah.
and they're both pretty bad.
those are bad.
And also Littlest Pet Shop,
Ugh.
which Luke actually also likes, which is really annoying because then like he can't, because normally he'll like after Audrey
He'll
watches
veto the girl ones,
he'll
yeah.
veto something, but the fact that he likes it, it's like it's stuck. But
That's why Phineas and Ferb is magical.
Phineas and Ferb is amazing.
Yeah.
No, the best one, Superhero Squad.
Superhero Squad is good, but it doesn't hit all.
Well, and there's still some.
Phineas
depending
Ferb
on, like,
is
what you want your
so
kids watching.
Right.
Phineas and Ferb is so
It's
clever.
the perfect balance.
There's no violence.
There's- it's
What
not violent.
doesn't it hit?
It's not violent, and it doesn't have any of the bad words that Superhero Squad does.
By bad words, you mean
But
but
stupid,
fart.
stuff like that. You know, the
Yeah.
B word and the F word.
Yeah.
I still don't understand why bud is a bad word.
I don't know, but they just want them to be innocent.
You just don't want a 3-year-old walking around going, but
Yeah, that's really what it
Stupid
is.
bud.
I don't want them to. I want them to be respectful, and they don't always have filters. So if you give them words that are gonna when they're speaking in public, when they're old enough to know how to handle it, they can do whatever they want with it. But
All right. Well,
you gotta mete that stuff out. METE, not MEAT or MEE.
well, anyways, so okay, it's a watchable show,
Yeah,
but to the level of like I'm gonna watch this on my own and I'm gonna be obsessed with it and I'm gonna go to a convention and I'm gonna dress as a pony. I'm sorry, something is wrong with your brain, bronies.
but
And it's also the gateway to furries. I'm telling you.
that Bob's Burgers episode with the
Or
what do they call
Equestria girl. It's
No, it's not.
Equestronauts.
Equestronauts.
It's the most perfect
Amazing.
parody I've ever seen
Yes.
of anything.
Tina an Equestronaut.
Well, no,
Yes.
she because she's a little girl, so she goes to the
She goes
thing
to,
and it's
so
all
she
these
goes to the
dudes.
convention and she's
God.
shocked. She's like, "Wait, what?"
This is a show for little girls. Or no, dude. Blah, blah,
And
blah,
then
you know.
and then one of them scams her out of like her pride because she has an Equestrianaut that's worth like a ton of money. So this dude scams it from us, and Bob has to go back and infiltrate the
My gosh,
guy,
this
so he
show is
becomes
so
one of them,
genius.
To
and
go
it's
yeah,
it's
So-
amazing.
yeah, it's great.
It's
Bob's
really
Burgers.
great. Bob's Burgers, best show, and then Equestrianauts episode.
That's
Amazing.
definitely one to check out.
That's in season 4.
I believe
Yes, because it's the one that's only on
so. Only on Netflix
now it's on Netflix. So yeah.
Now, okay,
really
so
good.
something else. So Luke wound up being okay. We did have to take him in. He got a shot and
Gnarly shot.
like a big old antibiotic.
But he got
booster.
Majora's Mask.
But he got Majora's Mask out of it. So, that worked out. I was so sad because he was in pain. His arm already hurt. And then they had to give him a shot on top of that. And he had to have other medication, antibiotics, and Benadryl and all kinds of stuff. So, a little bribe, or more of a reward because he was really brave. Plus, I want Majora's Mask too. So it works out okay. A little Legend of Zelda.
You're
for
like,
Maddie.
hey, Janelle, Luke really needs this game.
So wait, you could only play video games with one hand because his one arm was injured?
Well, no, for a moment.
Oh.
No, his hand was
I would say
working
it's the
fine.
perfect time to introduce him to Wave Race 64 because that's the one game you can play
That's true.
single-handed.
Well, quite a few 64 games you could do a lot with.
As I learned when I cut off my right
That's right.
finger.
David, when he cut off his finger.
Oh my gosh.
That
Have
was
we
the
ever
only
told
game I
that
could
story
play.
on here?
I don't know. I
Maybe.
still have nightmares.
No, we haven't.
When
We've alluded to it.
Mom, call 911. Call
No,
911.
So-
I was very calm.
As you can
that's
see-
what was way
No, that
more
was
creepy.
Bill.
No, David came
It's-
down like, Mom, I
Wait,
think.
so let's go back.
Okay,
Okay.
so how did this? First of all, what were you
as you
doing?
can see, this dude likes to mess
So-
around with things because he's messing around with my
Not a
freaking
cell phone because it
PlayStation.
was back in the day, but I had a phone. was talking to a girl. I had the phone held on my shoulder. Then I was taking apart a juicer.
Like the motor for it, right?
And
Just because
I
that's
took it apart. I
what,
threw out the sharp blade part because I'm not stupid.
But it was
And
plugged in, was it
pulled the
not?
motor out from it, and there's a 3-phase motor. So it's got like low, medium, and high. So I plug it into the wall, and there's a little aluminum cooling fan on the back of it. So I'm on the phone, holding the motor in my hand. I turn it on to 1. It's like bzzz, talking to this girl. Bzzz, turn it on medium. I flick it on to high. It torques out of my hand, hits my finger, sprays a line of blood all the way around the walls of the
And
room.
pieces of finger.
I fling the phone across the room, like slams into the wall and hits the ground.
Oh, and this is a girl that you promised you'd never hang up on.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah,
We
they had like
promised
a.
we'd never hang up on each other because it really annoys me when people hang up on me. So I like go running downstairs and like, Mom, I think you should probably call 911. I just cut my finger off.
Well, no, you said I think you should probably call 911, and I'm like, "What's up?" And I come over,
Yeah.
and he puts his hand up like this to my face with like it was just dangling by skin and like a bone, a bone knuckle like this.
You know
And
what
as you know, I don't handle blood well.
no.
You know
Or
when you get a
anything.
Did you
chicken
puke?
leg?
Did you
No,
puke?
but I was like, "Mom, call 911."
You know
That's
when
what
you get
I
a chicken
remember.
leg at like KFC?
Yeah, it's
You
like the
take
end of the chicken
and
leg.
you just pop it so like the joint pops open. That's
Oh,
what it looked like.
Yeah,
Oh,
but it was just
blood.
dangling by skin. And I'm like, "Mom, call 911." So Mom and Dad rushed to the hospital. I'm there with the kids, and what I'm told is there's still a girl waiting on the phone upstairs.
She's
and
heard me,
she heard David scream, call 911, and she's on the phone. I have to go up and
Freaking
get
out.
the phone. So I have to go up in the room, and I open the door, and there's just like a spray line of blood. Like you just imagine a blade spinning around, little bits of finger guts like splattered against the wall, and I have to go and like get the phone out and be like,
And
David
David
cut his finger off. I'll have him call you later. And
No,
I'm
he
like,
picks up the phone. He goes, David cut his finger off. He's probably not going to school tomorrow. And then he
That's
hangs
right.
up.
That's right. That's right.
Probably not going to school tomorrow. And then you get to the
Oh
ER.
yeah, this is the next best
So I
part
go in and the doctor's like, okay, straighten out your finger. And I'm like,
for the X-ray.
I
Yeah,
can't. Like, I cut it off.
it's just skin there.
But
But the best part is they were able to like fix it.
yeah, they
Like,
went and did like 4 hours of surgery and they put it back on. And
yeah,
it
mostly.
more or less works.
So equally traumatizing to me was when Phil got his wisdom teeth out. We drove like an hour and a half away to our dentist, and Mom and Dad are up front. I don't know where you were.
No, I was in
back.
front. Dad wasn't with us. I was sitting in the front.
you were in
Yeah,
the front.
I was right next to you.
Okay, so we were all in the back, and Phil's like
And they gave Phil
ion
nitrous.
nitrous.
Yeah.
The whole way home, he's like choking on blood and going,
Oh,
God!
Phil was really excited because he had gauze. He's like, guys, look at these gauze. Look at
So-
this. And he was talking.
Dripping with
And as,
blood.
he, and
And
so
Mom's
as
like,
he's pulling it
Phil,
out, he's
put it
like,
back.
hey guys, look at this.
He started
Oh,
tagging.
look at it. It's really cool.
I just started crying in the back. Finally, and I have such a distinct memory of this. We get home, we get
'Cause
inside.
you were like a little kid.
I was.
And
we
he's
get
laughing.
inside.
Yeah, he was like what 7?
No,
maybe
Phil's
6?
just like laughing.
Oh, hey guys, okay, look at that over there.
He gets home, Mom sets him up on the couch, and all of a sudden, like everything wears off, and you go,
And he just gets dead silent.
"It's not funny anymore."
It's not funny anymore, guys. It's not funny.
So you guys traumatized me. I've been through a lot.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I have images in my mind of David's swollen purple finger with needles sticking out of it still.
Gross.
Pins.
Oh yeah. Didn't it like get infected 1 point too?
No, it was just
Just
It just had the
gross.
2 like pins. It was
yeah,
like,
it was pinned in place.
Oh,
Okay, here's the worst. Okay, so because they had to immobilize it, right? So they put 2 pins like through the bone, and they go in to see the doctor. And he's like, okay, well, it looks like it's healing really well. We're gonna go ahead and take the pins out. I'm like, okay. So I figure they're gonna do like a procedure to get the pins out. He literally walks over with a pair of like pliers, like not like a medical tool, but like something you'd see like out of a garden shed. And he just goes, bam, bam, and he yanks them both out.
oh gosh.
That happened when I went to get because my brother hit me in the head with a golf club and it sliced me open right here and I had to get staples. And when I go to get them removed, they just like seriously were like yoink yoink, yoink like no anything, and I'm just like
Come on.
screaming.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then because it was like it had been like straight for I don't know 3 months, and he just grabs it and goes bam, like folds it in half. It was like
Oh
oh,
gosh.
it's like a horror movie.
Why would he
You need to
do
put like
that?
a warning, like not safe for life on this
Yeah.
episode.
Oh, poor Jerry. You know, Jerry always flips out when we do like gross
Oh,
stuff.
no.
Like she's gonna lose it right off the bat here.
We'll just put Jerry jump.
Yeah, this
to-
one should be called Beware, Jerry Beware or something.
The episode should just be Jerry jump to 12 minutes and 50 seconds.
Look out, Jerry. Okay, so another thing, and we'll get to this later, but you may have noticed, if everything works out correctly, that the opening of the show will have a special plug
You
for
gotta
the
get
week.
that to me.
I got it on my phone here.
Well, then
Yeah.
what are you gonna do with it? How do you know?
Yeah, I'll get the file off to you.
You don't know.
Someone that I visited on our vacation, Craig from the Res.
Oh yeah,
We'll talk about that quite a bit later on when I get into great detail about our
you went to
vacation.
Montana.
Went to Montana.
You didn't die. You didn't get killed.
Didn't
you
die.
didn't end up stranded on an
And
island.
The worst is that Luke got again. He got his bug bites and stuff. But
You airing out over there.
It's so hot.
it is a little hot. But we got to hang out with Craig from the Res. It was super awesome. And again, I'll tell more detail about it. But that's who you heard doing the opening.
What's the temperature outside
thing tonight?
right now?
So it's warm. You guys deal with it. What if we
It's only 79 outside, but it gets hot in here.
What if we lived in like Memphis and did a podcast?
We wouldn't
I feel
do
bad
it.
for those
We
guys.
don't live in Memphis, and
But
we don't
what
do
if
a
we
podcast
did?
in Memphis.
We'd sweat a lot.
I'd have like I'd leave the air on and I'd be like, deal with the
That whole-
sound. It'd be I don't know, it'd just be ambient noise.
The air conditioning show. Matthew can be our air conditioning. So
All right, well we gotta get through. We got a lot to get through
We'll get
here.
to that. That's going to
So
be a
let's
big
get.
segment.
I wanted to open with something, so I
Yes.
thought the Luke story was
That
pretty
was
good.
pretty good. And he's much
And
better now. It's
He
still
is
going
the
down.
champion.
But, oh
a
my gosh,
trooper.
it was scary. Like you saw it. It was scary looking.
Well, it was like, is this gonna stop? And
Yeah,
then like
it just kept going.
and then you when I went because you did like an outline of it, and then I was like, oh, when did you do that? You're like 20 minutes ago, and it had
Yeah,
already
already
gone
spread.
like way back.
So this is the other thing that's significant to our listeners. So we're airing this out of order from one that we recorded on Friday.
Oh,
We did
yeah.
our interview with James Riley, which
Yeah,
we've been
we're
talking
in the
about.
middle of the interview.
And it went great, but it was near the end of
near
it.
the end.
And I started getting like a bunch of texts on my phone, and I usually don't bother checking because we're
Yeah.
doing a show, but I start feeling it go off a lot. And
After,
I'm like,
like-
I better peek at it. So I kind of just slide out of my pocket, and it's Janelle, and she's like, "Oh my gosh, Luke's arm is swelling more. Mom says we have to go to the hospital." Like
Matt says.
whoever. I don't know who she talked to, but we have to go to the hospital now. You got to get home. And I'm like, we're in the middle of this interview, and I'm like, oh, I do not want to ruin this.
This
But we've
is
been-
James Riley from the East
Right,
Coast.
he's on the East Coast. We've been trying to
We're,
arrange the date
yeah.
for a long time, and it's going great. It's a great episode. You guys are going to love it. We'll air it for the next week's show.
Mhm.
But I'm like, I don't want to mess it up. So I don't know if you'll be able to tell on the show, but I kind of start like, okay, we're going to wrap
Okay,
it up.
Brendo.
And I think I was pretty subtle. You didn't know.
I had no
Because
idea.
we were going to
Phil
record
did a
right
pretty
after
good
it,
job.
and you're like, so when are we going to record? I'm like, I have to go now. I got to leave. Luke's like, got to go to the hospital. And it was right after I let James go because I didn't want James to be stressed. I didn't want him to like feel bad or something like that. So
so as soon as we end that Skype call, you're like, Luke has to go to urgent care. I gotta go.
I gotta go right now. And then we like came. I went home, then ran over here to bring Audrey to you, and we left. So when you listen to that one next week, see if you can tell the moment I started panicking, or did I hold it together? And now I told you
couldn't
all
tell.
anyway, so it doesn't matter. But see if you can tell.
And Audrey at first when she got here was a little freaked out about Luke. She's concerned.
Yeah.
But then as soon as that My Little Pony got going,
It's all
she was
okay.
because she does. I'm sure she does this. Does she? I don't know if this was just she does this dance like when
Little
the
nervous
show.
dance.
No,
she
she
for
does-
the show.
She does her My Little Pony dance.
Oh, she dances for everything. Yeah. You saw tonight. Tonight we had Matthew and Janelle's birthday party.
Oh my gosh.
And her and Aurora did like this little dance thing for their birthday party. Actually, Aurora's song was like super funny tonight.
Super dope.
I know we're getting to the letters,
Her
but
improv song.
Her dialogue song.
yeah, she did this like.
This
improv
is not
song.
fun because
Yeah,
we were
She
laughing.
started singing like, "This is the song for the birthday people in here."
We were
yeah,
kinda
and
like
and we
laughing.
kind of started like,
This is not funny.
This is not a song to laugh at. This is
And
a
then
song
we're like-
that you listen
and then
to.
we were like clapping. She's like, "It's not
This
over."
song is not over. I have many more things to sing about. Like maybe this and this.
And I'm going to sing all of those songs too.
There's a song, and so then we clapped. She's like, "I have not sung the next song." So it was super cute. And then Audrey and her did like a dance for the birthday song. So we were well entertained.
Yeah, because it was
Yeah.
Janelle and Matthew. Happy birthday,
Yeah,
Matthew.
happy birthday.
Thanks. Yeah.
As I called you, the third man.
Yep.
Yeah.
Third man on the mountain.
All right. Well,
So let's get to reader mail.
Let's get to reader mail. We got Joe Cooley. This is actually from May 7th.
It's old, but it's a good one, so we want to get
I'm
to
really
it.
glad I'm here
Because
for
our
this. This is like my theme.
Our Facebook messages are a little wonky.
Yeah,
so
you never know.
Yeah. All right. So Joe Cooley writes, "Hey guys, Brendo's laughing demon story from last week reminded me of the one supernatural experience I've had, so I thought I would share it with you guys. It's not too long. All right. So here's the story.
Okay, this is Joe's story.
When I was a freshman in high school, we had a fire at our house, and I went with my mother and 2 brothers to live at my grandfather's house for a few months while our house was being rebuilt. Dang. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's already a good start. I mean,
One day late in the afternoon, I took a load of laundry to the washing machine in the basement of the house. So I'll just tell you right now, if this happened to me, I would never sleep in that house. I would never go anywhere. I would flip out. As I was approaching the washing machine, I clearly heard a female voice whisper my name into my ear, Joseph. This seemed very real. It was as if someone was standing right next to me and whispered in my ear. I would lose my freaking mind.
Even if all the voice said to me was Joseph, I'd lose it.
That's true. That'd be even weirder.
Oh,
Well, especially like imagine, because all I would think about is that we watched that Are You Afraid of the Dark with the basement and the things. Like, I'm like, dude, forget about it. Game over. Game over, man. I immediately froze mid-stride and went cold all over. I stood there paralyzed for a few seconds and then finally dropped the laundry basket, turned around, and sprinted up the stairs. Yeah, no kidding, Joe. Like, I'm glad. Although I don't know, would you try to stay there and I wouldn't be able to.
No, absolutely
I'm
not.
done. I'm out. It's like the furnace in Home Alone.
Yeah.
I asked my mom and brothers if any of them had said my name while I was downstairs, and they told me no. I then told them what had just happened to me downstairs. My mom then went on to tell me that one of her sisters, see, this is where it's like things you could have maybe told me previously. My mom then went on to tell me that one of her sisters had lived in the house previously. She's a very new age, spiritual, hippie-ish kind of person. And apparently when she lived there, she was convinced there was a supernatural presence in the house. Oh, thanks for that information. We lived there for 7 months until our house was rebuilt, but I never had any experiences like that. Needless to say, I was always creeped out to go into the basement after that. So you went back in the basement.
Yeah, that's pretty brave.
Okay, that's pretty, because I would be like, nope, I'll wear dirty clothes.
I'm a sneaky man. I don't care.
That's all for now. Thanks for a great show.
I love, that's the part, like when they told her that's the part in the movie when they're like, oh, this is an ancient burial ground it was built on or whatever. That's the
thanks for that information.
Yeah, that would have been nice before we bought this house.
Well,
that's creepy.
I don't know. That's creepy.
Good. Thank you, Joe, for writing that. Joseph.
Are you watching a video over there?
No.
David's on the couch now, so
I'll be back. I didn't want to be distracting.
all right. Mark Bolton writes, "Hey, BrendoManiacs." This is Mark Bolton of what's the podcast? Comic Nerds Unite.
Oh my gosh.
Comic Nerds Unite. I'm sorry.
So bad.
Well, because at first I almost said Nightwing Loves Power Girl, and then I'm like, no, it's not
You're
that.
never gonna let him live this down. Like, that's their new show now. Move
Comic
on.
Nerds Unite. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mark. I'm sorry.
Well, those other ones are probably still out there. You can check the archive.
Sure.
So.
Hey, BrendoManiacs. Mark Bolton here. I just started episode number 172 and was jazzed it was over 3 hours. Long live long podcast.
Well, I'm not sure about tonight, but I'm going to probably say congratulations. You got another long one tonight.
There's a lot going on outside. Phil, I need some parenting advice. Oh, here you go.
Okay.
So can we have a round of Benview babies? Oh, yeah, that's our proposed.
That's right. We need to.
My 10-month-old was playing with another smaller 10-month-old and did a bit of shoving and eye poking. So his kid.
Okay, Mark's kid.
I was a bit of a bully before age 5 and don't want my son to be a bully in the coming years. Any advice on this front?
Oh, this is
like
tough.
If you see your kid.
If you see yours. I mean,
because I know we had a little bit of an issue with Audrey with some cliquish behavior that you had to rectify.
Right. Well,
so
it never became. I guess part of it is
potential.
it never. Right. It was nipping it in the bud. It's hard. I mean, when they're younger, and I mean,
like
the
we're talking
biggest
about a
thing
10-month-old
as
here.
they get older, having just honest conversation with them. Like we just talked in great detail. Audrey didn't do anything, but her friend told her she wanted to start a club, and then she wanted to not have any other people.
Audrey is friends with a definite mean girl in training.
Well, and we want to avoid that, and so she came to us and told us about it, and so we talked about, well, how would that make you feel, and would you want that? How do you want other people to feel? But at 10 months, it's harder because
So
you're not
what do you
having
do?
that. So I mean, I think for us, the biggest thing was no tolerance in that. It's not like, oh, it's okay, it's 10 months. Like you nip it in the bud. Now I'm not saying like slap him. I'm definitely not a proponent for corporal punishment,
but definitely making it known.
Definitely
like,
make it known like this is not okay. Like that's instant timeout. Like let's say they're at a playground, right? And here's one of the parts that's hard about it is like you take your kid to the playground, and you want to get a little parent time, and you want them to do their thing. But if they're bad, you got to cut that off, even if it's inconvenient to you. Like they need to know, like there's not just a don't do that, but there's a consequence. If I do this, I don't get to play anymore. I'm done. I'm out. So I mean and it's hard to do because sometimes it's very inconvenient for the parent. But
then once they get to a certain age, just being upfront, talking to them.
That's the biggest thing. But again, at 10 months.
But he says like, I don't want in the coming years. So
right.
Like
as that comes along, I mean, I think the biggest thing is just kids are capable of having conversations way beyond, what you might think they are. Like people have teased me since our kids were little for like talking to them in adult terms, but even if they don't understand everything, like getting them used to having an adult dialogue, like it's amazing what kids can grasp and what they'll do. So I don't know. I think that in the coming years, the more you can talk about it, try to help them, ask them questions like, how would this make you feel? How do you want other people to feel?
And reaffirming when they do good things.
Right. Exactly. That was so great that you played nice with that kid. I'm going to get you an ice cream. I'm all about bribery when it's like appropriate, not like all the time, but reward bribery. Like you did a great job. I think you deserve an ice cream cone tonight or whatever, and not all the time, but sometimes rewarding that behavior in some way. Sometimes it could just be a hug. And, I'm so proud of you that you played with that kid tonight. So
no Luke's club. They're allowed to have one. So you can have one Luke.
One Luke in the club. That's what Steve in the chat says here.
No Luke's club.
I don't know. I mean, it's challenging. I mean, and no kid, your kids are never going to be perfect. I mean, my kids are amazing, but they have their moments.
They have their moments.
Every child will. So, one little incident, I wouldn't worry that they're like down this never-ending path of being a bully.
My kid's going to be a drug addict.
And just the fact that you're kind of aware of it and that you're already like a step ahead. Like, because I can't tell you how many times we've had interactions, and I've said this before. The worst part about
is when other parents are bad parents.
So
when you encounter bad, and there's nothing you can do about it.
When their kids are mean to your kid and they don't do anything, like I've had. I think you guys have all been there.
Well, I've been around going to McDonald's playground with Phil and Janelle because
we're just like
Janelle is ready to kill somebody. And I've seen Janelle straight up get in people's faces.
I think that happened before our show. I think I talked about it on Pillage Cast.
When another kid
in the playground
basically assaulted,
punched Audrey, like gave her 2 black eyes and left her crying up at the top of the playset. And their parent was like, "Oh, that's just how boys play." And Audrey was like less than 2. She was like 20 months or something like that. She was just crawling around in like the baby thing. And their parents like just let him go back on there. Didn't make him say sorry. Just said, that's how boys play. My kids are rough like that all the time. And I'm like, that's not okay. And these other parents in there were like, oh, just lighten up. Boys are like that. She'll be fine. Don't be such a baby. And like, we went and complained and like said like, we're going to be calling the police. And eventually the people left, but we left of course too. And it was horrible. Like I didn't, wanting to be able to protect your kid. So again, you don't want to be that parent, but it's hard being on the other side too. So I don't know. That was a big old rant there, but hopefully that gives some food for thought. It's not easy. There's no like one exact answer, but like I said, the fact that you're aware of it.
I like Benview babies. I like
Benview babies. It's good. The fact that you're aware of it though, that you want that, like that's you're already a step ahead of 90% of the people out there, and don't buy into like that boys are rough and mean and that's just how they are. It's not true. I mean, I'm not saying boys don't have energy, but boys don't have to be mean and violent. They don't have to be
They don't have to punch a 2-year-old girl in the face.
Right. They can express that in different ways.
If I was there.
So, and I'm not saying, I mean, Luke loves superhero stuff and Star Wars. I mean, I'm not saying you have to hide them from those things, but you can also teach them how to express that and play with that in appropriate ways.
Yeah.
So
consistent response too.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, like if it happens one time, that's why I say like it might take leaving the playground, and that's hard to do. Right. But you have to be consistent, because one time of you letting them get away with something or not responding to it, it's done. They know, I can get through. I can break them. All I have to do is find their weak spot. So
never let them win.
Never, yeah. But in a loving way, like it's a weird balance. So
it's okay. I think there's one other element you're missing too.
Okay.
And that's, as the parent, you have to model the behavior that you want.
Well, that's true. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, and
if you're punching babies,
well, especially like I don't know, the thing that always drives. I mean, we see it, especially. I don't know. I'm sorry, but it seems like in Ukaipa, it tends to be a somewhat frequent is. Like, well, for instance, my freaking neighbor over here just like cussing up a storm, like at their kids or just in front of their kids, or like yelling at people or yelling at their kids. All like I see it at the grocery store a lot, just like, what the F are you doing? Or like, blah, 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 blah.
And so are you going to be surprised?
And then I'm like, when your kid is like just being a total a-hole, like.
Well, and that's again where, especially as they get older, having those real conversations with them really comes into play, because if you're just yelling at your kid, then they're just going to be like, yeah, and block it out. But if you're having a dialogue with them and allowing them to contribute ideas and come up with the answers on their own, then it's going to make a lot bigger difference to them. They're going to think about it.
At a certain point, like the whole like just putting the fear into your kid,
it doesn't work.
They're not gonna, because at a certain point that is gonna turn on you, or it's gonna mess up your kid horribly, like.
Now there's time. I mean, you got to save
there
those
are
moments,
you got because you have to because that's where like, because I remember like because my dad was like, like for instance, my mom yelled at me all the time, so there came a point where I'm like, you know what, I'm just gonna start yelling back at you. It becomes noise, and then I just start yelling back, and then that kind of created. I'm not blaming my mom entirely for like some of my finer points of, but I'm not going to lie and pretend that she had nothing to do with it, because again, my mom yelled at me all the time, and so I do not respond well to yelling.
Really?
And two, I can yell with the best of them, because that's
like revelations here.
Well, and it's not just me, it's not just my mom though, it's like a whole, because I remember it was funny, is my brother's girlfriend at the time. We went to like a family. It was my grandma's funeral, but like all the Creases were there, and like we're all loud and we're all just like blah. So one of the things she didn't know, she's like, okay, now everything, because you have to yell in our family to get any kind of attention.
Well, you were at a Vecchio Rogers gathering tonight.
Oh yeah, and it's just crazy town.
It's loud. And then add Brendo in the mix, and everyone just gets louder to compete.
I was getting overwhelmed.
Matthew was like stressing.
And
it's not like we're fighting. It's just it's like this show, except for like 100 of us.
So then you can imagine what it's like. Like for instance, like I'm sure like when there is a fight, it gets really crazy, really fast. But then when everybody's yelling, then it doesn't.
Right.
So, but I remember my dad, on the other hand, like he would save it like hardcore. Like I remember I didn't even know that my dad had, but so then I forgot what I did. I think my dad had called. I remember one time, like specifically, like my dad had called to check in, and while he was checking in, I think I either sassed to my mom or I did something to my brother while he witnessed it, like he heard it on the phone, and it just like a switch, and then he like, it wasn't like bad, but he like he was like, Brendan, and I was like, and I just was like, whoa, holy crap. Or if I remember the only another time he did yell was when I did something where I could have died because I did it. So again, like
the door on the van.
Yeah, Matthew like tried to step out of a moving vehicle.
Yeah, I didn't try and step out. I swear I thought I was opening the window.
Yeah, he was standing up and he opened the sliding door and he was like standing there looking out at the road as we're driving. And my dad's like, like I've never heard my dad.
He reached back
and like smacked him back into the car, because I mean he was literally driving down the road and Matthew was standing in an open door. So
yeah,
But I swear I remember that as me. Just
But
like,
again,
you know.
if your
you-
dad had just been yelling all the time,
It
you
wouldn't
might
have that
not
impact.
have that. So because you were never gonna open that door.
Right.
Like,
And you were never gonna do that.
I was
mean,
never gonna. I
if
think
you-
I did something to my mom, and I think that's what switched
Yeah.
my dad. Like I think I said something horrible to my mom.
And honestly, I mean, it hasn't happened often with the kids, but when something like that, something life threatening or whatever, like they start to dash in front of a car,
Audrey
or
walking into
something,
the street,
like which they do sometimes, like. So when you do that, first of all, I feel terrible because I don't want my kid to feel that
Yeah.
way. But at the same time, I don't want them to be hit by a car. So there's a balance in there that you
Yeah.
have to strike, and it's hard. It's hard, but that's it. Oh gosh.
Oh,
Okay,
man.
Steve in the chat has a good one here.
I once took a vanilla wafer and pretended it was the body of Christ. My mom said that's not funny and slapped my face.
Yeah,
See, I
that's
could
something
see-
she really did not, and you probably didn't do that anymore.
Me and my friends, like when I was a little kid in church, used to call them Jesus.
Gosh. And no lightning struck you.
No,
Yeah,
no.
okay, you made it. Well, anyway, that's
All right,
Benji
I want to
Babies.
hear the second part of this here.
Oh, I didn't even see
Yeah.
this.
Also,
That's
Phil, your life is fascinating.
funny. Thank you.
Could you give us a breakdown of a typical day for you? It seems that you only get 3 to 5 hours of sleep a night, which is pretty correct.
That's pretty accurate.
How do you function?
Last night I got about.
The mystery
3.5.
of Phil.
I have always been a night owl.
Mhm.
I've always I've always stayed up late. It's just my thing. I've pulled all-nighters as long back as I can remember. Like doing schoolwork, I can get more stuff done. I can do more things. Like I don't know, sleep just feels like a waste of time sometimes.
I completely disagree with you.
I know Matthew likes to sleep a lot. For whatever reason,
Well, that's how we bonded in college because I don't know, it was the only time in my life where I've always had sort of insomnia, but in college it was like the worst insomnia. Like I remember I didn't sleep for like 3 days once.
well, and I'm telling
and that's
you,
how we bonded because I knew that Phil would always be
we're
up,
always up.
and so
I
I'd
have my
always
list.
go.
I have a short list of people that I knew. If it was 4 a.m. and I wanted to do something, I could call Brendan. Matt was there. Steve Neal.
Mark Cole was also a night owl.
David, I know that with kids now it's a little different in job, but David was often on that list. A few others. Like I knew I could call it, and Janelle was always one because Janelle was always up. So
Yeah.
if I don't know, for whatever reason, that part is just there. But a typical day, part of it is there is no typical day. If the kids are in school,
Yeah.
it's
Which is the
get up
closest you
and
get.
that's the closest to a regular day. Get up, help get them ready, or if Janelle's at school, I just get them ready and do the drop-offs. Usually, like this year, then Luke and I have like the day together, and we usually
Now what
kinda-
are you gonna do,
well,
man?
now I'm going to have Luke's going to be going to school 5 days a week. It's still half day. It's like
Yeah.
quarter day. But, I'm going to have like some hours to get more productive things done. Usually when I'm home with Luke, we try to balance it with like half productive. My mom taught me this, and it's probably a terrible habit, but I can't do like productive things straight in a row. I have to like do something productive for a while.
Oh, yeah.
And then play.
That's
So I'll set an alarm, and for like half an hour we'll work on the dishes, and then I get a half an hour to like goof off, and we'll go watch a show or play a game or work on a puzzle or read a book or whatever. And then when we're done with that, another half an hour we'll do like some laundry for half
Does
an
Luke
hour.
do this with you?
Oh yeah, Luke and Audrey both, like they know the pattern. They're like, oh daddy, okay, it's time to play, And I'm probably passing on bad habits to the next generation.
No, I think
because
that's a fine thing.
but when Janelle wants to like just clean, it's time to just clean the house, and she just
Yeah.
wants to work for it. I'm like, I can't do it. It's been a half an hour. I got to do something. I got to go play a game, or we got to go listen to some music or something. So
Write a Brax comic.
exactly, probably not awesome.
Speaking of good job, only do you
I
you
did
had it
one on
covered. You did
vacation.
one,
I did one,
and that was like your first day of vacation.
No, it was like 2 days in.
Okay, good job. You left on Sunday, published on Monday,
Late Monday night, to be fair.
so that's one day.
Anyway, and then when Janelle comes home, we would do whatever family things. If there's productive stuff we have to do, but usually, since Janelle's been working all day and we've been semi-productive, we do fun stuff, whatever. And then the kids go to bed. Janelle and I stay up a little bit later and do if that's our chance, like if we want to watch a movie or something the kids can't watch, and do whatever things. And then when she goes to bed, then that's when I do my productive stuff. That's when I do all my creative things. from, she usually goes to bed
Watching YouTube videos for
9:30.
5 hours.
Well, I get either creative or I fall into what's it called, the dark playground.
Dark Playground. You read the article.
What do you mean? I read that with you like 3 years ago.
I read like 2/3 of that article.
And then you found something
and
else
then
to
I
look
got
at.
distracted.
Yeah, the internet
Such a
is a
good
dangerous
article.
thing because there's so many productive, wonderful things that we do on it, and there's so many things. And Brendan's always trying to sabotage me.
Oh,
But
I'm the
why-
master.
Every couple of days, Brendan's like, "Oh, you should check out what's that Die Hard video."
Well, I just gave you the hardcore gaming
Hardcore,
101. And I'm
yeah.
like, there you go, Phil. That's
She's so mean. But then I'm like, "Oh, Brendan."
whatever, dude.
And I
I
haven't looked at it yet, but a couple days from now, I'll go,
I
"What
went
was
on there on Saturday, and before I knew it, it was like 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Like I fell back
But
in
I
that
try
hole.
to fight that, much like the article that we're talking about. The dark. If you want to read waitbutwhy.com has this great article about the dark playground of the internet.
article on
But
procrastination.
yeah, it's amazing. Like you should read it. If you've ever been distracted by something on the internet, you should read this.
There's it talks about the self-gratification monkey that hangs out with you and wants you to do stuff.
And you
And the
like
only thing the self-gratification monkey is scared of is the, oh gosh, what do they call it? It's like the
I don't know, something about
panic monster.
yeah. So you you send an email or something and you go, "Oh, I'm productive. Now I'm going to go play at the dark playground," and you get stuck playing in the playground, and then the panic monster is, "Oh my gosh, the sun's coming up. My wife is about to wake up, and I've done nothing productive all night. I've been watching."
How
stupid
often does that
videos."
happen to you? Like at least once.
I mean, probably at least once a week. Like most times, I'm like, tonight I'm writing.
How often do you
I'm
fall
writing
asleep at
10
your desk?
scenes. Oh, most nights. Most nights, I'll fall asleep initially at my desk. I'll wake
You have
myself
a whole
up.
process.
I'll wake myself up
because
2 or
I've
3
watched you
times.
do this.
Oh yeah, and I wake up snoring because I have sleep apnea.
And then
I
you
don't
end
have
up.
a
Then
thing.
you go to the bathroom. You fall asleep in there.
And I'll fall asleep on the toilet for a little bit,
It doesn't sound fun to me.
and then I climb in bed and I put my mask on for the last couple hours of
then
sleep
you
and
get-
start over again. So a lot of times I will.
Sounds horrible.
If there was a
Does.
paranormal activity camera in my living room most nights, it would be like, and then me looking around and then falling back asleep again, and then I might move to the bathroom and fall asleep again.
Well, and I mentioned it before. You have specific games that you can play on your DS.
Oh yeah, that I
where
can
you know it's safe to
yeah,
fall
like
asleep
Pokemon
on.
Shuffle's great because there's no time involved, so I can make a move and then doze off and then wake up again and make a move and then. So yeah, so I that's kind of how my night goes usually. And then last night I went to this band thing, which I'll talk about in a little bit. It was amazing. It didn't get over till late. I didn't get home till 2 a.m. I was wired because it was just such an awesome night. And I stayed up for another 3.5 hours, just
Now
looking
it's
up videos
last
of the
night.
bands and posting on.
Now you're
stuff
here.
And now
How
I'm
do you
here.
have the? How are you functioning right now?
I don't sleep a lot, and for whatever reason, my body allows it. Now, every once in a while, once
'cause
every 2 weeks,
sometimes you'll sleep for
I'm just out. I'm out for a day,
Or
and,
if
and
you
I'll
get
just
sick.
lose a day. Or if I get sick,
you're out.
I
You're
just
gone.
sleep for 2 days. We went on vacation with Matt one year, and I got sick. I started feeling sick when we left this campground, and I was driving. I'm like, I can't drive, and so Janelle took over. I fell asleep in the car, and I woke up the next day at night. And I'm like, where are we?
He
What's
woke up enough
happened?
to walk inside and lay
Yeah,
down.
I don't even remember it. And then I remember waking up the next day. I'd lost a day.
You
They had
freak
gone. It was in
out.
Monterey. They'd gone down to the aquarium and walked around, and they brought me back food, but I didn't remember eating it. I also sleep sweated. And so Matthew came in. He's like, "Oh, how you feeling, bro?" And he helped me sit up. And he's like, "Ah," because I was just dripping wet, and the whole bed was soaked all around me.
Sweat the
And
bed.
I barely remember any of this because that's how my body handles it. So I don't know. So I woke up and then I was fine after that.
David, are you a no sleeper?
Well, what time did you go
No.
to sleep last night?
I need 8 hours of sleep. To be
Yeah, but I
able to
called you
be-
last night at 12:30 and you were still
I
up.
was up till 3:30 last night, but then I slept until 10 today.
See, that's the
How
thing.
do you get away with sleeping till 10 when you have a
My
kid?
daughter is awesome. Okay, 3 things. One, she sleeps until 9 o'clock. a
How?
lot.
What is? What,
I don't know, my kids get
you
up.
need
when
to
the
have
sun gets
Aurora
up.
teach your
It
daughter.
doesn't matter. There's no
Not
help.
always, but sometimes. 2, she knows that if she plays in her room, that she can do pretty much whatever she wants as long as she doesn't come and wake me up. So she'll wake up and be like, "Oh, I'm gonna play in my room. I'm gonna grab some food that I like." As long as she doesn't wake me up, I don't know.
I've actually heard her in the past go, "Oh, I gotta be quiet so I don't wake anybody up." So she
then-
can keep playing.
Last night we were at Grandpa's house. So in addition to that, she'll wake up and she'll go out and be like, "Hey, Pop, hey, let's go out, and he'll put on shows for her. She'll do whatever, and she lets me sleep. So it's perfect.
Now, see, me waking up, and Matthew, I know you guys can attest to this. I hate waking up in the morning.
Waking you up is like the
It's the
worst
worst.
thing.
So-
I refuse to do it.
If there's like school on the line, I set like multiple alarms, and I
'Cause-
mean like 20 to get up.
Here's
so annoying.
It's the most annoying thing in the world. But here's what happens if you try to wake Phil up. You wake him up. He bargains with you to let you sleep.
Phil's
Let him
sleep
sleep,
logic is
and
so
then
stupid.
no,
Why?
and then once he does get up, he yells at you for letting him sleep that long.
Yes. Okay. But seriously,
It's all
I
true.
woke up Phil. I was.
How could you let me do that? What are you doing?
That's why I wanted to wake up for that. I was at Phil's house, and I'm like,
See, we all have
I
had
was
this
with Phil.
whole.
Oh no! I'll tell you what it was. It was we were at summer camp.
Yeah.
Okay. So I go and I'm like, Phil, you got to get up. You said you want to get up and do the early morning thing. He's like, oh no, I don't want. I was gonna do that, but then last night they canceled it, so we can't go.
How
Like,
is it that you
which
use
one
that
was
same
canceled?
line?
That totally isn't true.
I never got you to get
And
up
then,
for it.
Like I'm like, okay, so I go back to sleep. Like 2 hours later, he's like, David, why didn't you wake me up?
Because I remember the last time I even messed with you and your waking up stuff was when we went to Tom Fest, because you were like, guys, we got to get up for this early thing.
Oh,
And then both of us were like, Phil, get up, you're gonna go. You're like, no. And then afterwards, then David and I are like, fine. And then you were so for like an
Because I missed
entire
the band I
day.
wanted to
For like an
see.
entire day.
Because you didn't give me up for the band I wanted to see.
here's the
So
other
at that point, I'm like,
Yeah.
you are on your freaking own, dude.
Here's what Phil's thing, if you, the only way he's willing to wake up for you is if you go and you pick a song selection of songs that he likes, and you start it off quiet, and you slowly ramp up the volume until it's like
That's
rock
the way
concert
to wake
loud
me up.
volume.
That's the perfect way to wake up.
And then if you chose the right album that his brain decided for that day happened to be the right album to wake him up, then he wake
And
up.
then
Yeah.
you have passed this on to your son.
Well, yeah.
I have
Like
memories.
Luke, if you can't
yeah.
just wake Luke is like
No, there's
horrible.
a process.
Because if you just wake him up normal, he will
it's an
have
hour
it's an
process to
instant.
get him in a good
Because
mood
if you
again.
just wake him up, it's an instant like you're gonna have problems for a long time. You have to let him
That's my
get
boy.
up on his own
Yeah.
gradual freaking.
What was yours, Matt?
Well, I was just gonna say, I remember being like a little kid and like staying in your room for whatever reason, and Dad coming in and turning on a song full blast, and Phil would he just completely lost it. You're not waking me up the right way. And
Because he never would fade it in. He would just blast it and scare me out
Oh,
of
yeah.
bed.
And like you never woke me like you never woke me up to mortification full volume in my I used to keep a squirt gun by my bed.
No, Mortal, the one because it's I'm alive and awake.
Because I'd be dead asleep. So crank that like full volume.
but
Okay.
like hanging
So I
out
had to
with
keep
Phil
a
though.
squirt gun by the side of my bed. And he'd come in and hear him like trying to sneak in to play loud music, and I just hose him down. And he's like, ah!
So waking up with Phil now that there's like cell phones and alarms, like I'll wake up at a normal time, 8 o'clock, and Phil will like sleep till 11. But then about 10 o'clock you'll hear.
No. First, it's the crickets.
It's the crickets.
The
Is the
crickets
first one.
first. It's got to ease me into it.
Yeah.
First, I have the crickets. Then I have the alarm. But then I can snooze, and then I cycle back to a cricket one to like. You got to go in waves, and then it goes the alarm, and usually about after 8 or 10 cycles of that a month. So
Oh
I
my
have to set
gosh.
the alarm
8
about
or 10 cycles.
I
You heard
usually
that
set the
correctly.
alarm about a half an hour to 45 minutes before I actually have to be awake so that I can go through the process.
And it's nice
How
though.
are you married to anybody?
Well,
And how is she
here's
not?
the thing. When
well-
we first got married, I
Janelle wakes up
explained.
to a vibrating phone.
No,
call.
let me tell you.
Well, the other thing is Janelle is also kind of
She's a saint.
she's great, but she's also guilty of being kind of ridiculous.
Yes. The only reason that she doesn't get the complaint from me more is that she wakes up, or she'll wake up on her own, but she's also funny to wake up because she does like.
Yeah. My favorite though is like when we came in from Disney World and like
she talks in her sleep a lot.
well, but also like nobody touched the bed. Like nobody was doing anything. She's just like why are you jumping on the bed? Who is jumping on the bed?
And we're like, nobody.
It's like somebody's jumping
on my bed. She does that a lot though. We have a deal. Okay, here's how we're not like divorced over this. We have a deal that no matter what, if she's asleep or if I'm asleep, whatever we say does not count. You're not allowed to argue it because I don't lie in real life. I would be a terrible liar, but I will say anything when I'm asleep to get out of doing it. I will say anything. And Janelle will just say the meanest stuff. Like she will, yo, what is wrong with you, you idiot? Stop jumping on my bed or whatever. And I'm like, and then I'll tell her the next morning, do you remember what you said last night? And she's like, no, what happened? I remember anything. So our deal is no matter what we do at night, like when we're asleep, it doesn't count. You are not allowed to argue. You're not allowed to be mad because we both do it. When we first got married, and we'll move on after this, but when we first got married, I explained to Janelle the whole thing about waking up with music because again, as they recounted, I would fight with my dad about it, yell at people about it, and I told her about it, and so she agreed to do it. Like, this is my thing, I'll do for you. And she actually she started out doing it. She'd fade in the music, and then that's great, and then I'd fall back asleep. And so then she'd try something else, and so eventually I said, well, let's try something like we did the Mortal song, and but maybe it'll shock me awake. And then it got to the point where my body was so in tune to it that it would hear that, and even though it was this aggressive industrial sound, I would just sleep right through it. And eventually it got to the point where she said, you're on your own, you wake yourself up, it's not my problem. And that's where we get to the half an hour to 45-minute alarm cycle that it currently is.
I mean, Phil would lie to you and say that he went to a doctor.
Oh yeah,
the doctor told him
I've heard all kinds of crazy things.
Encephalitis.
In college, I heard, oh, they're not opening for breakfast this morning.
And then you would believe me and get mad that it wasn't true.
And then he'd be like, oh yeah, I just remember all kinds of stuff there's no chapel. I remember a couple times there's no chapel. Chapel's canceled. Or I have enough, because I remember trying to get, because I remember there was a series where I was trying to get you up for chapel, and you're like, oh, I got enough chapels, it's good, you can just go. And then he'd be like, Brendan, I needed those chapels. I needed the chapels.
Well, thank goodness now
you're buying my chapel tapes.
It's a good thing I have my system now, even if it drives you nuts if you're around me.
They do the internet now, right? With MP3.
No, yeah, I think so. That's what it should be.
I remember listening to chapel tapes from 1979, some stupid, horrible, dumb.
That was quite.
And then I remember being like, man, these chapel tapes are horrible. And then you and Janelle being like, wait, you actually listened to the tapes?
What's wrong with you? We paid for it.
So then I figured out that there was the whole system and the color, the paper. Then it became the whole thing where there was every semester it was the quest to find out what color
and because different shops had different colored paper they carry.
So which color the chapel forms were this year, because they thought they were being smart. Oh, we'll just change the color of the chapel forms every year. No way the kids could figure out how to be this system. And then we just get I remember being in Janelle's apartment with 12 people, filling out chapel reports.
The photocopy shop that they used across the street knew about. Oh, you guys here for chapel papers? All right, here you go. I mean, they knew us, and not just us, everybody, because they had a racket, and we don't have to go into it because people don't care, but it was a racket. Because
otherwise, you had to buy. Yeah. But there was a whole system.
There was all these fines and stuff.
So because otherwise, you had to buy the tapes, but we had a system where we would pool our money. Buy one set of tapes.
Right, because why do we all have to buy them individually if we can just have them, right?
And I remember I did it one semester, and you're like, oh, you silly. It was oh, you bought your textbooks?
Yeah.
You did your chapel tapes?
I was there as a freshman, but we had to pass that on.
I argued that it would be easier just to wake up and go to chapel, but
nope.
Heard that whole thing.
Nope. Waking me up was not the easier option.
Also, sometimes that I remember just sitting in that some of those
oh my gosh. You remember that the worst chapel experience that Matt Moss and I had?
No.
I think you weren't there.
I was probably there.
Okay, I'll tell this real quick because at the school we had to do certain number of chapel hours, and one of the things they did is once a semester they would have a conference where it was a whole week of all chapels that they canceled classes,
which usually meant we didn't go.
Usually we would just ditch it and go on a road trip or whatever,
or play Nintendo 64.
But we also figured out, because you didn't have to go to all of them, we figured out if you went to everything the first day, then you could skip out on the rest. And so But Matt and I went, and you weren't supposed to like do homework in there. You were
Yeah.
supposed to pay attention, but
Oh,
real.
I remember this.
so Matt and I went. We sat in the farthest
Yeah,
back corner.
as
This
far-
is a huge
It was
auditorium.
a giant
gym.
yeah. And we were as far away.
All the way in the back upper corner.
That was
of
our-
the
that was our
bleachers.
spot.
That was the spot. And Matt and I were like doing homework and reading books or
Oh
whatever.
my gosh.
And apparently, and then we were doing it, and like halfway through, Matt and I were like, we've been here long enough, right? You're gonna go ditch and get some like hot chocolate at the calf or at the Eagle's Nest. And so we're like, yeah, let's do it. And so we like sneak out and walk down the back stairs and go out the back. And then we're out there drinking our hot chocolate. It was like 10 minutes before it was over. And chapel lets out, and all our friends and everyone like come up to us, and they're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you guys just did that. And we're like, what? Like, what did we just do? And apparently the speaker, and again, there's how many, 2,000 people in this room, and the speaker is like, and he's doing this guilt thing of like, this is the most important thing you're gonna hear, you guys in the back, and he called
you out
in front of the whole
I
group.
remember
you
this,
guys reading those books up
I'm
there.
sitting there going like this.
Yeah, like freaking out. You guys need to pay attention. This is for you. And we just ignored him because we weren't paying attention at all. We did not hear him say this.
I remember
And so
this.
he says that, and like, and he's, I can't believe you guys would ignore me. And he's like, berating us. And meanwhile, Matt and I are like, hey, let's get out of here, bro. And so we sneak out, and everyone's like, like the air sucks out of the room. The guy's like, I can't believe this is happening. And then we walk out the back, and the whole entire 2,000 people saw us do this.
And this is a small enough school, and also Phil is somewhat of
and Matt and I were
Phil are both. Everybody knew who they were.
And so the whole entire gym emptied out and circled around us. We're like, what did you guys just? How did you do that? I couldn't have walked away from him. And we're like, what did he say? What did we just do? So I wasn't embarrassed because I didn't know what was happening, but I would have been very embarrassed had I known it happened.
So in response to your question, that's how Phil's typical day goes.
Yeah, I think that pretty much answers it, right?
Yeah,
That's how Phil functions.
There's probably no typical day.
All right, and then on a different note, we had a discussion today about this. I'm feeling pretty confident about the Swing Set of Doom getting completed by July 4th. I know you can do it. Love the show, and congrats on the Kickstarter. So
thank you for that.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you for your contribution, and we appreciate it. But there's no way I'm winning that contest.
Because you said Christmas
2015.
And you said this like a year and a half ago.
That was my first guess.
Yep. And everyone's
Unlike
like, Mark,
Mark,
that's ridiculous.
Hey, I know. And I still don't even think it's going to be done by then, but I'm going to win by default.
Because
Well, if anyone wants to like pay me to go out and buy a couple bags of cement and sneak into Phil's yard, and
Matthew will do
finish
it.
the swing set,
You got to send him PayPal.
No.
What's your
Mark? If you really want that prize, hit up Matt.
How bad do you want to pick something out from the What is that? The prize, right? You
Get the prize, Bob. We also got some download codes now.
That's right.
We got
We got
some
some
other
good stuff.
stuff.
Steve said the Earth will suck it up before it's done.
Yeah,
Probably will.
I mean, we've talked about it.
You're gonna anchor that thing, and then your kids are just like, I don't care about that
I know.
anymore.
By the time I do it, they're gonna be done with it.
For the grandkids.
It's for the grandkids. But yeah. No, I need to do it. I'll get around to it. We'll see. But
It's one step.
don't hold your breath. I just don't want anyone to, pass out.
Luke will have discovered girls by then.
No.
Oh, then they can listen to that song by MXPX, Swing Set Girl.
Aw.
Oh.
All right. Well, you know what else is on? Wait, no, that doesn't work.
What else? Well, if you listen, no, that's terrible.
Stitcher's great.
Stitcher's, that's awesome.
I've been listening to a lot of Stitcher while I do my puzzle over in my puzzle room.
On the table.
Yeah, I'm
Yep.
making pretty good progress
it's
on that
looking good.
puzzle.
It's looking good. That's a tough puzzle.
I'm
too.
at a point. Once I get the big chunk though, I don't know. It's gonna be really because a lot of it's text.
It's all like
very small. But yeah, it's getting pretty.
What do you
nuts
listen
over
to
there.
while you're working on?
Well, I
those puzzles?
listen to a bunch of podcasts on Stitcher. My favorite right now is the Blaze, but I also listen to like the Barack Obama interview by Marin, which was nuts.
But I've heard it's amazing.
And just listen to like a lot of good. John Cusack was on Nerdists.
Really?
It was pretty great.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Lloyd
John-
Dobler.
Yeah. So that was cool. That was one of the more recent episodes. I listened to Comic Nerds Unite. I listen to some of the Benview podcasts because there's tons of them. But you got to go to radiobrendo.com, click the Stitcher link. If you haven't signed up for an account yet, when you do sign up for a free account, you can listen on your mobile devices. You can listen on that's a great thing. Like I'll listen on my phone, and then if I listen on, like I've turned it on my stereo, like on my computer, and it's all there. It all picks right back up where I left off.
Yep.
And then we got all the Benview podcasts: Benson's Boombox, Benview on Spielberg, Comic Nerds Unite, Dinner Party Small Talk, Extra Damage. Oh, I did listen to this because the E3 coverage because Josh and Jesse went to E3, so
very exciting.
They saw everything.
A little jealous. I thought I would be there for the Nintendo World Champions. It didn't happen.
Who won that, by the way?
I don't know. I didn't. After I lost.
Did that dude from Texas win?
I don't know.
Because I wanted the dude from Texas to win.
We need to look into it and see. I don't know.
Flagons and Dragons, Friday Night Film Fights, Grissom on the Run, Matt and Brendo's Wrestling Show.
Yeah.
Midnight Marinara. Great. I listened. I got a little freaked out. I'm not even gonna lie.
It's dangerous for you to listen to. I don't know.
Nerd's Eye View. No, I listened to their. I talked about that a while ago. I listened to their because I haven't listened to some of them because I haven't seen because they just did Jurassic World.
Right.
So I haven't seen Jurassic World. But I listened to the Tomorrowland one and that was really great. And then we got Pick Your Path, which is awesome.
Very cool.
I've been doing that.
Ooh, you got a cool new Choose Your Own Adventure type book.
Well, it's actually called Pick Your Path.
It's called Pick Your Path.
WWE.
It's like a WWE.
It's like you're in a match. It's like if you want to jump off the top turnbuckle, go to page 5. If you want to turn on your opponent, if you want to
this is one of my presents for Brendan.
It's
for his
pretty
birthday.
amazing.
I was pretty stoked when I found it.
It's pretty great. And then we got Picture Start with Derek Armijo, Pillage Casts.
Classic archives.
We got Popsicles. Just had a new episode, but we got invaded by the Mass Dudes.
Yeah, if you want to see that, check that out.
And we got Shut Up Leonard, community podcast. They actually had Derek Armijo on to talk about the last episode, what may or may not be the finale.
Yeah.
There's no panel at Comic-Con. I'm really bummed out. And then Star Wars Nerds Unite, which I also listen to because they talk about all the new Star Wars stuff and the new Star Wars comics.
Very exciting.
And lots of cool, awesome stuff. And if you want to, have your own web empire and lots of cool stuff,
maybe
for instance,
even get on the Benview Network.
These guys over here, they got their dream host.
I have to renew my hosting.
DavidMatt.com.
Yeah,
we've talked about. You've heard, I'm sure. Yeah. We've talked about your site.
Oh yeah.
So that was made using DreamHost. If you go to DreamHost.com, sign up for hosting. Use the promo code Radio BrendoMan at checkout. You will save $50 off your order and get an additional free domain name.
You have 2 domain names.
It works.
You have 2, right?
Yeah.
You got 3 at least.
Well, now he's got other ones.
I have. You can host multiple domain names.
Yeah, you can host
which
ones
ones did you get with it?
But you get
It's
2
amazing.
free.
I mean, it really is cool.
What 2 domains did you
Which ones
register?
did you get? Matt and Dave.
DavidMatt.com.
Sorry, DavidMatt.com.
No, he's got 5-minute nursing minute 5.
5-minute nursing.
Matt's
minute.
I have Matt'sMinute.com.
What's a Matt's a minute gonna be?
Well,
Nothing.
eventually.
Was that supposed to be the Matt
That was
minute
for
on
our
radio?
show,
When's
yeah.
that
It's
gonna
like,
happen?
Yeah, it was. Well,
When are we getting
And then
those?
you got
I'm
rocknursing.com.
gonna have rocknursing.com.
What's that?
Well, it's gonna be like a how-to rock at nursing type of thing.
Yeah.
But right now, it's okay.
Seeing as how you're not a certified
it's
nurse
really
yet.
hard. Shut up, and I am too. It's really hard to fill a website with content. Like just because you make a shell doesn't make it like
For all the
full of
people
stuff.
that are like, oh, you just have a
I'm
blog,
like,
blah,
this
blah,
is gonna be
blah.
awesome. There's gonna be all kinds of articles and
Someone
funny
has
male
to
nursing
write those
jokes.
things.
And I'm like, wait. Yeah,
I was
it's
upgrading
hard.
I was kind of proud of myself the other day. So I finally upgraded the blog software. I don't know if you noticed. Oh, you haven't updated the comic yet, so you wouldn't notice. There's lots of new. But because I had to rebuild the database tables, and I was like, why is this taking so long? And then I realized I'm like, oh, this is 12 years of 13 years of blog posts rebuilding in a database. That's why this is taking forever.
That's a lot of stuff.
Do you have that backed up somewhere?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Trust me. Because if I ever just lost it in one fell swoop, I would probably
There's
cry.
always like archive.org too.
I know that I lost my GeoCities site, and that makes me sad.
No, there's a company.
No, it's gone.
They didn't save everything because I found one of my sites on the GeoCities backup, but they didn't get it because there was 2 GeoCities migrations. First, they migrated to Yahoo, and a lot of stuff got lost when they migrated to Yahoo, and then Yahoo shut it down. But a lot of stuff was already gone when they shut it down.
Because the old like
So-
Springfest page.
Yeah,
Can you find
some
like,
of the stuff like
some of
Springfest is still up,
Yeah.
but like my Spice Boys Spice World page
yeah.
is gone, and I had
found, like, a link
so
to
much.
it
Yeah,
from
a
but
website.
that's gone.
Wait, what is ibiblio.org?
I don't know.
This is my website. How is this website here?
How did
It's
you
probably
just
one of the
figure that out?
archive. It's
Because,
probably another archive site.
oh my gosh, it's my website.
Which site is it?
I don't know. It's just
Not
on
your
iBiblio.
Cosmos Trader one?
No. Okay.
Cool
When
guy
I
in
was
the can?
Cool guy
no,
with
the
cans.
ball.
Oh, the foil ball.
Oh, the tinfoil ball.
The tinfoil ball.
I forgot
Oh,
a website.
This.
Because I invented a word for it.
What?
Okay. So when I was in high school, we made a giant tinfoil ball. It weighed like 15 pounds.
Like
So,
the Pee Wee's
a 15
Playhouse?
pound- yeah, except you know Pee Wee's balls like
He just kind of passed
Yeah.
it on. They had like,
counted
mallets.
it
Oh,
fast. So it was
okay.
like this big, but it weighed like 20 pounds.
Holy
It was
crap.
they would like pat it with a
I still
mallet.
have it. So I made a whole website devoted to it because this was back when like
Yeah.
you know it was exciting that there was like a Toyota website.
Yeah,
like
just
any
making a
was
website was a
yeah.
big deal. Yeah.
And so I made this whole website devoted to it. And then we took like a motor from it was like a mirror ball or something, and we like glued a platform onto it and made a thing so it would like spin in this platform. We called it the Balter because it was like the altar for the ball. So I just searched Google for Balter,
And there it is.
BALLTAR, and there's my website. It still
Dang.
exists.
Told you could find
I'm
it.
so
There you go.
excited.
That's
You don't
awesome.
even know.
So if you want to read about the Balter,
I've got the Chronicle of the Ball, growth chart, frequently asked questions, images,
You're
accolades.
such a nerd.
And check this out.
what
contribution.
accolades did you have?
I don't know. But if you sit
This ball's great.
Well, the best part is on the bottom of the page.
Matt
it says-
Vecchio.
It says camera technology, courtesy of such and such, copyright 1997.
Wow, I don't even know who these people are anymore.
People comment on it and stuff.
No, but here's like Todd Bartlett sent me some foil of various types, among which is a large green M&M, which will probably appear on the ball. This is amazing.
Dude, we need to check this out. The Balter.
You guys need to start doing like thorough show notes.
Wow.
What?
That's
what do you
too
mean?
much work.
You can do that.
You feel free to do that.
Uh,
Have fun.
Okay, you can be
Wait,
our
wait.
archivist.
You can put them up yourself at the. There's a
wait.
podcasting wiki.
How is this possible? This is my website, but there's totally more stuff on it.
Someone like keep
Somebody
updating
steal
it?
your site and then updated it for themselves.
what?
Wait, this is so confusing.
Did somebody steal your site, or is it not your
If-
site?
if
It's
they
somebody
either-
else.
Either that or else they made their own Balter that just happens to look exactly like mine. That's
Wow.
very possible.
Somebody else came up with a Balter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that sounds
really
very
weird.
like David unique, but I guess with all
Does
the
it-
billions of people, in
Was
the
your
world-
name on the website?
No, this is totally not mine. There's somebody else.
Someone else
An
made that.
impersonator
So
Balter.
never mind, strike that.
Strike that. It's not mine.
Someone else made a Balter.
Wow. Yeah, someone else.
No, there is nothing new
No,
under
wait,
the sun.
Nothing
Someone
to
else-
see here.
Nothing new under the sun.
The number one hit is an old website of a guy with a giant aluminum ball that made an altar for it that he called the Balter. And it's
That
not
wasn't
mine.
yours. Wow.
Wow.
Nothing-
Okay, I have to find mine.
Nothing new
All right.
under the sun. We learned today.
So
Well, don't forget to use DreamHost when you want to get a website. Use the
Mhm.
promo code
That's
Radio
right.
BrendoMan.
If you want
Right.
to make your own Balter,
that's right.
Stupid disc.
We're
Not the
gonna-
one that our podcast is on.
Okay, that's good.
My C drive, which is my solid state drive, I think it's got like a Windows update cache or something. I can't figure out where it is, and it's filled up my drive, and I can't find it. It's driving me crazy. But we're fine.
You know what won't drive you crazy though?
What?
Access to thousands of streaming shows,
Yeah,
yeah, that
books, and all that stuff. It won't drive you crazy for only $99 a year if you subscribe to Amazon.
but you can get a
Prime.
free trial,
That's right.
30-day free trial by going to radiobrendo.com, clicking the Amazon Prime free trial.
That is really cool.
Even if you don't feel like getting Prime today, but you should, because you get that free 2-day shipping,
That's right.
which in some cities now is you can get same day.
That's right.
You've done
Pretty
that.
nuts.
Dude, I did. I ordered something at 8 a.m. and it showed up by 8 p.m.
That's
Holy
insane.
crap.
The future is here.
And I
Well-
was like, oh man, I really need this. I wish I could get it today. It was like, would you like to upgrade to free 1-day shipping?
Yes.
Yes.
free 1 day.
But-
shipping.
if you don't, or you already have Prime,
Even if you already have,
whatever,
or you don't have Prime yet, but you still,
You
everybody
want to.
uses Amazon. I mean,
you
buy
wanna
your
just
stuff.
buy stuff.
Buy things like a refrigerator.
You could do that. You can buy a
All
refrigerator
kinds of things.
on Amazon.
Well, we got a ton of Amazon stuff because this is like 15 days worth. And
Yeah, you can.
speaking of that, somebody bought a refrigerator.
That's
Me.
right. David bought a refrigerator on
A
Amazon.
LG French door. Let's take a look at this
Take a peek at this
bad
here.
boy.
Ooh.
Pretty sneaking awesome.
Whoa.
Look at that.
Oh.
Ooh, it's like
Ooh, it's got
silver-
stainless and it's got the bottom.
No, dude,
Oh,
it's even
dude.
good. Look at the next picture. There's only one picture. The
Yeah.
bottom has like a secondary drawer.
No,
that
I
pulls out.
I know
soda
people
rack?
that have this
Yeah.
Oh.
fridge.
I'm
It's
I'm
kinda
so
kind of
great.
terrified that it's gonna show up and not fit.
It's got a
but I
smart
measured, like,
cooling
4 times.
system, spill protector, smart cooling
It's got
system.
an ice tray.
Ice maker.
Yeah.
Always wanted an ice maker. Never
Doesn't
had one.
have a water dispenser.
No. Okay. So it was like $800 to get a water dispenser.
Or you
That's
could just
crazy.
go to your sink.
Yeah. And I'm like, why?
But it's free shipping, but not Amazon Prime.
yeah. They have to ship it in like a big truck.
Well,
Yeah.
obviously.
'Cause it's a
This is the
fridge.
largest purchase anyone has ever made through our thing, both monetarily and physically speaking, I would venture to say, right? I don't think anyone's ever bought something
Yeah.
physically larger. So this is exciting.
I'm excited.
I was excited.
Yeah. And it came through, which is good because, like, not everything.
Like 90%
does.
of what I buy doesn't come.
Yeah, so it's pretty cool that did. So thanks for buying a fridge through Amazon.
All right. Then we got Sensodyne Pronamel toothpaste,
Fresh Wave.
Fresh Wave, 4 ounce.
Mm.
We got Soft and Style Fine Mist spray bottle. So a spray bottle or
Good.
something.
They're going to punch their dog.
We got-
peeing in the corner.
Daycom Advanced Swift Bluetooth Wireless Stereo Sweatproof Jogger Running Sport. This is like every type of
Right.
keyword.
Yeah.
Like,
What is it actually?
Sport headphones, earbuds, earphone with aptX mic, hands-free calling for IP.
I still don't even know what it actually is.
It's a headset.
Does it
Oh,
have IP
Oh.
volume built
it's
in?
just a little headset.
That's kind of cool.
That's cool.
Those look pretty nice.
That is
E
that's totally like a
That's some good
Yeah.
SEO
Keyword.
stuff there.
Yeah,
What
that's
you call
like
it, yeah.
major
Ah.
SEO. Well, because it's sold by Constant Deal.
constant deal.
Consant Deal. So they didn't even spell that.
Constant Deal US.
Oh.
Good job, guys.
Apparently.
Well, anyway.
it's
Okay,
not-
then we
wait,
got
Cons and deals US.
we got Family Values Tour 98 DVD. That was that corn tour.
Okay.
That's super 90s. Somebody already pre-ordered the Inside Out Blu-ray.
3D. It was amazing. So,
So good.
It was. I can't wait till Brendo watches it.
Jerry hated it.
I know. I don't understand, Jerry. I think though, Brendan, was it you that suggested about the
Same thing as Tomorrowland.
Oh, that's right. That's
I
what it
haven't
was.
seen
It was
that one.
Tomorrowland. If you're an optimist or a pessimist, I think you might look at it in different ways.
Yeah.
Because to me, I see it as a very hopeful and uplifting movie. But I guess you could see it as
Well, she said it was boring and dumb.
I don't understand.
Really?
I thought it was incredible.
Let's all fight
did.
Jerry.
I mean, she's entitled to her opinion.
I don't know.
Obviously.
I already almost made Jerry cry when she said she didn't like the Muppets, and I told her she didn't have a soul.
That is pretty bad.
Which Muppets?
The first one?
I don't remember.
That's one where they ride the bike.
Oh, that one?
No,
No,
the one with
Muppets with
Segel.
Jason Segel.
Oh, I haven't.
Well, if you don't like the Muppet movie, then you don't have a soul.
Sorry, Jerry. Don't listen.
Rainbow
to this episode
Connection?
at all.
Come on.
How dare you?
But Muppets, I still think you don't have a soul, but I will never tell
seen it.
one of my best friends that she doesn't have
Maybe
a
it's just you
soul.
don't have soul, as in
I just feel like if you
Feel.
have a feel, that's what I meant.
a soul is different than soul, though.
Like Funk Soul?
Yeah,
All right, whatever. I feel now we're making Jerry
When
he's probably
you are-
Well, so in this,
my
I don't
computer.
know who's terminating RG6 Cat 5 or coax cable.
I disagree with her evaluation of Inside Out, but she has a right to her opinion,
Yeah, we respect it.
and I respect that. You don't respect it. You call people that they don't have souls, but I respect it.
I only did it that one time, and I felt real bad.
Okay, as long as you felt bad.
All right, we got clips for coax. Oh, I have these.
I thought they were actually.
Adam
making
Wells
the
wished
cable.
for this, so I'm assuming maybe
That
he
might be
bought
him.
that. Oh, look, it's telling me. Oh, look at this smart
I
freaking
do.
thing.
It is,
Oh, yeah.
yep, that's
Hey, you
genius.
should probably buy some of those. for
Yeah.
Adam.
Buy something for Adam. Sorry, Adam.
It is funny though because
I should've
yeah,
wished
now
for this.
everyone knows he wants coax stuff. man. How
What
do
if you went to something weird and it was so and so?
Oh no, that's bad.
Yeah,
Be careful what you have
careful
on your
what
wish
you wish
list.
for.
That's how you
Be
end up
careful
with
what your
fart
wish
spray.
list for.
But then I'd be like, "What were you doing on that page?" If they tried to comment
yeah,
on that.
Yeah.
you were looking at it too. Yeah.
But I didn't put it on my wish list, weirdo. What is this? We all knew this day was coming.
Yep. Someone. It was.
This is your mob, dude.
I swear it's a matter. It was. I can't believe we made it this long without something like this popping
Well,
up here.
we got monostat vaginal antifungal medication with a pre-filled applicator.
0.16 ounce pre-fill.
You can use that for other stuff.
Sure. Other fungal issues.
No
Yes.
other. Yeah.
Other fungal issues.
Jock
Oh,
perhaps.
dude, this is gross. I'm already grossed out.
Hey, we click on it and see if it's on anybody's wish list.
Yeah, whose wish list is it on?
We can't read it out loud.
No, don't read out loud.
It's not on anybody's wish list.
I think, but now that Brendo clicked on it, he's gonna get ads for that.
It's gonna be on your Facebook.
All over
Get
It's
the
gonna
thing
be on
you
my
always
recommendation.
Wow, there are a lot of different monostat.
I want to read the product reviews, you guys.
That one.
Product
Oh,
reviews.
please do a couple. Yes.
Oh no.
Worth it in the end. Do not buy. It burns so much. Too harsh.
I can't even breathe.
Oh my gosh. Somebody took the time to write the bad product review of their Monostat 7.
Oh my gosh, it burns.
Do not buy in all caps.
One and done. That's my motto.
I haven't had a yeast infection in a long time. Yesterday after work, I went to the store and bought this one day and used it at 7:30 p.m. I decided after reading the reviews to use it way before I went to bed. Yes, the burning and itching was a mother freak. The other word does it more justice.
Which I used a lot.
The discomfort only lasted for about an hour. After 2 hours, I thought I heard my vagina say thank you. Why are we got it? No, we're done here.
Okay, that's you can't top that.
All right, we just went NC-17 here.
Now, here's the thing. First of all, we want you guys to buy everything, but I have a feeling someone bought that on purpose.
We almost got one of the next one.
Because it's like a 1 day,
Yeah.
1 ounce. This is like a single use.
Someone that was probably on purpose, but it was magical, and you guys can make
Even
us
if
read.
it wasn't, that's okay. We still appreciate it.
Buy everything from.
We
it.
got another herb grinder.
I was so excited. when I
Somebody's
found those.
grinding the herb.
I was
Yeah.
trying to figure out, like, oh, do you like put like basil in here? Or-
Yeah, basil.
and
Basil.
Totally.
I called Matthew. I was like, dude, you gotta check this thing out, but I don't understand what it. Oh,
I got you.
it
But apparently you can use it to grind.
Well, the thing that Janelle got, like that's. I mean, I realize there are other things, but I'm excited to use our actual garden herbs and grind
Well,
them
that's
in
a
there.
mortar.
I realize it's a different
No
thing.
one
I'm just
uses
saying.
a mortar and
Well,
pestle to grind.
I was excited.
This is definitely for pot, you guys.
It's green.
Because it has like the catcher and like all
Well,
yeah.
but
Oh, this is kind of nice. $9. I'm gonna save
plus
that.
$1 shipping.
All right. Well, anyways, we
What
got
else we got?
omega-3 fish oil pills. Is that like hokum? Come
No.
on, official.
Fish oil?
No, it's
Yeah.
just gross.
No,
gross.
it's the
But-
shark cartilage is total BS.
But yes.
Because the whole because people say sharks don't get cancer, and any oceanographer or marine biologist will be sharks do get cancer. You dumbass.
Well,
Yeah,
and even
but
if they
and
don't,
also-
that logic doesn't
These
make
pills
any
are
sense.
good though if you're gonna get fish oil pills.
Much
because
better
they're
than-
burpless.
Much better than oh gosh. Oh, it does say that burpless.
Well, Mom got some like omega-3 fish oil gummy vitamins.
Oh,
Oh,
I remember that.
gummy
That-
fish.
It's like fish gummies. I remember that.
Ew.
Okay, then we got unflavored creatine powder. Why would you get unflavored? That's boring.
I'm pretty sure when
Oh,
she
yeah.
got that, I was like going in the kitchen and like snuck a
No,
little
because you
like,
totally did. I
Yeah.
you
like,
being me too.
oh, got some gummies in here. It's fish. It's fish.
Oh, and the calcium ones
It's a
are like the
fish
sour
gummy.
ones.
You guys,
Guys, it's fish.
it's a trap. It's a trap, you guys.
Don't do it. It's fish.
No, it's gummy.
Gummy. Cool.
All right, fine, do it. Okay, we got Quest Nutrition Bar cookies and cream. Ooh, that sounds good.
Mhm.
We got Swiffer Wet Jet.
Those work well.
Yeah. We got Minions Despicable Me removable wall stickers.
So cool. Someone's decorating their walls.
Somebody bought a hang in there, baby
Nuh-uh.
motivational.
Like a cat. Oh my gosh,
That's like the one from The Simpsons.
That's super cool.
I think that is the one from The
$2.99.
Simpsons.
That's a good deal.
Our take. Poor quality material. a little small. Yeah, it's the one from The Simpsons because somebody said, yeah, I think this is because this is the one from The Simpsons. Because the whole thing with the "hang in there, baby," it's like when you really think about it, it's depressing because this poster's from like the 70s and that cat is way dead.
Even if it did hang on.
Even if it did hang in there.
Okay.
All right. I think that was the whole joke. What the heck is the magic whip? Oh, it's a music. So let's see who this is. It is Blur. Oh, this is the new Blur album.
Oh, okay.
New Blur album, you guys.
Oh.
I haven't even listened to it yet. I guess I should listen to it. Well, it's not my invite. All right, we got Allen Sports Deluxe 2-bike trunk mount rack and a bike helmet.
Sweet, someone's going on a bike trip.
Because it probably was the person whoever bought that bike.
Right.
Because somebody bought a bike. We got a tire gauge. Because somebody brought a bike a couple weeks ago. Trekking bar, grips,
nice. All that stuff.
And then we got Night Eyes Doohickey Quick. What? Night Eyes Doohickey Quickie.
Quick.
Oh, it's like a quick key doohickey
Bottle opener.
It's got a bottle opener and a scoring point and a screwdriver. Ooh.
So it's like a little
it's like a little tool
for your key.
It's got a file.
That's cool.
Doohickey's a good word for it.
Yeah,
that's pretty sweet.
Doohickey.
Doohickey, yeah, that's the joke.
We got Travelor.
The bike holder stand.
Stand for portable bike handlebar. This is again all these keywords. It's a holder for your phone.
Right. Whoever's getting this, again, if you're going on like a cool bike trip, I want to hear about it. So if you're getting it and you want to,
I love this name, Travelor. It sounds like Gambler.
If you're not going on a cool bike trip, we still want to hear about it.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, if it's a boring bike trip.
He's still okay.
Monostat?
He's still doing all the we missed all Steve's Monostat jokes.
Ones over there.
Turned out I didn't need it.
Yeah, we do. I want to hear about it too, but I just think it'd be cool because I'd love to do like a long bike trip.
Then we got a Kotobukiya DC Comics Nightwing statue. I'm sure this is gonna be cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Pretty rad.
Big cool Nightwing.
Are they gonna do Nightwing? Is that gonna be a thing?
I've heard Nightwing is gonna be in one of. Well, now they're saying that Ben Affleck might direct a standalone Batman movie. I think Nightwing's going to show up eventually. He has to.
Could just be in this next one. They're throwing everybody in.
Well, I don't think anybody else can be in this next one because it's already the whole freaking.
They're going to do reshoots and just add like.
They're just going to be like, "Hey, I'm Nightwing." All right, bye.
Well, there it was.
All right, we got. Someone got the Lego Star Wars Imperial
like
shuttle.
The big one?
No, it's the shuttle.
Oh yeah, okay. Very
cool.
It's
the Y-wing.
No, this is the Imperial shuttle. It's the one that the Empire.
So what's the difference between this and the Y-wing?
Oh, it's totally.
I guess you're right.
The Y-wing is not even remotely looks like that.
Well, it's also a Y.
But it's
all the
2D
Rebel.
Y.
I know.
Rebel ones are longer. All the Imperial ones are short.
Yeah, you can look up a picture of a
Y-wing.
I know.
Y-wing was right there.
Yeah, it's right there.
All right.
Where did it go?
No, you guys are making things
that
up.
wasn't it. That was it.
That's the Y-wing.
No, that's the Imperial shuttle still.
The Naboo one looks like a Y-wing.
Yeah, but it's not.
No. Those Naboo.
Just look up Y-wing.
Like,
it'll take 2 seconds.
I know what a Y-wing looks like.
Y-wing.
Oh, so hot.
Phil's got a Y-wing out in his garage.
I have multiple. I have Lego.
Oh, that's a Y-wing.
It looks like a Y.
I just don't want to have any misinformation going out to our listeners right now, and they want them to know the difference.
On the other hand, the V-wing is the coolest.
V-wing was always David's favorite.
Yep.
Wikipedia. I just saw that. All right, we got the Fallout 4, which was announced right before E3. Did you see this? The Pip-Boy Special Edition? So Pip-Boy is like this ARM computer that they have in the game. So there's a Super Ultra Special Edition. It comes with a Pip-Boy. You put your phone in it. And then it's like a working Pip-Boy.
That's cool.
But people are flipping out because the new iPhone 6 Plus doesn't fit in it. Yeah, so see, this is what comes with it. Look at that.
Really cool.
But look at how much. Oh, it's already out of stock, so it's already gone. But I don't know how much these were. I want to know how much it was. You can't find out.
Why would you want to put your iPhone 6 in there? If you've got an iPhone 6, you got an iPhone 4 or 5 sitting around not being used.
It's
pretty awesome, and it comes with this like case, and it looks pretty sick.
It'd be cool if you could actually use it in the game though, as like a second.
Who knows?
Whatever. I mean, I don't know.
Well, they got the whole vault game thing going on right now.
Yeah, which is right now only on iPhone. They haven't come out with an Android one yet.
Really?
Everybody I know is playing that game.
I keep Reddit.
The game looks cool.
I read it.
Fallout Shelter is what it's called.
Yeah.
The Android one they said is going to come out in it's like a month. I think Apple got an exclusive on it, or something.
It's good for them.
And so yeah,
Why do you like turn back and
you got the gold wireless headset, 20th anniversary. I want one of these, but look at how much they cost. They're really nice, but they're $100 for a headset. I don't know. I just can't
Looks cool, though.
justify spending $100. It is pretty cool. It's got the original PlayStation logo.
That looks silver.
That's
Well, it's called the gold headset because that's
standard?
just it's what they call them.
They have silver, gold. There's different like
Yeah,
versions.
it
of
means it's like feature wise. It's the
Wow.
gold. So the silver one, look, like it's a pretty huge
It
leap.
looks like a sock.
Yeah. I've heard this
too.
one, like people, like I forgot who got it. I think Chuck got it, and it's like it's garbage. Like it's
Really?
just garbage.
Well, the gold one looks really cool though.
That one looks cool because it's like the 20. Because it's I think it's to go with the if anybody they already are gone, but the 20th. You see the 20th anniversary PS4s that are
Look
the
like the original.
look like the original.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways,
That was
so
a
that's
lot
a lot of
stuff.
Amazon's. Thank you.
Thank you guys
That was
everyone for
awesome.
buying stuff. Even if you make us read embarrassing stuff, we still appreciate it because that's awesome.
I think
Monostat 7.
Especially
I
if
mean-
that. I mean, I haven't laughed that hard this whole episode yet, so that was pretty good.
All right. Well, speaking of phone, I wanted to talk about this because some people might not know unless we tell you. If there's ever a time to watch the YouTube, it's this episode
It's true.
because so Matthew bought a headset for if
Anybody's
anybody's
seen David messing around.
David's messing around in the background, but if anybody has tried Google, it's called Google Cardboard, right? Or
Yeah, if you call Google Cardboard, this is a fancy one because it's
So,
made out of plastic.
you
but-
basically your phone turns into VR goggles,
like a-
basically
right,
like an
yeah.
Oculus.
Yeah.
So you put your phone in, and then you have and then there's special content.
and
there's
YouTube just came out with 360-degree video.
Which you should check out even if you don't have one, because you can still view them just
yeah,
on your
you
phone.
can still view it
Right.
on your phone.
Yeah.
but
Just
the
gotta
headset
turn
makes
around.
it cooler.
And some of them are very scary. Like there's one where it's like the ring. So Phil strapped that on, and we play the video, so you can watch Phil freaking the heck out.
Well, and I started freaking
So-
out, and so you like.
so I'm like, oh, we gotta get the video. I gotta get this on. So
and
you're
then we
like,
tried to get
oh.
Brendo to do it,
and I immediately
Brendo
freaked
before we
out.
even hit
we
play
just
on
put the
video.
things like no, ah.
There's
So-
a really scary rabbit one I think we should make you watch.
No,
Brendan's not gonna even touch the thing. So you should definitely go back and check that out if you get a chance.
you can watch us messing around on it because I did put the one on for the. Even though I was convinced because it was like a scuba diver, I was afraid like a shark was
Something's
gonna
gonna
come. So I'm like,
And he's like, oh, that's really cool.
It's suited.
yeah. All right. Well, don't forget about our Facebook group. Lots of good stuff going on there.
Yep.
Lots of good posts. Lots of fun discussions. Subreddits. Kickstarter. What's going on with the Kickstarter?
Kickstarter. By the time you hear this, you should have an MP3 of the Valet song that we're gonna do. Last time we did Purple Eyes, right?
I thought we were doing an MP3 of a BrendoMan All Star.
Well, no, we're doing two. There's two things. Last time we did Purple Eyes. This time we're gonna do Carol Lenore.
I thought we did Carol Lenore last
Which
time.
one we do, Matt?
I don't know.
I'll go back and look. I'll make sure. Whichever one I didn't do, I'll do the other one. Which is
No, I think we did do Purple Eyes.
I think
last time.
so. But regardless, it's the one that we didn't do last time. Janelle and I, that's our band, and actually David, who's here, did on this song, did the drums.
Yeah.
And then Matthew played like the opening keys. Like there's a whole like opening key line and stuff. So we got like most of the band right here.
Carol Lenore, like my favorite ballet song.
It's my favorite.
It was the original intro to Radio BrendoMan.
That's right. Can you still hear it on some of the classics?
Yes.
I forgot about that.
Yes.
Because I knew that we had some ballet stuff.
There's a
going on.
classic. There's classic episodes where you can hear Carol Lenore, and you can hear. There's one where I played another valet song.
You
there's-
featured it in the show.
And I also you can hear like there's actually like I play a couple Cold War Kids demos that I don't know where to get those songs anymore.
Do you not have them anymore?
No.
Well, I have them.
No, like some of the it's stuff from like that I got off the record label website that like they took that's like
okay.
long gone.
Interesting.
Like I think they might have put them on like those 7 inches or something.
Right.
But like
They
because
got
at
a
the
lot of
time
B-sides
this was
and Bs and
before
stuff.
they had even gotten signed to their late, and this was like 2 years before Robbers and Cowards came out.
Right.
So if you want to hear the song, you can
Go back
listen
and
to
listen
Radio
to it.
BrendoMan. But yeah, because I remember asking him like, Matt, I'm doing this thing podcast. I want to use sure. I don't know what that is, but okay.
Yep. That's pretty much what I said when you asked me to. So anyway, you'll have an MP3 of the Valets one and the first new song from BMOS, the BrendoMan All Stars. It's pretty much finished. I mean, we might do some final tweaking before the album, but at the very least, it's a rough cut of it. I think it's pretty cool, right?
I think it's cool.
It's a good song. We're proud of it. It doesn't have as much vocalizing as some of them. Some of them are more instrumental, and this is one of them. But it's pretty cool.
Awesome.
So that's where we're at, and we'll have lots more. I think this week, I think Monday, the Kickstarter funds come in, and then we can start, working on the stuff that actually costs money to do. So
San Diego Comic-Con, the schedule is out.
We're on it.
We're freaking out.
It's
so much awesome stuff. And then also, don't forget, Thursday, 8:30 p.m. in room 4, the Webcomics Advocates panel. I'm so stoked.
It's on. Now, it's cool because last time we had a lot of stuff we were up against.
Including Trey Parker and Matt
the
Stone.
Guys behind South Park, which is a big
And we were at like 4 o'clock.
Right.
During the day.
So this time we got it's 8 o'clock, right?
It's 8:30.
8:30, sorry.
We are like the last panel.
And there are a couple other things.
There's a couple other things.
And there's some good stuff.
All good stuff. But
much, much less competition. So
everybody, if you're going to be at the con, come hang out.
Yeah, come check it out.
And then we'll probably go head over to the free soda room afterwards.
Absolutely.
We can chit chat, talk shop.
Give you some
free sodas.
Stuff. Well, and maybe other things.
And some
unofficial
things that we'll
have around to distribute.
Yeah.
Definitely wouldn't be stickers.
Definitely not stickers.
No, definitely not officially giving stickers.
We are not giving out stickers at Comic-Con. Who would do such a thing?
Bad idea. It's a quick
crazy
way to get out.
Crazy talk.
But we'll have other cool things. So definitely come to that and
then so that's a go. And then next week we'll probably do our Comic-Con special, which is where we go down the schedule and what we're excited about.
Right.
We've done that the last couple of years.
We got how many weeks is it? Because we got James Riley's coming up.
Oh crap.
Well, maybe we'll post that. I don't know. We'll have to figure that out.
It'll work because we'll do that and then we'll record our Comic-Con special and then I'll put it up right before we leave for Comic-Con.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Then we're covered for that week.
So then that'll kind of count for that. So it'll be a bonus one.
Yes.
Plus, then we'll have
the week of Comic-Con.
We'll have plus
and then the Benview Megacast will be up probably the Monday.
Okay. So that'll be like
Comic-Con.
a couple like special things.
So special Comic-Con stuff.
A lot of interesting stuff coming.
We put because if you want to hear us talk about all the panels that look cool.
Yeah.
And
it'll be good. Plus we'll talk about, whatever.
And just Comic-Con stuff because it is really exciting. It is my favorite thing that we do all year. It's so much fun and
we have a panel.
And also like I truly feel like if there's anything in the world that I can rightfully be considered an expert on, it's San Diego Comic-Con.
Yeah.
Because this is my 11th consecutive.
Not to mention all the classic ones that you've gone
Matthew, we convinced you're coming down?
I'll come down.
At least for one day.
Yeah, you coming down today, David?
Probably.
All right.
Because we have enough.
We have enough to get people in. Well, anyway, we'll try and we'll talk about details later. With things.
Stuff.
So other cool stuff, some special episodes. You guys probably heard already. The last episode was our special one with James Schlarman.
Long Beach Comic-Con.
Oh, Long Beach Comic-Con. That's coming up in September.
That's in September, but we're in.
We're in, but the schedule.
We don't have the schedule yet, but we will be doing Webcomics Advocates with Josh Anderson, with Patrick Scullin.
Back at Long Beach.
Back in Long Beach for the first time in a year.
Yeah. Well,
over a year.
We skipped a year, so it's been 2 years.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But we're going to be back.
That's on. That's looking good. But the schedule won't be released for that for quite a while.
Long Beach Comic-Con is going to be cool.
So it's coming up.
It's exciting. It's just if either you didn't get a badge for Comic-Con or you're just it's too much.
This is a much lower
is definitely a more chill.
Yeah.
Like Matt, you've been to Long Beach.
Yeah.
It's pretty chill. And then you were going. Sorry.
Yeah. No, that's good. I skipped that one, but. So you just heard our last one, our interview with James Schlarman. That was a lot of fun. We had a good time with him, and I don't know. I was kind of proud of it. I think it was a fun episode. You listened to it, Matt?
Have not yet.
Oh, but David listened to it.
I did.
It's good, right? Yeah. Thumbs up from the couch over there. And then we just recorded our special interview with James Riley,
author of Story Thieves, and we had him previously on talking about his Half Upon a Time series.
We had a blast with him.
We had a lot of fun.
Super fun.
Talking a lot about cool stuff.
Yeah,
talked about the New Jersey Watcher.
Yeah, we got
some other.
so fun.
We get into some
he's like
He's one of us.
He's one of us. If he lived in town, we'd hang out with him all the time.
Because he's like, I want to talk. Because like he's like, yeah, sure. Oh yeah, it's gonna be so hard. Talk about Disney and Legos, and
we
right
wanna
away
talk
you were
about
like, I got a new Lego.
Yeah, talk about. I don't want to spoil too much, but we had a lot of fun with it, and so look forward to that. It's a cool episode.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then one more thing. I think this is a go.
Oh yeah, this is
one more con coming up.
We got another con coming up. If you're in the Los Angeles area, any nerd of any worth their salt knows all about we call it the Shrine Show, but I guess it's not always the Shrine Show. It's, if you're a Simpsons fan, it's the BrendoMan Sci-Fi Con.
Yep.
Although now it's sporadic.
Yeah, but that's what it was.
But that's what the Simpsons based that off of. It's the Shrine Show. It's at the Shrine. It used to be the Shrine Auditorium Expo Center, but now they alternate between the Shrine Auditorium Expo Center and the Reef. It's called the Reef.
Right.
And it's a mile away from the Expo Center. So if you know where that is, then you can probably get to the Reef. You go to comicbooksci-fi.com. It's going to be Sunday, August 23rd. We are going to have a table there. You, me, Derek Armijo.
Yep.
We're going to be selling lots of cool stuff. We're going to be doing live podcasts. We're going to be haggling with people. We're hopefully not going to be getting conned by old people. No more trading. No more trades. No trades. No Captain Action Frankenstein figers. No In Living Color
cards at like a white elephant party.
You unloaded
wind up with those?
You have the In Living Color cards?
I didn't.
Somebody wound up with them. I don't know. David, you want
that guy claimed were worth $100, and we're showing him dude, these are $10. Buy it now on eBay. Yeah. No, 100. I'm like, $10. Buy it now.
Right now.
Nobody's buying this, so I don't even think you can get $10 for it.
Oh, that guy.
That guy.
So if you want to see,
Derek says he's never seen him again since, and Derek goes pretty much every time.
Well,
Popeye is still there.
David and Matthew were both there for the infamous.
Pants over shorts over pants guy.
Shorts over pants guy.
We never told about shorts over pants.
Wait, what about shorts over pants?
This guy came up and he was a interesting fella.
You meet some characters.
Oh, dude, you want to see characters like this?
This is like again, this show has been going on since like the 60s.
Yeah.
And it's like everything you think about.
Yeah. When I was there, they did a wrestling match too. I mean,
that was a Long Beach.
Yeah, that was a Long Beach.
But anyway, this guy comes up to the table and he had, was it just regular pants or was it like sweats? I can't remember. It was sweats, but then he was wearing a pair of shorts over his pants. So we called him, amongst ourselves, we referred to him as shorts over pants guy. And he came up and he kept coming up and talking to us. You know, we were also promoting like Brax, and so he knew we did comics. And so, of course, to him, that means he wanted to pitch us his idea. And I don't remember all the details, but I remember it was crazy and bizarre and offensive to every person group you can possibly imagine.
Oh, yeah.
Sexist and racist and disgusting. And he just kept going and going and going. And
perverted.
I mean, it was just everything you can imagine. No one would be unoffended by it. And he just kept going. And like, he was a nice fella, but he also obviously had like some issues. And he didn't ever buy anything, but we got a good laugh out of it. So we called him from then on. Oh God, here comes shorts over pants.
Well, because then there's like the infamous, like you're right next door to the porn guy.
Oh well, yeah.
So that was people were like looking at.
He wasn't the porn guy.
Well, no, but
he was the Playboy guy.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Well,
and so people kept walking up to the booth.
Oh, people are really looking at these figures.
Over the booth and they'd be
Narnia
like,
figures.
Oh, let me look at these Narnia figures.
Prince Caspian,
and then they kind of look off to the side and they'd be like, oh, that's interesting. And they were totally like they're standing at our table but looking at the Playboy.
Well, it took me a while to figure out because at first I'm like, you guys, I wasn't sure about buying
these
those Narnia
figures.
I think this is going to be a big seller for me. Like, I can't believe it. I thought they might sit there all day, and nobody bought one the whole day, but
everyone looked at them.
They got handled a lot.
So they could go.
That's also the time that Matthew and David.
Matthew and I were walking around. I'm like, dude.
Oh yeah,
look at that big black tent. There's got to be something awesome in there.
You went in the tent? Oh no!
They came back over and like, don't go in the tent.
Phil, we gotta go in that big black tent. There's lots of people going in there. And Phil's like, no.
Isn't that the hentai tent?
Yes.
Don't go in the tent.
That's you don't want to know what's
in the tent. That's like the Japanese tentacle porn tent.
Well, we went in and then went out.
No, I did not go in.
Oh.
No.
You did.
Because we went to go get Phil. Because like, whatever it is, it's gotta be cool.
And then you told them.
I'm like, dude,
don't go in that tent.
I don't know what's in the tent.
You don't go into a tent at the Shrine Show.
I go to trade shows. They're not comics. They're for like video stuff.
Yeah.
They
So
might
the
have
tent
video
is, like-
stuff in there. I don't know, but don't go in there. You don't want
Tent
this
doesn't really
video.
have like all the really expensive cameras or like the demos
Yeah.
of like the
Tent
brand
at the
new
shrine
TVs.
show means hentai tentacle porn. That's what the tent at the shrine
Well,
show
that's
means.
why
go
you
in
go
there.
in.
So,
Anyway.
anyway, if you guys want to come out and experience all the
If
wonders,
you want to go in the
It will
tent,
be awesome.
if you want to haggle with Popeye, if you want to watch Phil yell at an old dude trying to sell him
give me the
Neil
sneak
Peart autographed drumsticks that are obviously not real.
No, it came to me personally. I'm like, there's no way you can prove that Neil Peart signed those drumsticks.
Well,
There's
first
no
of all, here's what
documentation.
he said. He's like, the drummer from Rush signed these, and we're like, Neil Peart. He's like, oh, yeah,
that
Neil
guy.
Peart.
Yeah, he gave it to me. Yeah, sure. I'm like, okay.
I'm like, first of all, you don't even know who the drummer for
Yeah.
Rush is.
no, he gave it
um,
to me personally. It's cool. I'm like, what? Show me, prove it to me. I think
then-
I wound up accepting those as for like, I'm like,
Well, because then he smashed your most
Oh,
valuable
he was
Marvel
drumming.
figure
yeah, he was using
was
the
drumming
drumsticks to drum on,
on the, and it was the most valuable
It
of,
was like a $70 figure.
and we already had a potential buyer.
Yep, and then once the thing's busted,
And
open,
then you got scammed by a kid.
oh my
You
God.
got so that was like
Why
when
are we
you
going back
you
to this thing? This is
continuously
horrible.
got
Oh, it'll
hustled.
be awesome.
You got hustled by everybody.
Oh,
Even Derek was
actually,
trying to hustle you.
Everybody.
Getting to the show was difficult too. I remember there was an issue with the security at the front.
Yeah, and parking.
Oh God! Well, I parked because we got there at the wrong time apparently, and then they were all mad because I was loading in late. And gosh, I'm stressed
gonna
out
be
about this now.
awesome.
Why are we
I
going
can't
this
wait.
again?
Great.
This is horrible.
Well, you make a ton of money.
Well, that's true. Well, you could.
Yeah,
I gotta get
I've
rid
got
of
I've got a
I got
bunch
some
of stuff
Legos
to
if you wanna do
sell.
consignment.
I'm gonna sell my Buffy statues and I'm gonna make a bunch of money.
Probably are. Don't get haggled though.
No,
Or drummed on.
Don't get
Doesn't
drummed on.
haggled. Phil,
I'm not- you're
I
the-
will not be haggled.
you're the like,
Well, anyway, that's gonna be cool though. I guess August
I
23rd. Now that I
hey, we're
told
gonna
him-
be doing a live show.
We're gonna do that's cool. But once we start talking about it, I'm like, oh my gosh, the Shrine Show.
I told you, Derek hasn't seen that. Derek's been going. That was like 3 years
I
ago.
bet that dude still has that 3 Investigators book that he won't sell me. I'm like,
Well, Popeye definitely has
yeah,
that.
it's Pop. Yeah, that's the guy. He's got this book.
He looks like Popeye. That's why we
want
call him
it.
Popeye.
It's like Alfred Hitchcock and the 3 Investigators. It's, an
It's
old
like
hardcover.
missing the front
It's-
cover.
well, it's there, but it's like loose.
And he was like,
I'm dude, I'll-
25
yeah,
bucks.
I'll give you like a couple bucks. I'd like the book, but and he's like, no, $25. I'm like, okay, I'll go up to 5. I'm not giving you more than $5
Because it's
for
the
a book.
same guy that has the Joker makeup that,
Yeah,
that
he won't sell
Derek's
it there.
always
I'm like,
looking
dude, you
at.
have the same thing here every time I come. You'll never sell it. You're not going to sell. I'm the only person who wants this dumb book, and he won't give it to me.
Because we went there like at least 3 different times,
I've 3
And
times talked to
every
that guy,
time-
and he will not come down on
and it's the
25.
same book.
I'm like,
Over the course of like,
he's like, you can't find this on eBay. I'm like, that doesn't mean it's worth $25 just because no one's selling it. Oh,
buy me can of spinach.
come to the
Yeah.
yeah. That's
Pitch
the guy.
a tent,
the
anime
guy.
porn tent. That's pretty funny.
Gosh, Steve. Steve's on tonight in the chat.
All right. Well, you just got back from vacation.
I did. It's time for the vacation
talk about-
extravaganza.
Let's talk about your vacation. Can you do this in as quickly
All right,
a way
so
as
I have
Oh my
this.
gosh, there's 12 days.
No, listen.
of
There's
updates.
12 days of it of the vacation, but
Back
I
to the
boiled.
couch.
I have boiled each day down to 2 or 3 key elements, so as to keep this in an interesting
I'm sweating so much.
and brief. So we'll keep this. This is good. This is gonna be
Don't
good.
sit on my couch.
Day
Sweat on
one.
my-
Day one is going to be super fast, but we took this trip. The reason that we flew to Montana initially is that, you know, what we do, we look for the cheapest flight we can find anywhere, and then we book our vacation there, and then we go from there. This time, it just so happened that I found airfare to northern Montana, Kalispell, for $138 round trip, including taxes and fees, which is less than like flying to Seattle or whatever.
Or even like San Fran.
Yeah, like that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So I'm like, we're going to Montana because that's where. And Janelle was like, instantly, yes, let's do it. And then it so happened that we went back and looked just because, you know, Craig from the Res has been talking about how he lives in Montana, and it just so happens that he's like an hour outside of, or maybe not even an hour from Kalispell. So it worked out really well.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the trip that we've got, and of course, the way that we do it, a lot of times we'll do a little road trip. So we plan to go to Montana, Idaho, and Washington, and that's the trip here.
Mm.
So day one, we had a good flight. As always, our kids are super. We walk on the plane, and we've got 2 kids.
And people are
And
already
instantly,
like,
everyone's like hiding their
"Oh."
eyes, like, and we go and sit down. We get the eye rolls,
What are
and
you
then
doing?
This is the best part. Oh, you're gonna go.
There's sodas in the fridge.
Okay.
All right.
So we get the eye rolls. Everyone's like, oh. Plus, because we got two, people of size with 2 kids. So you got like a double whammy.
Fats and kids.
You got fats and kids coming down the aisle. Everyone's like, oh, please not me, please not me. It works well though because we have a little kid in between. The fat's not so much of an issue because we can take up part of their seat. But the kid, and no one wants to sit by a kid, right? And
how do you do that? Do you put one of the kids on like their own? Like how do you? Because it's 2
and 2. It's 2 and 2 usually. That's usually how they book it. Because otherwise, it's one of us with both kids and the other one with 2 strangers. That's the worst. I'd rather sit with the 2 kids than the 2 strangers personally. So, anyway, every time we go on a flight with the kids, this is what everyone freaks out. And then by the end, everyone as everyone's getting out of the seats, everyone around us is like, "Your kids are amazing. How are they? How old are they? They're so smart. They were so. Congratulations, you kids are so cute." And I love that. That's like one of my proudest moments as a parent. Is I'm like, yes, my kids are better than
not a
thought.
jerk.
That is not my kid. And even if, they're not always perfect. Sometimes they'll get upset, but it's not like they know how to handle traveling, and it's pretty cool. So that was good. Good flight in. First thing we did, we went to a grocery store to get some food, and we bought huckleberry licorice because everything in Montana has huckleberry. Everywhere you go, there's huckleberry. Except that the whole time we were there, we were not in huckleberry season, so we only could get like huckleberry things, things that were pre-made or whatever. But it's cool. And we also got fresh cherries because it was cherry season. So
nice.
First day in Montana, there you go. That's a fast one. That's the intro. See,
great.
But the second day, we start out good. First thing is something that Craig from the Res recommended. He sent us a whole list of like suggested activities that we might like. And having listened to the show, he knows the kind of things that I'm into. And one of the things he recommended, which he says he doesn't recommend to most people, is this place called the Montana Vortex.
Which everywhere has one of
if you've ever been to like a mystery spot or a haunted shack or whatever, I've been to like several of them around the country. You've been to this place before. It's the thing where they built the house on a weird angle so that you go inside and this guy's taller, and then they switch places and now the other person's taller and all that. It's great, super fun. But of course, one of the things they always do is like try to make it like a mystical ass. Oh, look, the reason that this happens is that, spirits of here they have the vortex, this vortex of power that's why this thing looks that way. So we get to the first thing, and it's the one where the guys switch, and it looks like, this person's the same height, and then they switch, and this person grows, and this one shrinks, right? And the guy's like, does anyone know what causes this phenomenon? And Luke's like, raises his hand. He's like, that's an optical illusion. And the guy, and everyone like busts up. And they're like, wow, you're smart. How old are you? He's like, I'm 4, and I know that's an optical illusion. And the guy's like,
Luke is just like calling him right
and
out.
this was like the first 2 minutes of the whole day, like busted out right there up front. And the guy's like, he kind of cracks up. He's like, no, you're a very smart kid, and your parents, you should be very proud. But I'm going to have to disagree with you on this one, that this was actually these forces, and he starts to explain the vortex, and looks like, nope, that's an optical illusion. And so as we went on, we're like, all right, like play it cool, like just play along with it a little bit. But he whispered like, Dad, this is an optical illusion too. It's just an optical illusion. So I was pretty proud of him there. It was a blast. I love that stuff. And just weird, quirky, like roadside dumb stuff is like some of my favorite things in the world. I love like
I saw you with the giant rocking
chair. The other thing I picked up at the Montana Vortex, I'm very excited about. They did this demonstration. They talked about how our bodies have this electrical core, flowing through us, this electricity flowing through us, and you can make these circuits, and they have this mystical energy stick that they could power, and they demonstrated it on the trail.
Buy your own.
I'm like, you can buy one, and I'm like, I have to have that. It's an amazing instrument, so I'm going to show it to you if you're on the thing. I have it in the package,
ridiculous.
So you can see. It's called Steve Spangler's Energy Stick. Check it out, and I'm gonna. You can hear. You can't see it if you're on the thing, but you can hear what it does. Here we go. Luke got picked to demonstrate this, by the way, on the trail. This is what it sounds like.
It sounds like I have a Halloween thing that makes that noise.
But I'm controlling it just by touching my fingers on it to complete the circuit. Now, what's amazing is this is one of the new instruments for our live BrendoMan All-Stars performance.
So
Brendan's fighting it, but I'm telling you it's going to happen. And the best part is one of our stretch goals on our Kickstarter was that we're going to perform live as BrendoMan All-Stars, record it on video, and put it up on YouTube for the world to enjoy.
you could do a cover of Wipeout.
And that's right, dude, totally. And this will be featured on that YouTube video as an instrument. So get ready to look forward to that.
I'm so looking forward
Very
to it.
excited about this. So after that, we actually met up for the first time with Craig from the Res. We went out to dinner with him, and he recommended a place. He looked around and found a cool place for us to meet at. And it was really good. We got to meet him for the first time. It was cool. I think he might have been a little nervous at first once he met us, but once he got to see that we were like, just people, maybe not normal people, that's probably a little, bit of a stretch. But, we're just people. And so it was super cool hanging out with him. Really nice guy. So what's up, Craig? Thank you for taking care of us out there. A lot of fun. So we went to dinner and just kind of hung out for a little bit, just briefly, because we were actually heading out on our road trip. So we hung out with him that night, and then we came back and met up with him later. So we'll get back to Craig.
Mm-hmm.
So the next day we did a drive out. It was Janelle's birthday. We gave her a lot of presents.
Happy birthday, Janelle.
Happy birthday, Janelle. We celebrated it with family and stuff tonight. But we gave her a lot of presents. The key one that we gave her, though, was the Nintendo 3DS.
Yeah.
The kid didn't want to get
And
it
she
for
has
her.
the NES.
She got the NES version. It's got like the old school. It looks
Sick.
like an old controller. It's amazing. She loves it. We got her the.
And as predicted, she's already totally addicted to Pokemon Shuffle.
And then we got her the Puzzles and
Puzzles
Dragon,
and
the Mario
Dragons
thing.
Mario.
She loves that. She likes the Mario one better, but she's been playing that quite a bit. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And then last thing on that day.
What the heck?
The hotel we checked out of. So you know that Janelle has a
Janelle is
perhaps
obsessed.
unhealthy obsession with
She's
polygamy.
very obsessed with polygamy. It's very weird.
So we stayed at this hotel.
No offense, Janelle, but it's kind of weird.
She knows. We stayed at this hotel, and there's like, these, and Janelle's watched enough of these shows and read enough books to like kind of recognize the type. And there's a lot of these ladies that are running. There's one guy that works there, and all these ladies, and a lot of them have like some of the key like dress things that they wear. And like the first night we checked in, Janelle's like, I think this might be like a polygamous family that runs it. Oh, and on the like marquee outside, it says something about their meetings that people are welcome to, and the verbiage that they use to describe the meeting. Janelle's like, that sounds like one of those polygamous things. Like, it might be. And then as the time goes on, like the more and more people we interact with work, they're super nice. But she's like, it's just got to be what this is. Like the way she's like in the breakfast room, she's listening to their conversation. She's like, I've heard them say this on this show. Like, this is what it is. So the last day on her birthday, as sort of an extra birthday present for her, I go and check out at the front desk, and it's one of the ladies up there. And, we're talking. I'm like, oh, it was a great hotel. Thank you so much. We had a great time. And she's asking us about it. I said, yeah, it's great. We'll definitely write a good review for you guys on TripAdvisor. And I'm like, so is this like a family that runs it? You guys all, are you related? And you could see, and I just did it as part of natural conversation. And the lady, like, she was stunned for a second. She's like, oh, she hesitates, and she goes, it's a collective, a group of people that, yes, we all, run it together. But it's it's like that. Okay. I'm like, oh, great. Well, thank you so much. We had a good time. That was it. But as we walked out, Janelle was like, it's real. It's polygamous.
She really.
And I'm like, that was for your birthday.
No, was so
she was so excited that we got to stay there. And I was pretty proud that I was able to get that info out on her birthday.
In fact, I talked with Janelle partway through the trip, and that's the only thing she told me.
She was very excited about the Nintendo 3DS and the polygamous hotel.
We met real polygamists.
So it's real.
It's like the show.
Which is such a anyway, so weird. So anyway,
weird thing to be obsessed.
That was Janelle's birthday. And the next day after that, we were in Idaho.
Mm-hmm.
Went and swam in the lake.
How was Idaho?
It's gorgeous. It's funny because Janelle was like hesitant to go to Idaho.
Keep thinking of Napoleon Dynamite.
Yeah, it's like potato fields and it's flat. I'm like, we're going to northern Idaho. It's mountains.
Yeah.
Like it's gorgeous. And she's like, okay, I guess so. And then we get there and she's like, oh my gosh, this is incredible. So we went on this walk down by the lake, and it's it's supposed to be, it's kind of like a paved path, but it goes around the edge of the lake, and it's supposed to be nice. And we go out there, and we called it like the dog walk, because apparently in Idaho there's no such thing as like a leash law.
Yeah.
And everybody took their dogs there. We probably saw 50 dogs on this trail.
Dang.
And every single dog
Poo
ran
everywhere.
up to us. There's poo everywhere. And every dog ran up to us and started licking us and jumping on us. Every single dog. And you know what every person said when they came by us, when the dogs, oh, it's fine. They're friendly. It's okay. And I'm like, it's not okay. Your dog is jumping. And I'm like kicking at it and like, go away. And they're like, oh, it's fine. It's friendly. And Janelle and I are like, what if our kids went up and started licking on these people? And we said, oh, it's okay. They're friendly. What would they say? But no, because it's dogs.
should sick your kids on
Oh
them.
my gosh, it was.
And then be like, you should tell your kids
Go
go
lick
up.
them. Oh, it's okay.
Oh,
go
it's
lick
okay.
them.
They're just
Yeah,
kids.
yeah, they're friendly.
They're
It's
friendly.
all right. Anyway, that was probably one of my only complaints on the whole
It made
entire trip.
made you miss home and its leash laws.
Yes, I'm like, and we were there. There must not because no one had leashes. And, it was, and a lot of them too were wet because it's by the lake and the dogs, and so they like come up and like
Those
shake
wet
their like wet
dogs.
dog fur on us. I was so irritated by the end of that. So irritated.
David would have killed an animal.
He would have, I don't know, blow darted him or something. Like,
Punted a dog into the
I'm
lake.
serious. It would have been like Anchorman.
Well,
You know?
why am I the one who would kill an animal?
Because we all
Why
know how
are
much
you-
you hate dogs.
Yes.
I don't hate dogs.
You actively
You just
hate
want them to be
dogs.
dead. That's all.
I believe that all dogs should be sent to a dog island where they can live as dogs by themselves and leave me alone.
There you go. So David would have given them their first step toward that dog island.
Like we could send them all to Australia. I thought that's a great idea.
I think there's some people that might have a problem with
Yeah. So because I was so stressed, Steve wrote in the thing, "I'm petting him with my foot." Because of the stress, we went to GameStop so I could cool off a little bit.
Well, you didn't talk about lake swim.
Oh, we swam in the lake, and it was one of those
With the
things.
dogs.
Well, no, this was like later on. Like we went around to like there's a beach.
Okay.
They have a beach on the lake, and we didn't think it was going to be that warm. We thought we'd just dip our toes in, and by the end, of course, the kids are like soaked and swimming around in their full clothes. So that's how that normally goes. But after all that, we went to GameStop. And the GameStop in Idaho, in this tiny little town, was called Sandpoint, Idaho.
Mm-hmm.
It was the most amazing GameStop I've ever been to.
Why
They have
was it
like
so
a
amazing?
collectibles and toys area that would like blow away most of those little like toy shops you find. They had
Well,
everything.
you heard
there.
what happened.
What?
GameStop
Oh yeah, they bought
bought ThinkGeek.
Pinky.
Or no, GameStop was going to, and then Hot Topic outbid them.
Okay.
Hot Topic bought
No, wait, it
ThinkGeek.
was the other way
No,
around.
GameStop's carrying classic games again.
Right,
No.
but this was none of those things. This
Anyways.
one, they said there was a special like I talked to the guy there. I'm like, I've never seen a GameStop like this, and he said it's like a special, I don't know, like test market or
Okay.
whatever. He said for whatever reason they put it out in like Podunk,
They had like
Idaho.
all kinds of cool
They had like it
collectibles.
was
and-
all kinds of collectibles, amazing games and toys, like puzzles, just like this incredible section. They had 4 different like counters set up on either side. Like they had this huge like setup. He's like, I don't know why they put this. Oh, because I was trying to like look at some toys that were behind one of the counters, and he's like, oh, we only use the one thing. We're in Idaho. I don't know why they put 4 of them up here, but you can just walk back there. It's cool. So I only wound up getting, because we had like limited travel space on the way back, so I only wound up getting, I got a couple like dollar games for the kids, like, you know, just some bonus things. But anyway, just GameStop in Idaho is pretty rad. So then, oh no, the other thing at GameStop, I forgot about this. This is where I got my Lego.
Oh, yeah.
I told it on the other one, but I'll tell it again.
Of course, in Idaho,
Yeah, so if you pre-ordered the new Lego Jurassic
Mark
Park
Ariano
game,
posted
Mark
it in the
posted
Radio
a picture.
BrendoMan,
You got the little, it's like a velociraptor, and it's got a trap,
like a little
Lego
harness
set.
thing, yeah.
Little like poly bag. And so when I was checking out, the guy had one set up on the counter. I'm like, oh, that's sweet. I was like, I wish I had pre-ordered it. I didn't pre-order the game, but that's really cool. And he's like, oh, you didn't? Oh, here, you can just have one. And he pulls out a Lego set. I'm like, oh, here you go, just have this. I only spent I spent less than $4 here because I bought a couple dollar games. I think I have
I
dollar
think
and
he knew
$1.50.
you weren't gonna just turn around and sell it,
Yeah,
or
because
No.
you know how many people go into GameStop to cool off and end up spending 3 hours in there? Not that many.
Oh, well, that's what I did. That was good. The kids were out. Oh, and the other thing
He's like, maybe if I give
And
him a
this
Lego, he'll leave me alone.
this was not a manipulation at all when I came in, I was talking to him just about video games a little bit. He's a really nice guy. And in the car, Luke was playing Ocarina of Time, right? And right before we got there, he had gotten to the point. Spoiler alert if you never played it before, but you should have. What's wrong with you? But he got to the point where he'd gotten all the sages, and he had to go meet Princess Zelda. And instead of Zelda, Sheik shows up, and then there's the big reveal that all along Sheik was Princess Zelda, and it's like this mind-blowing thing. And I had made sure the kids didn't know that.
yeah,
yet.
we had been
because I even got the amiibo.
we have Smash Bros. We're like, oh, that's Sheik.
Yeah, that's Sheik. So
That's
we didn't,
Sheik.
yeah,
Who's
that's
Sheik? Oh, Sheik.
And so then I'm like, okay. And so Audrey and Luke gathered around, and I was like reading the thing out. And when the reveal, like Luke, it was like the first time that you found out that Darth Vader was Luke's father. Like they were blown away. Audrey was so excited because she loves Princess Zelda. And I'm like, see, so that Sheik one we have is really Princess Zelda in disguise. And it was like this amazing like video game father-kid moment. So when I went in the store, I told him about it, and he's like, oh, that's incredible. And we were like just bonding over stuff. So that might have been something because we had like talked, but one way or another, nicest GameStop people ever.
See, what
so.
I hear is you were poking around, and it's like, You can go behind the counter, hang out. It's like,
What
maybe-
actually happened?
Maybe if I give him a leg,
If I give this guy the Raptor,
Just go, man.
Get out of here.
You've got other customers that are going to spend more than $3.
Hey, let me tell you about my kid playing Game Boy. I know it's a DS, but
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe from the other side. That was my experience, and he was nice. So.
that's good.
all right.
So that was GameStop in Idaho. The next day, we drove down to Washington. We passed by. It's incredible, and I guess the lakes up there are huge. There's a city called Bayview, and like half the town is floating on these docks. So we went out and you walk out on these floating docks, and we ate on a restaurant on the floating dock, which was super cool.
Nice.
So I want to go back there. They also had like this crazy like Winchester mystery house, except it's floating on the water. It's incredible. If you want to look it up, Bayview, look at they're called float homes, and look up like crazy Bayview float home, and it's nuts. It's this guy that just kept building things, and it's crazy. So I want to go back to see that. Then we went to this place. The hotel had the worst shower in the world at the next place. It was so bad.
Oh,
Like
it's
they had
always
like
the worst.
soft water, so you can never rinse the soap
Yeah.
off. Plus, it was like just dribbling. Like Janelle and I for 2 days did not take showers. We just kind of went swimming in the pool because it wasn't even worth getting in the shower. It was that bad. So anyway, but what they did have is this awesome late night. I love like late night weird TV in other cities and states and stuff.
Mhm.
So for like one of the things, I think I might have mentioned it like elsewhere, but they have a lot up there. They have BYU.
Yeah, you wrote that on your watch
On the-
TV section.
Oh, okay. I put that on there. So I'll get to that later. But
BYU television.
yeah, BYU television.
Brigham Young
Brigham
University.
Young. It's you located at, and they have like this
So it's
amazing
like weird Mormon TV.
dude. They have like sketch comedy, like it's been going for years. We were watching like their anniversary
Mormon
special.
sketch
It was
comedy.
incredible. I mean, it was funny, and it was just weird because it's this whole culture that I had no idea about. It was like if you watched the 25th anniversary or the 40th Saturday Night Live thing and had never heard of Saturday Night Live. And you're like, what is it? Who are these people? And they're all coming back and doing these cameos. And I was like, oh, yeah. And I'm like, I've never heard of any of this. But it was actually really funny, too. Like,
Yeah.
it was just bizarre. And then after that, they had this travelogue show. And I can't remember what it's called, but it's this dude. It's like stories or something. And he just drives around and he just meets people. And he's like, tell me your story. And then they're like, well,
So
I
it's
grew up in
kind of
blah,
like
blah, blah.
California
It's
Gold.
like that, except all it is just that's a good story.
Tell
It's
me
not like visiting anything. It's just tell that's you. You're an interesting. This person was interesting. Tell me your story.
Man, I want to be on that show.
I fell asleep watching that because that was like 2 hours long, and it was just people talking, and it was weird. But I love that stuff. And then I'll talk about this, I guess, when we get down to Phil's freaky movies. But I saw one of the best worst movies I've ever seen called Praise Band the movie. I've made all three of you guys, I'm pretty sure, watch the trailer for this. For a long time, I thought it was a joke. I thought it was just like something that someone made for YouTube. It's a real movie, and I've watched it, and we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it in the movies.
All right.
All right. Speeding along here. Day 6, we went to the World's Fair location in Spokane, Washington. It was the 1974 World's Fair. And I've always wanted to go. Like,
Yeah.
my dream is to go to a World's Fair. I love that kind of stuff. And they had like
Do
a
they
lot of
even
the
do them
structures.
anymore?
They do, but they haven't done one in the United States since like the 80s. But they do them all around the world. This was the second to last one that they did in the United States. But it's incredible. So I did like tons of reading about World's Fairs and stuff. But they have all these structures and some of the rides and stuff in place. They have this historic carousel that's been there for much longer before that.
The brass
They
rings.
had the brass rings. I got to ride the thing, catch
So
the
when
ring.
Vince, because
and
I
you throw
told
it in
you the whole thing, like Vince McMahon was telling, because I got in a Reddit fight with these wrestling fans because so Vince McMahon did a Stone Cold Steve Austin's podcast, and one of his famous things was like, oh, nobody's grabbing that brass ring, and people on Reddit were arguing what that meant, and I'm like, you guys, it's from carousels. There's a ring.
No question about
There,
what
it's
that means.
literally grabbing a brass ring.
Yeah. And it was so great because it was
And
all
they were
set
like,
up.
and at first they were like, what? No.
No.
And they're like, you guys, BrendoMan's right.
Google
and I
it,
was
dude.
like, yeah, I'm right.
They had the thing where like the bell rings. Yeah, takes a while to get up to speed, and then the bell rings and they swing out the thing. And you reach out and you grab it, and they have like plastic ones, but if you get a brass one, then you get like a free ride. And then you go around and there's a target, and you throw the rings into the target, and then it buzzes. Both Audrey and I got one in the target, which was awesome.
Nice.
It was amazing. Like I don't know, just it was super cool. I've read about that. I've seen videos or film of that, but I've never actually gotten to do one. So
You did it.
I did it.
I did one because there was one in Long Beach for
Okay,
a while
yeah.
when I was a kid that my great aunt would take us to.
Didn't
the one in Griffith Park you used to have
Yeah.
when you were kids?
The one in Griffith Park did, I think.
But see, I mean, maybe I
Definitely
did that, but I don't remember.
I remember it.
And part of it is
I remember it.
you have to be like big enough to reach it. Like
Yeah.
for the kids, they just handed them some rings to play with at the beginning because you have to be an adult, you know, or teenager at least to reach them. So, so that place was amazing. We spent all day there. I could like geek out about like history stuff like that forever. I mean, the World's Fair thing in Tomorrowland, I practically was in tears watching all that stuff. So
And then you got to go.
then I got to go to one. It was like being there. It was just amazing. So we hunted down. We even found like there was this area where there was an old pavilion and like the kids were playing on the grass. And Janelle and I started like peeking in the grass, and they had this old like designed like rock stuff, like these rock designs, like the bricks and stuff that were in the grass and they'd been grown over. But we started like peeling across, and you could see like this was an old pavilion that had this like rock work in the ground, and then it just like let it grow over, and it was like a field now.
That's awesome.
It was like being like
crazy.
archaeologists. It was incredible. So anyway, we had dinner in a giant milk bottle, which is cool, like one of those classic things you got to do, because again, I love roadside shtick like that. And then that night there was a Hastings right by our hotel, and I got to go on my first round for Father's Day of buying a bunch of used CDs. I closed out the joint,
Hastings.
dude.
You and a Hastings, man. It's
And
like,
Janelle's like, I had half an hour. She's like, go for it, and she just stayed with the kids. The dangerous part is it's expensive to like take stuff back in the luggage, so I had to like go easy on it. But I wound up finding a lot of cool stuff. The next day we went to Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, and there's like floating boardwalks. They have this giant castle playground. It was incredible.
I saw pictures of that.
Yeah, it was like the most
pretty
amazing
sweet.
playground I've ever seen. We spent like hours and hours on it. There
Kids
were
are
some
just going nuts.
the kids
There were
loved
some
it.
tough boys.
Well, yeah, there were some tough boys, and not just any. Like, apparently, it's this thing because it's this huge structure. I mean, it covers like I don't know hundreds of square feet. Like, it's really, really large, and there's castles and stairs and all these tunnels and it's all connected. Like, you could go from one side to the other through the whole thing and never touch the ground.
Crap.
So apparently, the teenagers from the town is this thing where they play tag on it, and you're never allowed to touch the ground and play tag, which is cool. Except there's all these like little kids trying to play. It was during like a festival thing, and there's tons of little kids. And every once in a while, all these like tough boys, as you would call them, you know, no shirts, all tatted up, and they come out and like show off how many pull-ups they could do, and they're like knocking over kids and stuff. And like,
Was there?
Phil's got a little Papa Bear on one of them. I didn't like scream or anything, but they come over and the dude's like cussing up a storm. I will not repeat even the essence of what he said, but I'll just say it not only was dirty, but it was foul. I mean, it was just bad. And they're like doing like one arm pull-ups. Oh, look at this, you know. And I'm like, dudes, there are little kids around. You guys need to chill, like that. And like, oh, sorry, bro, sorry. So like, and I'm not saying that I like scared them or anything, but I don't think they were used to people like
Telling them
saying
like,
anything
hey.
to them, and they chilled out for a while, and then we left.
So Idaho tough boys
they're
are
still
all right.
like, yeah, they're still nice, you know. And again, I don't think they weren't trying to be mean; they were just being dumb teenagers and stuff. But it was obnoxious. But we still had a great time, and you know, every once in a while, it's nice to be able to assert yourself a little.
Yeah.
Again, we went to this place called Zips, which is like all over the place up there. It's like a fast food place, like the McDonald's of the Northwest, I guess.
Mhm.
And so we go there. We got to try it one time because everyone's we got to try out Zips. It's really good. So we go there, and Janelle's like, okay, I'll get the big zip, I guess. And I got the whatever special thing.
Big zip.
Well, I guess she didn't look, and I'm like, are you sure? She's like, yeah, look, that looks like that's their thing. Well, apparently the big zip, or maybe it was the big zipper or something like that. It's like 5 patties on like
Did
8
she
buns.
eat it?
No, I mean like she ate part of it, and I like took some nibbles, but she got like the giant like world record.
How much
like,
was it?
Well, that's the thing. I'm like, are you sure you want? Because it was something like her combo. She's got a combo with it was like $16 or something like that. This is like at a cheapy fast food joint, and she's like, why is it so much? I'm like, you've got the biggest thing on the menu, and she's like, oh, I just thought that was the burger. And then sure enough, they bring out this platter, like, and there's the big zip, and you can't even.
If she had
pick
eaten
all
it,
up.
would it have been free? And she got her
It
picture
wasn't
on the
not
wall.
quite to that level, but it's ridiculous. Like I think it was something like 1.5 pounds of meat. Like
I say that.
it could be eaten. It's not quite like a world record breaking or anything, but
Pound and a half is so much.
It was pretty funny. Like we were cracking up. Oh, and so of course my you want the big zip? Oh, what do you want to get today? So anyway, that was
then you
pretty
went
sweet.
back to Hastings.
And then I got to go back to Hastings. This was for Father's Day. Like that was part of the gift. Was,
Well, I saw you were like, I got to go and sit in a
oh my
record
gosh,
store.
I did. I was there. I closed out the night both times. I was there until they closed the doors. I was the last person out.
Mhm.
Again, probably they loved me there. And because the whole time I bought 15 CDs and I spent $15 on it.
Yeah, I'm sure at first they were like, "Oh, this guy."
Yeah, they're all $1, guys.
Well, I don't think the people running the
They don't
cash
care.
register, they
Yeah,
don't
they
care.
were all nice. So anyway, the next day was proper Father's Day. It was a big drive to the last hotel. We passed the Bison Range and saw some, but didn't go in. It was mostly travel.
The worst bed in the world.
And then we got to the hotel that had the worst bed in the world. Since
Wow.
we had the worst shower in the world.
Was there a dead body in it?
No, it wasn't quite like gross, but it was the most uncomfortable bed. After the first night, I had to like
Too soft?
just
Rock hard?
it was lumpy, but not in a good
Oh,
way,
that's
and
the worst.
uneven. Plus,
Uneven, lumpy is like.
we thought that we got a room like for 4 of us, but apparently they don't have that, or they booked us wrong. And so there was one double bed. Well, they called it a queen, but it felt like a small queen, and that's it. And then there was like 2 like wicker chairs in the whole room.
So how did you guys?
So like we pushed the wicker chairs together and let one
Your
kid
kids.
sleep on that,
Your
and then the
kids.
other kid kind of piled in the middle of us. So by the next morning, like my back, I don't get sore backs, and my back was killing me. We had to like take Tylenol PMs just to make it through the night each night staying in this place. But the kids got me the Tick Season 2 on DVD for Father's Day, so it made me feel a lot better.
Cartoon?
The cartoon, yes. They never made a season 2 of
Yeah,
live
I was
action,
gonna say.
or else you'd know. We're almost done here. Day 9, we went up into Glacier
So
National Park.
Much vacation.
It's amazing. Day 9, Glacier National Park. Spoon. Yes, thank you, Steven. Steve, sorry. We went up into Glacier National Park. We saw mountain goats like up front and personal.
Saw the band Mountain Goats.
We saw the band. Yeah, they're really good. We did like the going to the sun thing. So we drove up, and there's like you get up to the middle of the park, and it's like at this huge pass, and then you come back down the other side. And,
was it like daytime for like super long?
Oh yeah,
up there?
it was. It didn't really get dark until like 11:30.
Dang.
And the kids did not adjust to the
Did
sleep
that, like, just
schedule.
mess up?
So there was not a lot of sleep on this trip. We had to do some like
The kids-
dedicated like calm
I did
times.
notice when you got home, your kids were like so out of
Oh,
it.
dude, it took some recovery. Well, plus the last day, we'll get to that, but our flight was majorly delayed and stuff. Anyway, we saw deer, we saw bears, we saw mountain goats. It was incredible. And then we got to the top, and there was this like the mountain goat like viewing range was over here, and we were at the top where we'd park. And Jen was like, "Oh, that's not that far. We should just walk down to it." But I'm like, "Oh, but the car's at the top." And I said, "Well, why don't you and the kids walk down, and I'll go hike back up, and I'll bring the car down." So I go up and do it, and I get down there, and then I look up from where we're at the bottom, and that trail does not connect back down to where I am. And there, I can see them across the way, like wandering back and forth on the trail, trying to figure out where I am, and they can't. I'm trying to flag them down, but they're, I don't know, a mile away, or maybe like 3/4 of a mile away. And I could just barely see them, like, and eventually she talked to this guy, and I could see it. I'm like, but she couldn't see me because the way the light was. And this guy like said directed her, and I could see, and they just start going down the side of this mountain through, like, it's all marked off, no entry this way, like mountain goat territory. And they wound up just kind of forging a path through this like restricted wilderness, and I had to go drive down the hill and pick them up like halfway down to the next thing. But they made it, and along the way, a mountain goat like came up. They were like 15 feet away from a mountain goat and like snapped personal pictures with it and stuff. So it was worth it. But they almost got lost. And finally, we got to the other side, and we got there, and we realized that we were like 25 minutes away from the Canadian border. So we're like, well, we're here now, and it's Alberta, Canada. I've never been to Alberta, so we got to go up there. So we cross over, we go up and cross the border, and we figure we'll go get dinner in Canada, right? And the next town is like half an hour up there. By the time we get there, it's like 9 o'clock at night. And the only 2 restaurants in town that are open are Subway and the DQ, Dairy Queen. And we're like, oh my gosh, we wanted like Canadian food, right? So we wanted an authentic experience.
Like Tim Hortons or something.
They had none of that. They didn't have that.
Small
there.
town.
Teeny tiny town. So we wound up going in the DQ.
It's not even a one Hortons town.
Nope, not even. It was a none
Zero
Hortons
Hortons town.
But in the DQ, they had 2 things. They had chicken strips with gravy for the dip. So the kids got that.
Sweet.
And they had poutine.
So you got to get that poutine.
We got Dairy Queen poutine and chicken strips.
So how have you had other poutines before?
I have. Well, I've had it.
How does
other time.
Dairy Queen poutine?
Well, here's the thing. The other time I had it was at Costco. So I've had Costco poutine and Dairy Queen poutine. I'm not sure that's the most authentic experience.
Leave it to
time.
Phil to find a Costco in Canada to get his poutine.
So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's authentic or not.
Poutine?
It's just it was
Giant
a we got one and shared it with
It's
everybody.
like a giant cardboard box.
So yeah, so then we went back home, and
pitchforks.
but now I can say I went to Canada.
Did you
I
get
went
a
to Alberta.
blizzard?
Well, yeah, I got a blizzard, but that's
How
like
are the
stuff
Canadian
ahead.
blizzards?
It's exactly the same. It was good.
Did you get the Jurassic World blizzard?
No, because I don't know. I'm not sure if they have this here, but they had Kit Kat ones.
I've had a Kit Kat.
Maybe, I don't know. I hadn't had that for a while if they have them, and so I got that. But anyway.
Well, I
got
went,
poutine.
speaking of Dairy Queen,
Got
I
the
went
Jurassic
over
World.
to because Derek angrily was mad because when he went, they didn't give him the cup, and I think he said they made it wrong or something.
He went for
But
the cup, right?
But and so I'm like, well, I'm gonna if they probably have it in Ukaipa because it's so small, like they couldn't run out of cups. So sure enough, I go over there and I'm like, do you guys have the cups? Like, oh yeah, we got tons. And I'm like, you want a Jurassic World? So I got my
You
Jurassic
got your
World
Jurassic
blizzard.
World blizzard?
Yeah.
Nice. So I did.
It was
get
delicious.
that, but I got poutine. So
Yeah.
Okay, so we're almost to the end here, but day 10 is when we met up
It's
with
on
Craig.
day 10, Matthew.
Craig from the Res. This is the Craig from the Res day. This was amazing because we met up with him. I think it was like right around noon or right afternoon, and we made a day of it. Like here's the thing. I mean, you know, I appreciate that we have tons of listeners and whatever, but we're not really famous. I don't know. People know us because we talk on the show a lot and stuff.
Mhm.
But I got a tiny taste because of the gracious treatment of Craig and his family of what like a celebrity must feel like, because they were so cool to us. Like it was amazing. Like they were so
We had a boat.
they had a boat. They took us out on the lake. You know, Janelle and I and the kids. Craig took us out and like
You went tubing.
well, first we got to like go like jump off in the middle of the lake and go swimming. Then it's this huge like largest freshwater lake west of the Mississippi. West of the Mississippi. There's a huge island called Wild Horse Island. Which,
See wild horses.
We didn't see the horses because there's
Was
only
Bono
like
out there. Who's gonna ride
he was
your wild
riding them.
horses?
I don't know who was riding them because we didn't see them. But we did see on the island a deer, and we saw a whole herd of bighorn sheep, which was incredible. We saw
That's
them,
awesome.
and we saw them like butt heads. Like we were close enough that you could like feel it thud in your chest. Like it was insane. And nobody's out there because you have to have like a private boat to get to it. So
Did it sound like freaky?
yeah, because at first we were watching them from like really far away, and then like we hear this and like the group of like these males came around the corner, like not right by us, but they were probably like 30 feet away from us or something, and it's thundering and they're butting heads, and it was amazing, like super, super cool. So we did that. Then we went back. His parents were there because it's his parents' boat that we were using. And I forgot this. So, and I haven't told you about this yet.
Okay.
We get on the boat. And I was like, it's a good size, like little, speedboat, I guess you would call it.
Yeah.
I don't know what the term is, but and I'm like, oh, is there like a weight limit? Ha ha ha, like, is it cool? And they're like, oh, we've had like, 17 people on this boat. It's cool. So I'm like, all right, that's good. So the kids are up in front with Janelle, and the kids are up in front. Janelle's like in the second chair, and Craig's driving, and I go sit on like the back like bench seat thing. And we get out there, and the boat kind of, kind of bounces a little bit as you're going, not too much. But all of a sudden, I like kind of slumped down to the floor, and I'm like, "What happened?" And I look down, and Phil broke the back bench of their boat clean out of the wall. Yeah.
Fat alert.
Fat alert. I put it in the fat alert. Boats are not made for fats.
No.
I'm like, oh my gosh! Like we've been out for like 3 minutes on the boat.
You already broke
They're
it.
super gracious. They've been really kind, and fat guy in the back broke the bench off of their boat. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed. And so like I'm kind of rolling around on the floor, like I don't know what to do because and I don't want to break something else. And he like slows down and like, what happened? And I'm like, I'm sorry. I think I broke the bench. Like I broke your seat. And and he's like, don't worry, it was probably gonna break anyway. I'm like, no, I'm sorry. And he's, my dad will love fixing it. And I felt so bad.
What is the bench made out of?
Well, and so then like he's like, oh, you can sit on the other side. And I'm like, no, I'll sit on the floor. And then so he came up with a thing where he put the ice chest and then the bench and then like the bar. So there was like extra reinforcement so Phil wouldn't break anymore. And he was totally cool. He wasn't embarrassing about it at all. But I was pretty embarrassed that I broke Craig from the Res's boat a little bit. So anyway, then we went back and they had like this whole barbecue made up for us. We did s'mores out there. And then they got out like the inner tube thing, like the big tube to go behind the boat. And we went out there and
was it like a double tube?
Yeah, it was big enough that like you could have two people next to it. So at first, like Audrey and Luke were gonna go on it, but they like got freaked out.
Yeah.
So I went on it and I just bear hugged like under one arm. So first I went with Luke, and then he went real slow, but kind of sped up a little bit. And then I took a turn with Audrey, and then I did another one with Luke. And then Luke's like, I want to go faster, and so we kind of got a little faster.
Some air.
So we started going, and then like Luke's like a little faster. And I guess what happened on the boat is like there, I don't know, something about like you have to put the motor down in the water more, and like someone realized it wasn't in there, and they dropped it in, and it like kicked up like some really good speed. And it wasn't like super fast, but it was a lot faster. And so and it makes this big wave, and we're kind of like on the crest of this wave. And as it turns, we start like going down into the trough.
Yeah.
I'm like whispering, I'm telling Luke, I'm like, we might go underwater right now. And if we do, just hold your breath. It'll be fine. I gotcha, you know? And we're going down. And as we get to the bottom, I like totally awesome, like surfed it back up the other side. And we did not submerge. Like we kept it going. And we're like, yeah, we're screaming. And apparently Craig and his dad, Keith, said like, oh, that was really cool. Like we thought you were going to totally crash. And I didn't. So I was really proud of that, right?
Yeah.
Audrey got out and did a little more proud or a little faster. And I was really proud. Like they were super brave. And so then Craig's like, well, Phil, you got to do it.
You got to do
like,
full.
and I knew, like, I'm like, he wants to
wipe
me.
out
I
Phil.
know he's gonna wipe me out, but I'm like, I got to be a good sport about it.
Yeah.
I know that's what he's gonna do. But whatever. It's cold. It's cold, but I could take it.
How much air did you catch?
Okay, no, just wait. So he gets out and he's, he gradually ramps up, but
Like I did that once on Lake San Antonio, and I remember, like at some point, my friend's dad on purpose launched me off a thing, and I remember like just seeing like nothing. Like I just remember flying through the air and just landing, because when you're going that fast, it's pretty, you start bouncing.
My story ends differently.
I want to hear it.
So imagine the way it's like a big round tube, but it's like solid in the middle, and then there's like this outer cloth that you hold on the handles to, and then like the rope is attached to the tube itself, right? So you're holding on the handles here. So I'm going, and it's speeding up, and it's bouncing, and I'm kind of riding by. It's going, and it he starts to like turn one way real sharp, and then his plan is to go the other way and like flip me, right? Yeah. So I'm going around, and I'm bouncing, and all of a sudden I'm kind of like up in the air, and rip, the whole outside of the thing rips off, and I take the outer thing with me and splash into the water. I broke their stinking tube, dude. Boats are not made for fats. So they're like, at first they're like, oh, Phil's a wimp, you let go. And I'm like, I didn't let go, guys. I ripped the outside off. I'm really sorry.
Craig, you are wonderful.
Phil broke your boat.
I broke their boat twice, man. I broke it twice. And again, they're like, no. And I'm like, dude, I told you. Like, oh, you should have let a fat on there. And they're like, no, it's cool. They said we've left it outside in the sun. It probably had UV damage. And I'm like, oh, no, it gets fat damage is what it got, you guys. So I broke their boat twice. I broke their toy.
I can't believe you saved that.
I did not. I wanted to tell you that on the show. I wanted you to know, because I wanted you to imagine. And I wiped out really good too. I spun underwater but I broke it. And so they were like, yeah, that was awesome. And then they look back and they're like, oh no, it's broke, because no one else got to have a turn after me. I did the whole thing. I took the kids on, and then I went, and no one else got to go because I broke it.
Oh, that was the end of the tube.
It was the end of the tube. But they were, again, they were super nice, and they didn't make me feel too bad. I feel really bad. So sorry, you guys. It's Keith and Carol, I believe, his parents. Please forgive me for breaking your boat twice. Just again, boats are not made for fats. It's not a thing. But it was so much. And it was like, you ask the kids, that was their favorite day. Like,
they wouldn't stop talking about
all day long.
They loved Craig's dog.
No, the dog. Yeah, it's Jethro. Like, they're, well, can we see Jethro again? And I'm like, maybe, I don't know, But they were
visit Australia.
If we want to visit Australia. Oh, because they sent all the dogs to Australia.
That was like a super callback.
That was good. But it was super fun. Like again, thank you so much for treating us so great. And it was cool because we went to somewhere that, it was like on vacation, but we knew people there, and it was we got like a cool, authentic experience.
Yeah, you have to go to that island.
The island, dude, nobody got to do that. It was incredible. So thank you so much for doing that.
Like, I've been to that lake, but I haven't been to that island.
Oh no, I think maybe people do tours there. I don't know. I'm sure probably someone does, but it's not like everyone doesn't just get to go to the island,
People live on the island?
There's a couple structures on the island. I don't think anyone lives there full time, but like cabins.
Did you see some sweet lake houses?
Oh yeah, Craig took us after. He took us on a tour. He took us by this something like a $7 million mansion. That's like the island is up for
what's
sale.
What's a $7 million mansion in Montana?
Dude, the whole island is up for sale, and it's like $14 million for the island. I think he said there's like a whole population of deer on it that you would own, and it was nuts. So he took us around, and he let the kids both drive the boat. They took turns, put it on real slow, and they were driving.
It's pretty sweet.
So it was super. It was like definitely like the highlight of the trip.
So amazing.
The kids had so much fun, and I broke the boat.
Good job, Craig. It's awesome.
So they also brought like an inflatable kayak, and I got to go out on the
break
lake.
that?
I didn't break the kayak. This is after I broke the chair, but before I broke the inner tube, so I was a little worried, but I didn't break that. I capsized it. The little water came in. Yeah. So when his dad climbed, he's like, "Oh, it's all wet in here," and I'm like, "Sorry," but at least I didn't break it. It just a little. So it was super fun. That was like the best. So that's why I said Phil breaks everything. I was like, at the end, I'm like, I better not go out on the boat again, or it's not going to be floating anymore.
Okay, so the cool thing is, Craig has talked about like having you come out.
Yeah.
So long, and like that's like just the dream thing to get to do.
I know. Well,
and you just did it.
And we did it. Like
saw Craig.
Craig's been talking about having us since like the beginning.
Yeah.
And the cool part is too, like, we just hung out like for one day. Well, we went to dinner and then hung out for like a full day. But like much of the trip, we did all the things that he planned out all the stuff. Telling us about the road and how to get up to Canada. And we went to the next day. We went to M&S Meats and just got buffalo jerky because he's like, it's the best place to get beef to get the buffalo jerky. And
pretty good.
Amazing. Like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, buffalo burgers. Janelle at first was scared about buffalo.
Well, yeah.
I had to like I'm like, Janelle, like you're not, if we didn't tell you, like you wouldn't know.
Well, and it's funny because it's not as like common as we thought it would be. Yeah. We drove around for like a couple hours trying to find a place, and we finally did. And the burgers weren't that great. Like my burger wasn't that great either. But she finally tasted the buffalo, and it's like, oh, it tastes like hamburger. I'm like, yeah, so that's it. But anyway, so just having like all these like cool like inside info like plans and stuff.
They had bison at the counter.
Well, yeah, it's not as much up there as I thought.
There's more here.
Well, I don't know. There's like a protected
range
and stuff.
Well, they're Native Americans. Well, I guess they ate that.
No, yeah, that's. I don't think that's.
Is there a reason they don't eat it?
No, because they had buffalo jerky. It was just. I think just the burgers.
Maybe people are sick of them.
Yeah, maybe so. And maybe there's more. We just know where to look. I don't know. That one wasn't a recommendation of Craig, but the M&S Meats was, and that was incredible.
You get the jerky.
So we got the jerky and anyway, after the boat day, we were like wiped. So we slept in super late and we just poked around a little bit, went back and relaxed. So the last day of the trip, we went back into Glacier National Park. I got on this trip 49 out of 50 license plates from the United States.
Including Hawaii.
The only one I did not get was Delaware.
Did you get a Puerto Rico?
No, I did not get any of the outlying territories, although I did get 7 Canadian plates as well.
I bet up there, yeah.
So that's pretty good. We went in the park. Oh, one of the things that we got at M&S Meats, we got cherries somewhere else, but we bought the squeaky cheese.
It wasn't cheese curds?
No. It was like this. It was called a cheese. It was baked cheese, and it's like I don't know the process, but they bake it. It looks like when you grilled cheese and you get like the brown caramelized like look on the outside. The whole thing was like that, but it was hard. And they said like you're supposed to microwave it, but we didn't have one. So they said leave it in your dashboard and it'll like melt enough. And so we put it in the dashboard, drove up into Glacier National Park, and it like kind of melts in there. And then you chew it and it squeaks. Like it sounds like
when you get cheese curds, they squeak.
So we like ate cherries and squeaky cheese, and it was amazing. But that's when Luke got stung or whatever, bitten by whatever bug while we were eating squeaky cheese, and then all that stuff happened. And
what's the Bachelor pad?
The Bachelor. Gosh,
you don't even know.
I don't even remember. Why did I write that?
Were you delirious?
Watching Bachelors?
Oh, no. Okay, here. That's right. Thank you.
Yeah.
We made one more stop. So after we left that, we went up to Whitefish, Montana, which is a little bit north. And we went there because there was an episode of The Bachelor that was shot there.
Oh, my gosh.
She had looked up the locations, and we went around and took pictures.
My gosh.
At some of the places that they had gone to. And that's why I didn't remember, because that was for Janelle. But she made me swear to tell you guys that she made me do that. So we went up and like she snapped pictures outside of the hotel they stayed at. And, this is the place they went and ate. And this is where they had that concert. And
wow.
So yeah, we went to we did a Bachelor.
You did a Bachelor sightseeing
tour up there. So but that was for Janelle.
Yeah,
she gets to do stuff too.
Yeah,
it's only fair. I got to go to record stores and weird roadside stuff.
Go to a polygamous hotel.
She gets to go to polygamous hotels and Bachelor stuff. So it works out well. It's totally fair. So
your flight got crazy
delayed because it's a really small airport.
Oh, yeah,
there's only 3 gates. And so the flight that was like leaving before us, it turns out we were talking to the flight attendant, and he said he had been on the plane before that was supposed to leave, and there was an unruly like passenger on there that
Drunky.
started going nuts. Maybe he didn't know if he was drunk or whatever, but he started threatening. He's like, if we take off, I'm going to open the emergency doors once we get up in the air.
Oh my
He was like
God.
yelling, and I guess like the marshals had to come and subdue him, and they took him off. And between that and all the paperwork, our flight was delayed for like 2 hours. So we didn't get back to LA until after midnight. And then we had to pay an extra day at the parking because we came down like half an hour after midnight, which is the worst thing because I had to pay extra for parking, and I hate that. But we made it back okay. And after all that, we ate a ton of food up there. We kind of went nutsos. The We Fit weigh in, it wasn't too bad.
Mhm.
So, I'm trying to keep on it. It was 4 pounds. I did fluctuate 4 pounds back up. However,
good.
since then, we've been on it, and it's kind of gone down a little bit more. So it wasn't too bad. We exercised a lot. And that was our Montana trip. And that was it. It was fantastic. Thank you again to Craig from the Res and the fam.
You did get the big zip.
We got the big zip. Well, again, yeah, we probably ate too much, but it was fun. And we didn't do too bad. We exercised a ton, so hopefully that offset some of it. So,
All right. Well, you know what happened over here while you were
tell me
gone?
during that
It
time.
was really hot.
Yep,
That's pretty much all that
it was really
happened.
nice up there.
It was really hot. Every day I'm like, all right, I'm gonna get up early and maybe I'll go for a walk. But I'd get up and it was already like 95 degrees.
It's like a sauna.
Like
now.
I wake up and I'm already sweating and I'm like, oh, this is gonna be today. So then I'd have to turn on the air conditioner, and sometimes I'd wake up I'd set my alarm, wake up at 7, turn on the air conditioner, go back to sleep, so that when I woke up, at least it was all, because otherwise it takes like 30-40 minutes to really cool everything down. So now I get up early in the morning to turn on the air conditioning. And
Meanwhile, we were wearing jackets in Glacier National
And
Park
I
and
was
having
just-
snowball fights.
freaking, I actually tried to go for a walk, but that was the day that it got up over 100, and I seriously almost passed out down over on like Wildwood Canyon down there. And I'm like, I'm gonna get hit by a car. I'm gonna fall over and then get run over, and that's, you're gonna come home to dead Brendo. Like,
Because it's hot.
yeah. So that was, and I like just drinking water, and but I did have all your popsicles.
That's good.
And all that
you up with
stuff.
our freezer
And
food.
you introduced me to those Fruitair bars.
Yeah, those things are
Holy
awesome, right?
crap.
Yeah.
Although it's weird, the pricing on them is weird.
Why is that?
They have, so the mango ones are like $1.99, but they have these cherry ones that I want to try.
They're
For
more.
some reason, they're like $3.
The lime ones are like 99 cents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want those cherry ones, but they're like
Usually
$4.
go for the strawberry ones are like some of the best.
The mango ones are really good, and I had the mango. Like, I actually bought a whole other box because I ate that box,
because you like them.
and then I really liked them. So and then
They're relatively low.
and
like
they're low in calories.
and
Same thing with
stuff, so-
popsicles.
Yeah. It's good,
And
it's better than grabbing a bag of chips or something.
yeah, and then I
ice
actually
cream.
the skinny cow ice cream was actually
It's not
pretty
bad,
good.
right? That's what I was saying.
It was
Like,
way better than straight up non-fat ice
Yeah.
cream. Non-fat ice cream is the worst thing that's ever been invented, and it should die a horrible
Yeah.
death because it's freaking disgusting.
but skinny cows, like
but skinny cows actually,
you can tell that it's like
but
low
it's
cal,
but it's pretty good.
tasty
It's
enough.
tasty.
Yeah. Especially those like caramel
The salt.
bars.
Oh my god, those caramel
Those are
bars.
actually like really
You
good.
know what the difference is?
What?
With skinny cow ice cream versus regular ice cream?
What? Air.
I asked one of their product people.
Okay.
They're smaller portions.
Huh. Well, there you go. Well, it's good. So it's a good, like, it helps you to not like gorge, right? Whatever. It's a good deal.
It's tasty.
They're delicious. I've eaten more than any human being.
Yeah, the problem is if you, like,
although the
keep
one
eating
thing
them
I
now-
didn't like was those ice cream sandwiches. Whatever the cookie's made of, it just sticks to your fingers.
Oh yeah.
And so you're by the end of it,
You
so
gotta, like, lick it
I had
off.
so it's just like you're covered in this like cookie, and this was good, and then I don't know, I mean, I ate your food. I realized, like, I feel like there's a cutoff in your life where like American cheese is no longer like, but it got, because I was like, it's there. I'm hungry. I'm gonna eat it. But it was a struggle because I'm like, I used to think this tasted.
Was it not good? Was it like a bad?
No, American cheese no longer has that like magical. Because I remember when I was a kid, Like I loved it because I did at first. I'm like, something's wrong with this American cheese. So I actually went and bought like another
one.
like just a couple, like a small pack, and I'm like, nope, this is what
That's
it
American.
tastes like.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is garbage
It's better
cheese.
if you melt it. I like it melted. Like if
Yeah.
you do like a grilled cheese.
Well, I'm
or
a
something,
cold cheese.
but it's not the best
Yeah,
of
that's
cold cheese.
Decent on a burger.
Yeah, or a quesadilla. Like that's a good thing to do with it.
No, that's
Grilled cheese
wrong.
a burger.
I like. The
I'm still
quesadilla.
not an American cheese guy at all.
Only
Now-
on a burger.
but I
No,
was-
grilled cheese.
But I'm like, poor Brendo. Again, I got my EBT card this week. That's another thing I did. I'm officially super poor now. EBT.
But it's a good step.
I'm gonna be that
for
guy.
now. It's fair.
And my food stamps.
Because you've had multiple job interviews.
I
That's
have.
good.
I already didn't get the job in Ukaipa. Same day rejection on a job in San Bernardino. But I did two tests in San Bernardino, and then I have an interview coming up in Redlands for a temp position that sounds very promising.
So there you go. So
I guess I don't know.
you don't have to feel if you're like actively trying. You're not a bum. You're just you're.
I've been
you're
bumming
searching.
it pretty hard though.
Yeah, but you're doing job. You're doing job interviews.
While I'm
That's-
bumming it as hard as you can bum.
Take advantage while you can.
Sitting when I got the AC blasting and I'm sitting in my underwear eating American cheese.
right there.
That's about as
right there where David and Matthew are on the couch.
Oh, American cheese underwear.
I just think that's like about as Homer Simpson as you can get. Like the only way I can get more Homer Simpson is if I sit in a baby pool, like
Oh
with a
gosh.
beer, and he drops the hot dog. Where do you think you're going?
Now so I often get a hard time on this show and elsewhere for having weird food things.
Mm-hmm.
But I found Brendan's weird food thing.
Yeah,
Brendan does not eat leftovers and he does not take food from other people.
it freaks me out.
So we left and we needed to like defrost our
I'm sorry,
fridge.
it's my one thing.
And so we thought
No, I eat my leftovers. If I know where they came from.
okay, but so we had to clean out the fridge. We needed to, defrost it. And so we
The biggest part of it for me, and Janelle had to reassure me, was I know for a fact that you play very fast and loose
with the
with expiration dates.
Yes, but not anymore. That's the old Phil.
But that's the problem
will
is
not
I
allow
just
that.
know all the Phils. So
the old Phil, yes. The whole Vecchio clan collected old expired
and
chips
I know
and passed them
your whole
around
family.
and whatnot. But this so we needed to clean out the fridge and
Hey, I ended up taking pretty much
Brendan
everything.
took a lot, but there's like sealed food in there that we have not touched. The expiration date is not reached, and he's like, I don't know, like that's weird. I don't know if I can take it. I'm like, this is not any different from getting it at the grocery store. We bought this week. We haven't gotten a chance to use it. It's sealed. It's well within the expiration date. And he's like, I don't know. It's kind of weird. He won't take like food and it's not. This was not like, oh, here's an open jar of mayonnaise that I want you to take. That's what Matthew. He came by and like cleaned up the rest of the stuff, right?
Yeah.
See, I don't know.
But Brendan, like, I'm talking like
Other
here's
people's food kind of freaks me
a
out.
frozen thing of like ground beef or something, wasn't there?
No.
No, what was it? There was some frozen food that you were like, I don't know, that's kind of weird. And I'm like, that's not any different from getting it out of the
I don't-
freezer at the grocery store. So Brendan has a weird food thing. I'm just excited. I'm not the only one.
I'm just weird about expired food. I
But
think
it's not. This was we checked the
the
expiration
potential
date
expired
on each
food.
one, and you're like, oh, but how do I know? I'm like, it's on here. That's not expired. And you're like, I don't know. Like it's weird.
Expiration date is really more of a suggestion.
Well, that's what freaks him out because he knows about that attitude. But
I've
still,
food poisoned myself enough times that I'm really
hummus. You did not want to take hummus.
Well, okay. I actually was wrong about that. I thought it was open, and that really freaked me out.
I'm not gonna
And then it
get
turned out it wasn't open.
it's a sealed thing. That's what I
But
said.
then-
It's brand new.
The pita bread you gave me was a little bit moldy because then I took a piece and there was a bunch of mold on it.
Well,
And then I did get all freaked out. And then I realized it was the pita bread, not the hummus.
okay. But did you eat it right away?
Yeah.
Or- all right.
I ate that right away. And then the cheese, the expiration date was the date that you gave it to me. So that day,
But
I ate
that's the sell-by date.
I
There's
don't.
A difference
I
between
still
a
get really
sell-by-
freaked out about
I'm just
moldy
saying.
cheese.
Well, okay,
and
the pita. To be fair, that stuff goes bad. We bought it that week, but that stuff goes bad.
there was
really
only
fast.
one piece that had a little bit of mold on it.
So
it was
that
fine.
we didn't examine that one closely.
No, it was
but
fine. It was fine.
That's
fine.
I mean, especially when it's hot in the
You eat
summer,
some
that
mold,
stuff
no
goes
big deal.
like that
Everybody
stuff
eats.
goes bad fast.
It's fine. But that is. I will admit that's I don't know why. There's a couple different things. I have some theories. I'm sure my mom could probably elaborate. One time, I got freaked out by like just stuff in the fridge one time because, as I have told you many times, I used to be growing up. I was a hardcore scavenger. Like, like my mom my mom would have to hide food and like stuff because I was like a hardcore scavenger. I get home from school or like even in the morning.
Eaten the fish gummies too if they were around, I'm sure.
So, and I would just take drinks of things and get up in the morning, take a big chug of, I get a glass of, grab a thing of milk. It's freaking buttermilk, and that messed me up. I didn't drink milk for like a year after that. And like and then also like I think I drank some expired milk a couple times, and you do that once.
Oh yeah.
And you get the curd, like the curd. Like that happened to me once.
Yeah. Well, there's some things I don't like. Milk I don't mess around with.
One time, and then I think I already talked about this on the show, but towards the end of our tenure at WebSense, they stopped restocking the vending machine.
Oh, you did tell me about that.
And so I got my regular like mini donut gems, and I'm just like I'm at my desk, my donut gems and my coffee. I'm just going to town, and I'm like, these donuts taste really weird. They taste really waxy. What is wrong with these donuts? I look down, and it's full on covered in mold, and I've already eaten like 2 of them, and I threw up. Like I threw up, but I did tell the guy, and he gave me like a $5 credit, and it was like, but yeah. And so again, like I've had things that happen to me, which makes me weird about old food, and then other people's leftovers, and like I don't eat other people's leftovers.
We were not.
And it wasn't leftovers,
like,
but
that's when Matthew comes in, and he's like the.
Well, here's the other thing I do too. Like some of it was like kind of gross, and I wasn't actually going to eat it. But I know it helps Phil to know that it's going to a good home. So
he takes it and throws it away.
Yeah, you were trying to dump the sauce on me, and I was like, no, I'm not touching any of this stuff.
That's why you have a compost bin.
Well, anyway, again, don't get me wrong. Like I understand having weird food things. I was just excited to have finally found a weird Brendo food thing because I didn't think there was one.
Also, I know another reason why I might have. Gosh, stupid thing.
Computer. Do you eat your own leftovers? Like
I'll eat my own leftovers if I know where it came from, and it's not too old.
Wait, how would you not know where your own leftovers came from?
That's why I know where it came from.
If it's in there for a couple
days. But
if
I forget, I always err on the side of caution, and I will trash something. And I get weird after a couple days. I'm like, oh, is this still good? Because again, I have food poison myself.
I understand.
And
it's a different one.
And then also I think this might also have something to do with the whole food thing. Was one time on a Boy Scout trip, we didn't have a real barbecue, so we're just like, so my scoutmaster was like, oh, we'll just cook the meat on the fire. Like just like I don't even know how we did it, but it did not cook the meat, whatever it was, and it was the worst. Like imagine having to camp on a beach, and you're camping on a beach with pit toilets, and you have the worst diarrhea of your entire life. And
oh my gosh.
Like I slept in a kaibo, basically, like in a porta potty. I slept in it, Phil.
Do you remember? I think you might have been like Missouri or maybe even no, it was China. When we first lived in the apartment post college, you were in China. Trying to place it, or was that Missouri?
I was in Wisconsin when you first.
Okay.
Well, the summer you moved in there was the summer I left for Wisconsin.
Right, but like shortly after we were living there, and this is all our like we had just come off of eating at cafeterias, so we're like finally having to like feed ourselves. And
do you remember? Okay, here's another story. Sorry, real quick sidebar.
Okay.
Do you remember the day that the cafeteria served that it was like juice, but it had fermented or something, and people were getting drunk off I kid you not.
It was apple juice.
Because we were sitting there drinking it, and that boss was like, I think I'm getting a buzz, you guys. So then other people people were grabbing on that.
Yes.
And then I remember somebody finally at Bon Appetit was like, do not drink the juice. And people were, I swear, people got drunk off that
there
juice.
was a rush. I definitely remember that. No, okay. So what I was talking about, like, so we're all, we're learning like bachelor food, like 101.
How
And
far
I
can
had
you
a
go?
Costco card. My grandparents got me a Costco card, right? So I go down to Costco and I got the like pot stickers.
Yeah.
I love those things, the Costco pot stickers. And like I think I was like feeling generous. I got my Costco food. I brought it back and I like cooked them up for everybody. But I didn't know that it was like raw meat inside of it.
Oh, no.
And so like, I think I like heated them up, we defrosted them or something, and we're all like this kind of tastes, does this taste good? I'm like, I don't know. Is it supposed to taste like this, guys? And then I don't know who figured it out, but eventually we like figured out we had all eaten like basically raw chicken inside. We're like, blah, blah, and it was horrible.
Do you get salmonella?
I know why David came over.
The very first time I ever cooked sausage, it was Matthew and me. And like it was one of those like when you realize like I'm old enough I can go to the store and buy food for myself.
Italian sausage.
And it's like so we went and we got Italian sausage and we threw it in the frying pan. And as soon as the outside was brown, we're like, it's cooked. It looks like cooked sausage.
Things where we asked Mom,
is this done? Can we eat it?
Can we eat this now? And we're like, all right. So we both like chowed down. Each one of us ate like half a package of Italian sausage. And they were basically raw on the inside. And we were sick for like a week. We were so sick. But then, okay. So you buy cheap meat at the store and you put it in the freezer.
Yeah.
So I did that. And it was when I was in college. I was living in Tropicana. So it was like the apartments. So I had my kitchen in my place. And I pulled one out of the freezer and I set the oven to like 150 degrees to defrost it. And then I was going to like fry it up. I put it in there, and then my roommate had a Phantasy Star Online subscription. So I went over and I started playing Phantasy Star, and I ended up falling asleep playing the game. And I woke up at like 6 hours later. It was like midnight when like my roommates got back, and I was like, "Hey!" And I went into the kitchen.
Sounds like meat in here.
The entire
rotten
steak
meat
had cooked all the way through. Still wrapped in the cellophane in the styrofoam in the oven. And I looked and it was like, it was brown, like it was cooked. I was like, well, I'm not going to throw it away.
So you ate
So
it?
I cut it out of the styrofoam and I ate it.
Oh, gosh.
I didn't get sick. It was delicious.
Yeah, you probably like totally ate styrofoam.
I was like sous vide.
It's probably like it's soaked in all the chemicals.
It's like all a sea of carbon, what are those? The
Oh,
things that break down the
You know what I
CFCs,
bought at Costco?
What?
My getting through college cheap thing is I went and they had like the 3-foot tall bag of tortilla chips that you can get for like $5. And then I got a gallon thing of nacho cheese. And I just like, opened the lid and then I just like scoop out a couple scoops and make myself nachos. And that was dinner like 5 days a week.
Well, you remember the sweetened condensed milk week,
Phil.
right? I was at the end of the month and I had no more money for groceries. I hadn't subbed enough that month. I had no food left except a can of sweetened condensed milk. And so I would just pull it out. I opened it up at the beginning of the week and I like sipped on it for a little bit for each meal. I'd like sit there watching TV and it's really thick and rich. So you could only take a few sips of it at a time. And I think I lasted like 5 days just sipping it. Each day, each meal, I'd sip a little more sweetened condensed milk.
How did you survive?
I don't know. It's a miracle.
You feel like going to a sub job and just falling over. Like the sub is malnourished.
Have you eaten anything?
This week
It's just can of milk.
See, that's why we were skinny then.
Yeah.
And then when you actually start making money and you're like, hey, I can eat 3 meals a day
and
drink an
sweetened
entire can of
condensed
milk.
Yeah,
milk.
that's the problem. Exactly. Because I tell you, when Janelle gets it for a recipe and it's in the cupboard and I walk by and I'm like, ooh, sweetened condensed milk. But I know if I open that, like that's for a recipe, I'm going to be in trouble. But I am very tempted sometimes.
So that's what's going on with me.
That was good.
Food and it's hot and it's food. It's just
Food and hot
It's
food.
like it's food.
Hot.
And hot.
I'm sick of Popsicle's jokes.
Because you've been reading all the jokes.
I want to work at Popsicle and make those jokes.
Yeah. Well, they have like a few that they repeat over and over
Well,
again
yeah,
too.
that's what I'm saying. There's not a
They need
consistent.
to expand their repertoire.
They need a guy like me
They do.
to.
You should apply.
Yeah.
Look online.
Popsicle joke guy.
That's a somebody has that job
At Popsicle at the company.
Somebody gets paid.
I think they got him out of a book in 1950, and they
They're
haven't
still
changed
using
him
them.
since then. I mean, come on.
somebody at some point got paid to write popsicle stick jokes.
Oh, they had to have updated them since the 50s. They'd be all racist.
That's true.
Yeah. You'll know if you get an old thing of popsicles. Oh wow, that one's bad.
Dad, what is this?
No, let's get another one.
All right. Well, and then I'm working on my puzzle.
Yeah, you got the puzzle going on the table.
Puzzle. That's my new thing. Because now that it's 100 degrees outside, it's not walking in podcasts. It's puzzles and podcasts. A P&P.
Probably burns less calories, but less, chances.
Whatever,
of death
dude.
by
I'm
heat stroke.
sweating off the calories. I do my Just Dance.
Oh, I know.
On occasion.
This is not outside weather. We got spoiled being in Montana. It's like
I'm like, get ready.
Gosh.
It's hot.
And I kept while we were there, I would check the weather back here and I'd be like, oh, it's so nice here. I don't want to be there.
But yeah, book corner.
Book corner.
Read a lot of books.
Yeah, what'd you read?
Finished my Sword and Sorcery anthology. That was really cool.
Working on that for a while.
It did seem kind of cheap though. I found out that the last 100 pages was just a section of the third Game of Thrones book.
Really?
It does seem. It wasn't even like
It's
a
an
new
excerpt?
thing. Yeah.
That's funny.
I'm like, I don't know about that.
Did you actually reread through it?
Oh yeah, it's great.
Okay.
It almost made me want to go read the books all over again. Also finishing this season of the show, which we'll talk about in a minute. But yeah, so Sword and Sorcery anthology, I recommend it. I got it as part of a humble book bundle, but I think you can get it on Kindle for like $3. And and then you can. It's cool because you read these anthologies, and if you have a story you really like, then you look that author up, and you're like, oh, I got all these tons of books, and I'm like, cool. But then it also had because it started off with Robert Howard Conan, and then it went on modern
You guys have read
yeah.
a bunch of those, right?
Yeah.
I have a ton of Robert Howard books.
And so that was cool. Then speaking of George R. R. Martin, I finished the Giant World of Ice and Fire book, which was awesome.
Cool.
Reading the whole history, and it was awesome, and all the maps, and it's cool. Because now, even up when they talk about all this history on the show, I know that history. I've read it. I know all about it. I know all about all the kings and all this stuff. I know what they're talking about when they're talking about the War of the Nine Penny Kings and the Dance of Dragons and all this stuff. I know all about it now because I've read all 400, 500 pages of this book. Then I read the next new assignment on the book club. And as you can see, I have the other book sitting right over there.
Ready to go.
So I read Tales of Fourth Grade Nothing. It continues to be amazing.
It's great, right?
I also how are I feel like Fudge could be a huge film franchise, huge.
I feel like there was.
Well, there was a show,
right? Okay.
But I'm telling this could be a huge movie franchise.
Yeah.
Especially if you had the right kid.
Oh yeah.
And
because it's so funny, but
dude,
also
it's so funny.
much like
it's so well written. It's so clever, and it deals with you close that window right now.
Don't do that.
It's only a little open.
Much the Beverly Cleary stuff. I love seeing as an adult reading it now and understanding the parents' perspective because I think that went over my head as a kid. You understand a lot more of their responses to the situation. And
I still think Peter's mom kind of mean to Peter.
Oh yeah, totally.
Peter had a right to be pissed
There's
off.
a reason that he felt the way he felt, but
I guess how that is when there's the kid I get it.
And I think part of it and part of the brilliance is that the way
overworked
she writes
mom. And also the other thing I realized, reading Tales of a Fourth Grade Nothing, Warren Hatcher is Don Draper. He works at a big advertising agency on Madison Avenue. They live near Central Park. That is not, if anybody knows, they're living in $1 million apartment because Central Park apartments, come on.
Well, and he has his customers.
His customers come
over and stay
dude,
and entertain.
So Warren Hatcher is Don Draper because this was also in the 60s.
Yeah. That's very interesting. I wonder if there's a connection. But what I was going to say is that the way that she writes it, you understand it, but it also feels like it's sort of filtered through his perspective.
Yeah.
So maybe he's overreacting a little bit and you're getting that through him.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's amazing the way that she captures the voice
the
of
story of Fudge in the movies is as good as, because I remember that was my favorite part and it was just as good as I remembered.
Yeah. Oh, it's so good.
And I'm excited to read the new ones.
Yeah.
The other ones. I
haven't quite finished it. I read most of it, but
Mhm.
I've got like a couple chapters left,
right.
which is why it's still in my currently reading.
Then I read a second anthology called Zombies: The Recent Dead. And it was lots of cool. There was only a couple traditional zombie stories. There was a lot of. I mentioned this in the James.
In the future, you will mention.
I mentioned in the future, but there's one where instead of turning them into hideous, malformed zombies, it turns people into super hot, beautiful people. But you're an undead zombie, and you will eventually die. And but people are still like clamoring to become a zombie because of it. And what does that mean for the world? And
that's cool.
And
it's cool, like
just cool new takes. There's one. It's like Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, but with zombies, where the way that the zombies stay away from you is if you're on drugs, because then your blood is tainted, so you have to stay on drugs all the time. So it's these two, like, it's basically like Fear and Loathing, like they're just driving around just totally on drugs.
But is that really
the
case?
Yeah, and then you kind of
okay.
So then you kind of, they run into some other people. It's really funny. It's funny and also like, whoa, this is intense. And then there's like intelligent zombie ones, which are like, that's because that's what kind of makes zombies, like in the end of the day, they're zombies, but like intelligent zombies, that's too much. Like I can't deal with that, because that's like we're screwed.
Zombies, no. What if they're fast and intelligent?
Then you're really screwed. But there's this one, like zombies figure out how to use guns and stuff, and like I'm like we're dead. The human race is over.
Interesting.
So yeah. Anyways, there was also an I Am Legend type story. It was really cool. So then I am reading an amazing book that I also picked up in the library.
I saw this in the bathroom
on a whim. The cover is awesome. Like the artwork.
Yeah, I was trying to like
really
identify different artists in it.
So it's called Love Goes to Buildings on Fire, and then the subtitle is 5 years in New York City that changed the world of music. I think that's what's kind of like that. But it's just about because basically what he does, most people when you write about music, it's like jazz in New York or this in New York. He just covers it all, but chronologically. So all this stuff that was happening at the same time. So in 1973, you had the formation of the New York Dolls. You had Bruce Springsteen playing in like New York City. You had like Patti Smith starting. You had these like talks about these Latin and jazz bands and salsa bands. All this hip hop like was starting all at the same time. And like when you read it chronologically, it is amazing. And like just the whole like artist collectives, the whole idea. They had this place called where like the New York Dolls played, and like where Andy Warhol set up and like stuff. It was called the Mercer Art Center. It was like this old rundown hotel, and they basically divvied it. These guys, these total like musician hippie artist guys that bought it, split it up into like 20 different venues. And there was like practice space. It sounds like the most amazing thing forever. And then during a renovation, they got a little ambitious. They took out a couple too many support things, and the whole thing collapsed.
Wow.
Almost. And like they talked about when it collapsed, people did die, but like bands lost all their instruments, just horrific things like that. And like they talked about that, and then just like the life in New York City, like things that were going on. It's amazingly, like, I've discovered some bands through reading. Like I had heard about this, like the one band, like we'll talk about this on the music, I guess, a little bit, but let's just talk about it now. There's this band that I swear they are the proto BrendoMan All-Stars. Yeah. I've heard of this band because I actually heard Bruce Springsteen talk about them because he's a huge fan of them, which I don't know. I always thought of Bruce Springsteen like Born in the USA Springsteen, but you have to realize before he was born in the USA, Bruce Springsteen was a dude that was like making like $40 a gig, playing anywhere he could, going all up and down the East Coast. Like he's a true like singer. And I listened because of this. I listened to his first album. It's really freaking good, man. Like it's not. I mean, not that his newer stuff, but it's so different. Like, and not different, but just like, I mean, especially without the E Street Band, when it's like, but like. I think they're on his second album, but the first album he had a couple of them, but like it's really amazing. Anyways, so this band Suicide, they're called Suicide. It's two dudes, and it's like super experimental and like super weird. Like some of them, it's like just like random tracks and like random weird guitar, and the guy's just like screaming, and then like other ones are like real songs, but it's all like I'm like that's. that's like, I don't know, like now I have another band I can say we sound like.
So there is a precedent there for the Steve Spangler's Energy Stick, amongst other things.
And then like I've been listening to a lot of Patti Smith lately. I've been listening to a lot of Lou Reed lately. I've been listening to
Any vinyl?
Iggy and the Stooges. What do you mean?
You've been listening to any vinyl?
Well, you got me a Genesis record. I've listened to that.
Yeah, what do you think? Is it
It's
good?
good.
Pretty cool.
It's cool. Although
Peter
Gabriel and Phil Collins are very similar. There's a reason why I think they went
said,
with Phil Collins, because they're like, I think a lot of people aren't going to notice.
Yeah. Well, and probably a lot didn't, you know.
But
it's not like they had the internet to go read up on what's happening, you know.
But yeah, so it's pretty good. It's cool, and I've been listening. This really gotten me excited about just all things create, because it also talks about like the evolving music journalism and like poetry, and like it talks a lot about Philip Glass. So I've been listening to a lot of Philip Glass. Philip Glass is perfect to listen to when I'm writing or when I'm working on stuff, because it really gets you flowing.
That's cool.
Or when you're just trying to relax and forget about the fact that it's 100 degrees outside and you're dirt poor and you just got your EBT card. I can just kind of relax, and yeah, it's really, I've been listening to a lot of that lately. Anyways, you.
Oh no, well, one more that you got to talk about.
Oh my gosh.
This is one that I need to read.
So,
who pointed us?
Louis pointed. I knew about it. Okay. I had already known about it, but Louis did point it out in the radio BrendoMan feed. There's story bundle. It's like the Humble Bundle, but it's just for books.
Right. And
they do themed ones. So this one is video games. They've done it before, and I didn't get it. And now I'm like totally regretting that I didn't. So this one, the highlight of this bundle, so it included all these different 2 Hardcore Gaming 101 books, which they're books. If you go to their website, you know how thorough they are. Like if you've been to their website, their articles, I spent months on this website. It's amazing. Phil, I'm serious. If you go there, you will never come out of it.
I have a tab.
I can't wait for when you go there. So you at least know what it looks like.
Yeah.
And you can tell.
Into it briefly.
You can tell that like this is like dangerous territory.
I don't have time for this.
It's basically just super in-depth talking about video games. It's nuts. So anyway, so they got those books. There's this, I forgot what the magazine's called, but it's like there are 12 issues of this. It's basically like a video game zine. All kinds of articles, interviews. There's a 3-set zine about just like the evolving history of Dungeons and Dragons. And then the highlight though, is the Boss Fight book series, which is people writing out different books. The creator of Boss Fight books, he spent forever trying to figure out what he was going to do. And then it came back to the title that he knew best, and the history of is completely insane. It's such a fascinating book. Bible Adventures.
Now, David, who's somewhere in here, spent a lot of time playing Bible Adventures with me.
Yeah. I was playing it recently.
It's actually a decent game.
Yeah, well, he talks about that. Yeah. Like the Noah's Ark section.
Noah's Ark in particular is the highlight, I would say.
Yeah, Moses was not as good.
No,
the cover. So the cover of it is the animals stacked
he's
up,
like holding like 2 sheep and a pig or something like that.
But the story of because I keep forgetting what
Color Dreams,
and they started in Orange County, so that's why you know all the places. Like one of the main developer guys went to Saddleback, and that's where and then the guy he interviewed everybody. So there's a ton,
because I've done a ton of reading on it before. Yeah. So I'm excited to get more into it.
So fast.
Because the whole thing, I mean, briefly, is that they had this failing non-licensed video game company that's trying to get stuff on Nintendo.
They figured out how to get around the lockout chip, which instead of so Tengen, they had a thing that basically what Tengen did. That I didn't know this. It was the Tengen one. So Atari, basically what Atari did was they formed Tengen because they weren't allowed to make, because they had the 5-game rule per calendar year. So to circumvent that, they formed Tengen. Also, Atari was only because of their Chapter 11 agreement, they could only make arcade games. So they had to make Tengen, but it was Atari. It was not this random new company.
It was just a way to get around stuff.
Atari being Atari. So if you tie the information from this book and then what I found out in the Console Wars, it's pretty nuts. So what Tengen did was they basically called up the patent office and were like, they had their lawyer call the patent office and was like, "We're getting sued by Nintendo," which they were not at the time.
Right.
But we need to see we need to see that patent on the Nintendo lockout chip. And the patent office is, "Here you go," and gave them the schematics. So they basically were able. They didn't have to do anything.
They just stole it.
So they stole it, and then when you find out the rest of the story is that once they did get sued, then Sega bankrolled them and they just did it just to mess with, just to keep Nintendo, because that case was in the court for years.
Yep.
Like, so that was just that on top. That's nuts.
Yeah. So
Like,
meanwhile,
Color Dreams is like, well, we don't want to. We can't. So then Nintendo got wise and pulled the thing from the patent thing, or they did something. So then Color Dreams figured out a much simpler way. They came up with a way to They basically shorted out long enough for the game to load. So there's a loading screen on the Color Dreams cartridge where it's like loading, and that's really there just so they're they're shorting out the.
Well, but the issue was that Nintendo, and trying to keep these non-licensed games from being out there,
which
they told
these are the roots of the hatred that third parties have for Nintendo. I'll go back to
They told like Toys R Us or wherever, if you carry these non-licensed games, we won't give you Mario and Zelda and all the real stuff.
So they started their mail order
down.
They did mail order and like random like mom and pop toy stores.
Right. But it wasn't going well. They weren't selling very many
because their games were terrible.
And so this dude figured out, like, well, where's a place we can sell them that won't crack down on it?
And they saw like the rise of Christian bookstores. But then one day, even in this, they described it as somebody just said, "What if we just had Jesus jumping around?"
Yep, and that was
the start of the and it was because he and then in the book he constantly is referring to the South Park episode where Cartman forms a Christian band,
right?
Because that is exactly what Color Dreams
They took all their games and reskinned them with Bible stuff, and that. So I think I might have said it on the show. I can't remember, but like the one they had was like Menace Beach, I think it was called, where it was like this, street tough was trying to get down to the beach, and he beats up the skateboarders and kicks the dog or whatever. And so they just reskinned it. They called it Sunday Fun Day. And it's this kid trying to get to Sunday school, and all these people are trying to stop him from getting to church. And I think he throws Bibles at them or something like that to stop them. And that's how now it's a Sunday school game. And they've sold it in Christian bookstores. And
they are still around.
And the company still exists. Up until like a couple years ago, you could still buy some of the physical copies of them from them.
Well, I think that we saw that they're still selling the Game Boy.
But mostly now they do like, digital stuff.
Yeah.
Which
the
makes
game,
sense.
Spiritual Warfare.
Yes.
Yeah, that was their best.
I was just talking about. I forgot about that one.
Yeah, and that was them too, it was basically a Zelda knockoff.
Totally.
But it was decent. But the funny part of that one is like instead of you had the sword of the spirit, and I think you like prayed at them or something. And then when you killed a bad guy, you didn't kill him. You like released their soul to heaven, or I can't remember how they like explained it. But I mean, you're going around killing guys with a sword, but they had this way of like explaining it.
And then the other thing that he talked about was he loved those games because his mom, because his mom would be like, "Stop playing that game." Be like, "Mom, I'm learning about the Bible."
Because they would have like. Every once in a while, the game would like have a break, and you would have to answer like trivia questions, like, which book of the Bible was Moses in? Exodus. Okay.
So he's like, I got to play a lot of video games because,
and I mean, some of them were much worse than others, but Bible Adventures in particular was really good, and Spiritual Warfare, we had some fun with those.
Okay, so here's some interesting things about unlicensed games.
Okay.
When you put in a game and it's dirty, and the Nintendo screen flashes, and it won't play, that's because it's not communicating
because of the lockout chip.
The lockout chip.
Oh, so that's
it locking it out.
Huh.
So that's also, if you open up your Nintendo, there's the lockout chip, and you'd have to look it up. But you can actually just take a pair of like wire cutters and you cut one of the pins on the lockout chip, and it bypasses it.
And so it won't do that anymore?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, and then you can load in any game you want.
I have like 3 Nintendos at home. I might want to do that with one of them since I have multiple.
Yeah, I did it on mine. It's like the easiest thing to do.
And then the games work easier and stuff?
Well, no, because if the games are flashing, then it's already got a bad connection, so the game's probably not going to work anyway.
Well, I can make it work.
But if there's you're going to have to shift
fiddle around with it.
But like if you have, I'm trying to remember, like if you have like unlicensed ones
Right.
or like region locked ones that aren't for that one, it'll totally
Yeah,
play.
'cause
Yeah,
then-
Famicom games, like the Japanese ones.
I don't know,
I have an adapter for that anyway, but
but yeah. So that's
interesting.
that's why it flashes.
Well, I definitely need to get that.
You gotta get it.
I need
It's
to read that.
For $12, you get the Bible Adventures. You get 11.
All
You
that
get a
other
ton of stuff. Like this is enough stuff. If I just read this stuff, it would probably take me like months to get through all this material.
Okay, I gotta ask you, Brenda. Did you ever finish reading The Color of Magic?
Yeah,
Did you read any more of those books?
yeah. I read the second one.
Because I'm on book 8 now.
I wanted to keep going, but I have all these other books.
Oh yeah, well,
They're
terrible.
so good,
I'm
right?
getting them all. Yeah, and every single one of them, you're like, oh, it's another book in the series. Like he's gonna have to start repeating himself.
Nope.
It'll be boring. I'm on book number 8, and they're still so good.
Is this the Discworld?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's totally like Brendo totally got it right. It's Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, but instead of science fiction, it's fantasy.
Huh.
And it's so like
You'd love it.
I need to read
it's
them.
so funny.
I laughed out loud so many
Oh,
times.
and it's terrible because I read them at work. So I'll be sitting in like a boring business meeting, and they'll be like, "Oh, so we had $2,000 in income from," and then I'll be just reading them like,
Because his wordplay is
Oh,
like just
yeah.
well, and it's just so many things.
just the callbacks. His callbacks, some of his callbacks are nuts. Like and like some of his references and like.
Yeah, oh, dude. So which ones have you read? You read?
Well, I read
Magic?
Color Magic and Light Fantastic.
So then Mort is the next one. You've
Yeah,
not read Mort?
I know.
Dude. That's probably my favorite so far of all of them.
Is what?
Mort.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I just had to
Mort.
stretch there.
Well, because there's characters like that he doesn't even introduce until like because there's like the whole City Watch series. There's all his
Yeah,
different.
I'm reading Guards right now, which is the City Watch. But no, because Mort is the boy who Death takes on as an apprentice.
Yeah,
Which already his name is Mort, and Death takes him on as an
That's
apprentice.
pretty good.
and then but the character of Death is so
good.
so funny,
So
so amazing.
Huh.
Oh,
It's
I'm sold.
incredible.
I definitely need. The problem is that you guys keep saying there's like 50 books in it, and I'm like,
No, but it doesn't matter because even the first book, which is fairly short, like all by itself,
they're like
you could read that and you're
standalone
just like,
books.
All right.
you can read the first chapter and you'll be
Overdrive?
completely satisfied. Yeah, I've been reading them on Overdrive. Brendo got me hooked on that. That's like I read all
I
my
am
books
too.
on
I'm
Overdrive.
all over Overdrive.
Overdrive is the bomb.
Especially because I got my San Bernardino one.
Yeah, if
and
you
I
have
got
multiple,
Pasadena, Glendale.
Yeah,
That's the,
because then you like combine. Then you got like because every new library you can get
Has different
access
books.
to has different books.
Huh.
Should get a river.
You know what I read on a good old fashioned piece of paper book?
Hmm.
I read Sing Down the Moon. I finished it.
What's that?
It was really good. That's the Scott Odell one.
Oh
I
yeah.
talked about it, like where the girl gets the Spanish like slavers invade like the Indian tribe and they kidnap them and
Hmm.
take her into slavery, and then like she escapes from that, but then their tribe is like marched on the
Trail of Tears.
thank you the Trail of Tears, and it's like from her perspective and like living through that. And Scott Odell did like Island of the Blue Dolphins and other stuff. And
Isn't there a sequel to Island of
There
the
is,
Dolphins?
yes.
I haven't read that. I want to read it.
I have not either, but I know it's there. But he's great. Like just some of like it's the historical stuff, but
Yeah.
it's very cool. So
Awesome.
it's very emotional. Like
Yeah.
it's not a
Yeah.
it's a great book, but it's definitely it's a
All right.
heavy read.
When we get into this next thing, I just got to remind you, Phil, that we are at the 3 hour and 11 minutes.
Okay, well,
Oh, well, you're also reading Tales of Forgetting Nothing, but we're going to talk about that. But here's your big event.
So,
Oh, no.
this is the real thing that I want to talk about. No.
Oh.
I'm going to keep this short because, okay, so basically I did this Kickstarter thing. One of my favorite bands in the entire world is a band called The Prayer Chain.
Which we did already get to see.
We got to see,
Most
yeah,
of
we kind
them.
of talked a little bit when we saw
Last
went to the
time.
show the last time, and most of the band was there and they played a couple of their old songs.
Now,
So, but
yesterday-
now, and this was this Kickstarter thing. It's the 20th anniversary of their album called Mercury, and they were a band that existed in the Christian music market, but especially with this album in particular, it is far outside of what anyone would ever consider like typical. Like this is not Michael W. Smith or worship music or DC Talk or whatever it
This
is.
is the heart of our artists who happen to be Christians.
Yeah,
like the art is what
I would play this for anyone and challenge you to show me something that's not like that shows it not to be an artistic achievement. Like it's fantastic. And so anyways, it's a great album. Probably my favorite single album of all time. As a whole. But, just fantastic band. I've had the privilege over the years of getting to know some of the guys in the band, kind of. We've worked together on some stuff. I booked some of their bands. I've done shows with them together. But, all along the way, I'm like the hugest fan, all the way from when we were kids. I emulated.
There's a
this
special
band.
kind of feel nerding out when like Tim Tabor's around.
Oh my gosh, it's gotten better now. Like, it's
but I remember
now,
back in the Biola days, if we were working with Tim on something, you were always like, "We got to do this right." Tim's gonna be.
Well, and because usually around bands, like even bands that I love, I'm like, it's cool. Like
some of the only times I see you truly geek out.
Yeah, did I say this right? Like I'd freak out, and I don't know, just because I look up to him so much. So when I talk about this, what I hope you can do is think of your band that's like that. Like imagine that band for you,
and then
even
imagine
if it's not this,
what you got.
So
to
imagine
do.
what I got to do, because maybe you're not geeking out, but
think about the band that you love the most,
that now, or if you don't care about bands,
or
like
somebody,
an
act like a director or somebody.
So this is like one of my all-time favorite bands. So this Kickstarter they did, it's for a re-release of this album on vinyl, double vinyl, because it's like a really long album. Janelle let me go for like the maximum thing. So I got a double vinyl color set, and then they threw in a black set as well. So I get 2 copies of it. I got a t-shirt, which if you're looking at the YouTube, I'm wearing it. And there's a little ketchup from dinner on there. So it's a little less cool now, but whatever. I got my shirt on. And so I got that. And then we got to do, they call it the listening party, where you get to hang out with the band. They're from Southern California. And they said we'd listen to the album and you get to kind of hang out for a little bit. And we didn't know what to expect from it, but I'm like, yes, I need to do that. Janelle said I could do it. It was $150, which if you imagine meeting like your favorite band in the whole wide world at all, like $150 is worth it. Plus I got the vinyl and everything.
Yeah.
So I go down to this thing. It turns out it's at Northern Records Studios, which has recorded like practically everything that I love in music. So again, try to picture your own things there. And, not only is the band there, but the producer of the record's there. And like many of my other musical heroes are walking around. And basically we got to hang out. It started at 3 p.m.
You had a taco truck?
They had a taco truck there. And we hung out for like the first 4 hours. It was me, the guys in the band, the producer, and about like 15 other people. That was it. And we just got to hang out and we chatted.
How long were you there, Phil?
We were there. It wound up being 9 hours. It was 9 hours of just.
They went through every song.
We listened to every song, but not only did we listen to it, like the producer was there and the band was there, and they went through like music geek stuff of like, this is where we placed the mic on this guitar, and this was the kind of wood that this particular shaker was made out of, and we crafted it from this. Because this album is like, it's a work of art. Like they used that like every layer of like on the every channel they could on their multi-track recorder, like. They recorded it all in this old house in Nashville. Like it's just one of those like lightning in a bottle,
like breaking the budget.
It was incredible. Like they did this whole. It was all like wildly artistic. They left a microphone
at a house in Nashville.
Yeah, they left a microphone out in the rain just to record the ambient sounds, and they would capture like lightning bolts, and it just happened to like match right up with the song, so they keep it in there. Like it's one of those kind of things. Like just if you don't care about music, again, think of like the thing that is like getting behind the curtain
artist telling
finding about like,
and you get to ask them anything you want.
We got to ask them anything you want, and they asked everything about lyrics, about music, about the production, and the band kept going like, "Is this going too long? Are you guys getting bored?" And we're like, "No, please keep going." So after we did like all the listening and we hung out with them, then like the guys, some people were like, "Oh, well," at the end those final questions, and I was like, "So when are you guys gonna like play again?" Like I know, someone's got to ask it, but when's the reunion or whatever? Because it wasn't supposed to be a concert. It was just going to be hanging out. And they're like, we'll see what happens. And so a bunch of people went outside, and the guitar player and the lead singer are like, well, we'll do a little stuff for you. And so the guitar player grabs an acoustic guitar, and the lead singer sits down. The producer guy who like also did percussion was there. And it was like me and 3 other people, and they did a like 15 song set, and they let us request any song from their entire catalog and perform it. I got them all on video and various things. First, my like phone filled up. So I grabbed out my camera and videoed, and then like the battery died, and then I grabbed out my 3DS and finished recording the rest of the set on that because I could not miss this moment. It was the most. I mean, and I watched the whole thing, and it was me and like a few people, and with my favorite band in the whole world, and they did like this private set. It was amazing.
So how much did you cry? I mean,
no, I wasn't the only one crying. The band was crying. The people in the room were crying when they were telling me stories. Because part of it is
the band broke up.
The band
immediately
broke up
after
because of
this
this
record.
It was the
came out.
most like traumatizing thing. And you can hear the famous music review of it says like I can hear the band breaking up when I listen to this record because it's amazing and it's heart wrenching and like the stuff they did, just the raw emotion that went into it. Some of these guys haven't talked in years, and they're in this room together, and we watched them reconcile. Like I haven't talked. He's like, they're crying and telling him like, I never appreciated you, and you were so talented, and thank you for putting up with everything. And they're hugging, and like we're all just bawling. Like it was unreal. Like I can't. Again, I know you don't care about this band in particular, but imagine seeing something like this from something you care about so much.
My other takeaway from this is you got Jason Martin to kind of say that he would do a Starfire show.
Not only that. I had guys, and I've got their phone numbers in my phone now, and they're like, yeah, we'll come out and play shows for you. Give us a call. Like, that's the kind of night that it was. I'm like, these are people that I never dreamed of getting to talk to, let alone, like, oh, here, I got their notes. I mean, of course, I'm not going to abuse it or show it, but it's in my phone. I could call them. It was incredible. It was just like, it was one of those nights that I will never forget. It was 9 hours.
Light
I'll
a
never
fire?
forget. They gave, and that's what I want to take away from it. That's why I talked to you about it. I said I'm not going to go too crazy with it, but it was one of those things, and we've done it a lot, and I feel like maybe we haven't done enough recently, but if I can like impart just a small amount of the feeling that just went into like what these guys created, and then realizing that by creating something, because you hear them talking about it and like we don't understand why you guys are so attached to it. Like we like it, but we loved making it, but it's just to us it's like this emotional like touch point in our lives, and it's just to think that just by creating something you can put that out there and affect people in that kind of way, and realizing like the work they put into it and the detail, and I don't know, it just made me want to create stuff. It got me excited. I was talking with all the people there. We're making plans about releasing albums and doing all this stuff, putting on shows, and I don't know. I hope that could somehow inspire you guys to like get out there and create stuff, whether it be a podcast or music or writing or whatever it is that you love to do, because like I don't know, just the impact that creating something can have on people is just unreal.
Yeah.
And it was, I mean, just again, the emotion in there, just being a part of that. I don't know. I've been buzzing. I came home that night. I didn't get home till after midnight. Well, it's after 1 because we left at midnight or a little after midnight. I didn't go to bed till like 5:30 because I couldn't sleep. I was like just listening to bands.
Well, it was funny.
Oh my gosh.
Well, because you called me. I already talked about this, but you called me this morning. You're like, I don't want to record a podcast. But then we ended up talking on the phone for like 35 minutes.
I know. But I was like, I'm in my pajamas.
Because I was all excited because I've been reading this book and it's got me real pumped up. And then, I don't know, today I felt like there were signs because I'll go into this in a second, but I've been binging on How I Met Your Mother, just rewatching it because last time I was unemployed, that's what I did. And I'm like, what was I doing right before? And I'm convinced that, because I'm trying to recreate what was going on last time I was unemployed right before I got a I remember I was binging How I Met Your Mother. I was reading a lot. I was playing a lot of video games, and I was writing a lot. And we were working on those BrendoMan All-Stars tracks. Right. I remember that too, because I remember we had David's equipment. Yep. We had Audrey. We had baby Audrey, and we had unemployed Brendo. And it was I feel like we were at our creative, if juices were flowing. So I was like getting these, so I'm watching How I Met Your Mother, and I was all pumped up about this book, and I was listening to all this music, and I'm like, oh, I'm feeling it. And like, I'm not even gonna lie, I was freestyling in the house. Like I've been freestyling all week, and I should probably try to record some of it, but
you definitely should.
But then I don't know, I feel like this was a sign. I was watching How I Met Your Mother. There's an episode where they're at a club in New York, and this could not have been a coincidence because it was very prominently displayed on camera, but it was it was an advertisement for Stairwell, like a concert, and that was a band that
We booked back in the
booked and we
day.
saw, and it was very kind of one of those part of the scene, and that because the whole thing is like I'm reading this book about New York
local
scene. I'm like,
scene.
oh, scene, I want that because we were we had a scene, we were part of that
Yeah.
scene, we were again going to shows every night, and we knew everybody and people knew us, and it was just, and I'm like. And then I was like, what happened to those kids? Like, there was a lot of goth kids.
Well,
I guess they all kind of grew up and
this was part of what was so inspiring in this thing too, because everyone was there to see these guys, but a lot of people that were there were in various bands and did things over the years. And so, but a lot of people like just kind of in hanging on talking, like recognize me because I've been in a few bands over the years. They knew that I was from like Pop Box Music. One guy like recognized that, like he knew me from like Facebook. He's like, oh my gosh, like I love this stuff. They love the Spivvies and Upside Down, and we got talking about that. Another guy was talking to one of the bands and like mentioned like he's like, oh yeah, the only time I ever saw Starflyer play was at Blue Christmas. You know, I used to go to those shows. Those are great shows. And I'm like, those are my shows. I did, and I talked to him like I still do those, and that's great. And that's how I got on to like booking shows, new shows with the guys in the band and stuff. But like to realize that even though I never like reached the artistic achievement, those people
came to our shows or came doing the stuff,
right? Like I had an impact on them too, even if it was to a lesser degree. Like sometimes some of them only connected with some of their favorite bands because of something that I did.
Well, again, and that's the thing. You never know how you're going to influence people because, like, again, I'm reading this book, and like one of the things it keeps on touching on is Velvet Underground, and the thing about the Velvet Underground is true. Like they did not sell any albums during their lifetime. They never had a hit. They never really made money. Lou Reed made money on his own, but like the Velvet Underground, which is now this but you know what they did? They spawned about 1 million bands.
Yeah.
And like, if you can be that guy, you might not be like, but you're doing like, you're contributing. And without the Velvet Underground, like punk rock as we know it would not exist. Modern rock as we know it wouldn't exist. Like all kinds of stuff would not exist. So, but they, in their time, they didn't know that. But now, I'm pretty sure Lou Reed went like in those, like Lou Reed died like few years ago, but I'm pretty sure he died knowing that like I made an impact huge. And that's cool. I think that's awesome. I think you're just as important, even if you don't get recognized as like this amazing. But like, if you can impact one person, if you can,
and sometimes you don't know.
You don't even. Sometimes you don't know.
Again, like I went to this thing not thinking that someone would have recognized work that I had done, like or had appreciated it, and you might not ever find out. But just by putting something out there, like you can create things and help other people to connect
anyone
with
at any level. So get excited, make stuff, make that thing,
and tell us about it. Like I love hearing.
I got that sticker on my guitar. It says "Make that thing."
That's right. Do it. Make that thing. If you guys,
it's the Topatico model.
Send it to us or tell us about it. We'd love to hear about it because we want to help spread the word about what people are making out there because it's cool.
Yeah,
and we like it. So hopefully be inspired. And again, even if you don't know about the bands I'm talking about, like just think about the way that you've been influenced by those bands and how maybe you've influenced around you by the things that you put out.
But you should go on Spotify and check out the Per Chain because they're awesome.
In particular, the album is Mercury.
I've been listening to Shaw
a lot. Their older stuff is
lately.
great. It really is, but it's more of its time.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mercury's not on Spotify.
Nope.
Well, but you can probably buy it for like a penny on Amazon.
Yep.
Honestly, like it's out there. So it's an album that I would guarantee you could play for most people and would not be able to pinpoint what era it came out in. Whereas their other ones were a little more firmly placed in early 90s. It's fantastic, and I think it was very creative in what they were doing,
especially in that. Well, they were because again, the moment you say Christian.
Right.
People are like,
oh gosh. And I mean, again, like I know the guys and I know where they're coming from, but this is not like beat you over the head with like
it's not the JPMs
kind of thing. Like, and in fact, a large part of the stories they were telling are about how they were signed to like a Christian record label and they turned in this album and the guy like flew out to them and was like, are you guys okay? Literally, so that was the first word. Are you guys okay? Like, what did you send us? We can't release this. You need to fix this. And so they send them back to the studio. They got rid of a couple songs that the label couldn't handle. And they said, okay, we'll record, like they wanted a radio song. So they record the song that's the 5th song on the track. It's called, or on the album, it's called Sky High. and
It's 10 minutes long.
It's 10 minutes long. It's great. It's definitely like more radio friendly, but it's 10 minutes long. And someone in the crowd in the thing last night was like, it was last night, was like, did you guys do that on purpose? Were you trying to sabotage yourselves? And they're like, I don't think we knew it at the time, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, we were trying to torpedo this thing. Like, because every song is like layered and, you know, feedback and noises, and it's harsh, and it's just, and again, this is the same label that put out like Sandy Patty or Michael W. Smith or like, you know, Amy Grant and that kind of thing, which are, you know, I'm not saying, you know, ripping on them. Some of them I'm sure have done great things. I personally love Michael W. Smith, but this is not that. This is a completely different beast, and it's amazing.
I like Go West, Young Man.
Yeah. Again, you know, and that's very much an '80s pop thing, and there's nothing wrong with that. But or early '90s, 1990. There you go. But
it's a perfect 1990 album.
It is.
And I'm not gonna lie. Well, I'll talk about it in a second. Keep going. Sorry.
Anyway, that's it. Do look up Mercury, but more importantly, do something.
Yeah.
Make something.
Make that thing.
Tell us about it if you'd like to, because we'd love to hear about it.
All right, my music talk. I already talked about this, but Love Goes the Building of. I cannot say enough about this freaking book, dude. But it's really good. And now, like, because the guy wrote for Spin, and he has a collection of Spin stuff. Like, now I want to find that book. I've been reading I followed him on Twitter. He writes a whole bunch of cool stuff. This guy, Will Hermes, he's freaking awesome. Cool. He's like I don't know, because you can tell he's really inspired by guys like Lester Bangs and like some of those guys, and like, but like the way he writes about music, I don't know, it's like because he writes about, especially because he grew up in New York during this time, so he was there, and like because he talks about, he's like, yeah, I mean he wasn't old enough to get into like something, because he was like in his teens, but he's like I stood outside while like I was around like when like this was happening. I remember listening to these records, seeing this band play, like he was like when CBGBs was happening and like all this stuff. It also makes me really, because that was my dream. When I was at New York City, I went over and there was not a show playing. It's because I wanted to go to CBGB, right. And there wasn't a show playing that night, and now it's gone. And
okay, so that reminds me of one thing real quick. So like one of the most sought after, like, you know, rare releases that the band The Prayer Chain did was they played a show at CBGB's in '95, and they did like a live EP they released. Mm-hmm. And the only way you could buy it is if you like kind of knew the band. I don't think they ever even officially sold online. Maybe they did, but nobody has it, right? So we get to the listening thing, and the party favors they have spread out on the tables are sealed copies. Now I had a copy already, of course. But like everyone's like, oh my gosh, and like, can we take these? And like, these are the party favors. Go for it. Like, that was again. So imagine like the rare
like sounds thing. Nuts.
It was. I could go on for hours, and I will to these guys at some point, but I'll cut it off there. But it was an amazing night.
All right. Well, my other things are a couple Spotify playlists.
Okay.
That I've been hitting hard. One created by our good friends at the Blaze podcast, Beverly Hills 90210 podcast, Lizzie and Kat. Check it out, 90210blaze.tumblr.com. I love them. They're like the best. But they made a playlist called the Beverly Hills Beach Club 91 playlist. Nice. It's basically the summer of 1991 in audio form. The moment I started playing it, I am in my mom's minivan. I am at the beach, like anything like you heard on the radio. And one of the songs was Every Heartbeat. And you know, I had gotten so sick of those songs, like Baby, and like
speaking of Amy Grant.
Dude, Every Heartbeat is catchy. That song is I'm sorry, that song's great.
It is.
I know. I remember but I remember that was the one that like made the Christian world go cray.
Yeah, well, that and Baby Baby, like the 1-2 punch, like.
But Every Heartbeat is catchy as hell, and it makes me. It's 1991. I am 11 years old. I think the first time I heard that song, I know exactly where I was at Chuck E. Cheese, because they used to play all that music, because the grown-ups got to have something. Because when the animatronic band wasn't on, they would just play whatever pop. And it was probably a birthday, and I remember hearing that and like probably some Bruce Springsteen song and like things like Elton John, and that was and I remember drinking my Ramblin' Root beer and listening to freaking Amy Grant, and then but then it's got like Color Me Bad and REM, lots of REM, and like, oh dude, it's such a great mix. Like if you are a 90s, you have to listen. So look it up, Beverly Hills Beach Club 91 playlist. They also have a link on their Tumblr It's amazing. And then since I've been watching How I Met Your Mother, let me tell you, man, whoever was the music supervisor on How I Met Your Mother, it's a great mix of olds and then brand, like, because I kept thinking, I'm like, because like this show was in 2005 and like they're playing stuff that I knew. Like I remember finding out about bands because of How I Met Your Mother. I found out about Band of Horses because of how whoever was a music supervisor really knew what he was doing, and it's like perfect combination of like old stuff like Pretender, Lou Reed, like all this classic stuff, and then cutting edge like indie rock and like brand new stuff. And then they even had like the 88, like which is a indie band, was like on the show as like the prom. They're the wedding band, and they're at the go because they had to sneak into the prom because Lily has to hear them, and they have to be able to play the Violent Femme song, which I freaking love that song. And like it's such great. I love music, Phil. I love it. I love it so much.
Again,
and like I'm freaking out about
one of those
music.
inspirational weeks. I'm excited to be working on the BrendoMan stuff, the BrendoMan All-Star stuff.
Oh.
It's a good week to like be working on that.
Yeah. So I'm pumped.
Did you listen to the Pony Express EP by any chance? The 7-inch?
No.
Oh, okay. Go listen to that too.
I don't know where I put that.
That's good.
I gotta find
it's
it.
Rare.
Wait, when did you give that to me?
On your birthday.
Oh, then it's in there.
Okay.
I thought that was one of the
little
ones.
blue 7-inch. Remember, it's on Velvet Blue Music.
Oh yeah, okay.
It's the guy that Star Flyer plus Upside Down.
I gotta listen to it. I've been like I said, I've been listening to podcasts, and Obama was on Marin. Like that's freaking nuts. Like I loved it. It was great, and just seeing all that stuff. I don't know. It's just been a very exciting. And then on top of it, to tie it all into wrestling, I still don't know what part he played in all this. I want to ask him on Twitter, but then I'm like, I don't want to be that guy. He thanked Colt Cabana at the end of the Obama episode, like Marin did. So I'm like, look at Colt Cabana just getting mentioned. Because you know how many? It was Libsyn said it's their most downloaded podcast file ever.
I'm sure.
Like it had over 1 million downloads.
Well, what's exciting
for one podcast episode?
Podcasting is mainstream now.
Come on, the president was on a podcast. I mean, like my mom asked me about. She's like, "What is this WTF?" And I'm like, "Oh."
Podcast.
I knew he was gonna do it, and even he warned. He's like, I'm gonna censor my intro for this, so because normally he goes into like he says like he goes what the again. He's like, and he comes up with all these fun names, but he didn't do any of that. He went right into like, all right, welcome to WTF, and here's President Obama, and
wisely so.
Yeah, because I think he knew he was gonna get a lot of fresh ears and a lot of. And I can't imagine what his inbox is like right now.
Oh my gosh!
Like he's probably got to get a new email address.
Yeah,
because he does have a very public email. I've emailed him and he's responded to me. Pretty cool.
That's
Mark Maron.
Probably not anymore. I doubt he would be able to find it through all that.
I think he's still got that. Hopefully, maybe one of these days he'll be fishing around on his
President
desk.
Obama and what's this?
Radio
BrendoMan. Oh, sure.
That's
next on my list.
Yeah, next on my list. All right. Well, that's my music notes, and then so we have. Let's talk about this real quick.
We'll make
we
it
got to
quick.
Power through.
We do because it's
power.
But
it's almost.
I have a new Phil's Freaky movie. I watched again like late night weird TV. This was like actually on a Christian station that was up there, and I'm flipping through. And again, this
was this on the BYU TV?
No, this was different. This was actually in the Next Hotel.
Okay,
they had that there too, but it was actually playing reruns of the one I'd seen the night before because I was like, oh, I gotta watch more of this stuff, and then it was gone. But it's like they have like but it's not like TBN. It was like this indie Christian station.
Like just a local,
something, and they had this. And again, I'd shared around this.
Sounds like
trailer.
Idaho.
This was actually in Spokane.
Okay,
it's in Spokane, but right on the border there. I had shared around this trailer as a joke. I thought it was something that people.
Yeah, I remember it's
called Praise Band the movie, and the premise is there's this church and they have hymns, and then they bring in this guy that plays acoustic guitar to start a praise band, and the old folks will have none of it, and there's all this controversy, and the guy that comes in is named Matt, and there's the drummer is Mark, and then the bass player is Luke, and then the pastor comes in and goes, oh, we got Matthew, Mark, and Luke. All we need is a John. And then it cuts to a homeless guy, and it's got a sign out. This is my name is John, and he's playing on the street. And another pastor comes up and is like, John, you need the Lord. And then like it turns out that the next scene it shows him like playing in the band. And this is like a trailer, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is ridiculous. There's a whole movie of this. A whole movie.
And you watched it.
And I watched the entire thing, and it's the worst best thing I have ever seen. Like okay, so first of all, the whole thing is this guy, he comes in, he's got this amazing voice, and he wins over even the old people by just his, you know, great performance and passion, blah, blah. The actor they got to play can't sing. So they dubbed all of his singing. Now, this movie probably cost $10.
It's like Saved by the Bell when Zach starts singing.
Yeah, except the whole point of him being in the movie is he's a worship leader guy, a music guy, and he can't sing. So they got some other dude. So I looked into the history of it a little bit. This guy who's probably like I think he's a pastor's kid. I don't know like what he is, but this kid, I mean, you know, young guy in his 20s wrote the movie. His dad paid for the movie to be made, directed it, wrote all the songs for it, and then performed some of the songs for the movie. So he basically made a movie for his kid who wanted to like make a movie.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, adult kid, you know, but still. And they had like some other guy come in and dub over all the music because none of the people knew how to play.
That's nuts.
Well, some of the guys actually played like instruments in the band, but it was the most like bizarre, like I can't believe this is really a thing. Just so cheesy.
How can you watch this movie?
Because I love bad movies.
But how can anybody else watch this?
I bet you it's on YouTube or somewhere. I don't know. I might even be on like Netflix. Who knows?
Yeah.
I didn't think it was real, and then I'm flipping channels and it's like up next on the blah blah blah, the Praise Band the movie. I'm like, what? And the kids are asleep and Janelle's asleep, so I can watch anything I want. I'm like, I am watching Praise Band the movie tonight. Got a Diet Coke out, and it was pretty great. So
sounds great.
It's horrible. It's so, I mean, the acting. Oh, there's a subplot, of course, where the one guitar player.
Does somebody get falsely accused of stealing something?
You're close.
Ooh, I almost
close.
got it.
He and his wife are fighting because I think she thinks maybe there's some infidelity going on or whatever. They're not talking, but he doesn't believe that they should be divorced. He believes they should be together, and she says we don't love each other anymore. And near the end, the old guy, who's of course against the band all along, has like a heart attack, and they all rush to the hospital because only the Praise Band is around there to help him out, of course. And while they're in the hospital, the wife calls, but the guitar player, or I think maybe the bass player, had left his phone, and the pastor picked it up because he had found it, and he was like, yes, hello. And she's like, oh, is Mark there? And he's like, oh, he's at the hospital. And the phone cuts out, and she's so worried what happened to him that she rushes to the hospital. And of course, he wasn't the one that had the heart attack, but she realizes that she cares for him still. And they got back together, and everything worked out fine. Plus, the old guy who had the heart attack forgave them and actually apologized for being so mean and accepted the Praise Band. And then, like, it showed him, like, excited by the end. The one last thing I'll say about it. So, again, if you've ever been to, like, a church service or any kind of religious service and there's a band leading you in song, what does everyone in the audience do?
Stands.
Well, what do they do with their mouths and their vocal cords?
Sing.
They sing along, right? Never once in the whole movie does anyone sing in the audience with any of the songs.
They're just sitting there.
They just sit there. Sometimes they'll do like this, like clapping off beat, but no one ever sings any of the songs. It's awesome.
So it's just a band.
Except that, and it's all, they didn't get any licenses for any actual songs, so it's all this dude's like songs that he wrote.
Are they terrible?
It's pretty bad.
Jesus, I love you. Jesus, Jesus.
I'm pretty sure that's better than anything they have in there.
That was kind of the Cartman song.
It was just, it was great. It's just one of those movies that I love because I guess I just enjoy.
All right, how are we going to power through this?
I think you should call it.
We're only at 3 hours and 40. We're not even at 4 hours yet.
Yeah, and it's 3:40.
We can power through. I think we can do this.
I don't think you can power through that.
Come on.
Well, okay, I'll talk about Inside Out real quick. Inside Out was amazing. Brendan hasn't seen it yet, so I won't go into it.
Jerry didn't like it.
Jerry didn't like it. We talked about that. It was
sorry to single you out there.
We also saw an IMAX movie called Journey to the South Pacific, and it was really good.
All right.
I powered through that. Can you do it that fast?
I can do this because I do this on popsicles.
All right, do it that fast.
All right. WWE Network. I've watched so many Raws from 1993. It's amazing, and I love it. And I had forgotten because everybody makes fun of Raw in the 90s, and I think it's great. Doink the Clown was cool until he went good. Anyways, Lucha Underground has been nuts, freaking nuts. Game of Thrones finale, the internet went insane. And even like people that aren't like, the internet went crazy. I knew it was, I've been waiting 4 years. I knew this was going to cause the internet's mind to break, and I did not let me down. I knew it was coming. It happened. So next season, we are officially past the books. So George R. R. Martin better get to writing. He's already been going on the record, stop bothering me, stop. And I'm like, dude, what do you expect? The show is about to, this has passed you. Things have happened on the show that haven't happened yet in the book. It's freaking nuts. And I'm so excited. People all the haters out there don't even understand. I don't understand. Rick and Morty is amazing. I finished it. There's too few episodes. I want more. You have to watch it, Phil. It's
Dan Harmon,
it's the harmoniest of Harmon thing. It is crazy. I really want to go to the panel. Hulu Plus.
Hulu Plus, okay.
Holy crap. It's amazing. I'm Pretty Little Liars. I'm now watching week to week.
Oh,
I'm caught up.
Current.
It's pretty nuts. So I still think A is a ghost. It's got to be. It's supernatural. Some supernatural thing is happening. I've also found out how they've deviated pretty greatly from the books. Although I don't know. Anyways, then I started watching. I'm on like episode 3 of Silicon Valley.
How great is that show?
It's amazing.
I told you.
TJ Miller. I don't know. I can't decide who my favorite is because they're all so. The episode like this. I think it's the second episode where TJ Miller the guy owns the dude that runs the farm owns the Pied Piper name, but meanwhile TJ Miller goes like on this whole drug thing and then it turns out he was just in the gas station bathroom the whole time and then he kidnapped that kid and but my favorite thing so far on that show was when the farmer comes to kick their butts and their response to because Gabe, I can call him Gabe because he's Gabe from The Office.
Right.
He's like, if you say your name, it humanizes you. So they're all like, "Hi, I'm Bill. I'm Bill. I'm Bill. I'm Bill." And then Kumail starts doing it, and then so all 3 of them are just sitting there shouting their names at this dude. Kumail is so funny. Kumail, I think, is Kumail is hilarious.
Wait, have you gotten to the one? I won't spoil it, but where Gabe, whatever his name is, Gabe goes on the boat?
No.
Okay, I won't say anything else. Okay, but oh my gosh.
But I just saw something where Kumail is moderating a panel at Comic-Con, and I'm like, I don't even care whatever this is. I still just want to, because he's so funny, and he tells lots of jokes about video games. If anybody wants, that's another podcast I've listened to. He does a podcast with his wife called The Indoor Kids about video games.
Nice.
And Kumail, it's amazing. Because the first time I saw Kumail Nanjiani was at Smod Castle, and he started telling jokes about Heavy Rain, the video game, and I'm like, this is the greatest. And then Pete Holmes was telling, because it was him and Pete Holmes, and then Pete Holmes was telling jokes about his Connect, and I'm like, these are the 2 greatest comedians ever, and they're awesome. Pete Holmes is going to be a Comic-Con. I'm freaking out, man. Anyways,
Can't hardly wait for it.
And so I did my annual yearly watching of Can't Hardly Wait on June 12th, which was the day the movie came out, and it was the day I graduated high school.
Nice.
So it's because it came out the day I graduated high school. I skipped graduation practice to go see it because when this movie has, the people in this movie went on to so many. You have 4 6 Feet Under cast members. You have 3 Buffy cast members. You have every teen people like Seth Green, but even in the back you have Eric Balfour. Jason Segel is a very minor character in it. You got Eric Balfour. You got Peter Faxinelli. You got Freddie Rodriguez. You got freaking all these people. It's amazing. I love it.
And I love it. I can't hardly wait to when you talk about this movie every time because I get to tell jokes about it.
Yeah. And then I've been per your cue, I've been rewatching season 5 on Hulu Plus now that it's over.
Yeah.
Holy crap, dude.
Bob's Burgers, man.
Bob's Burgers is the best.
Yep. After you watch the pony one,
yes.
Obviously, that we
but
about.
Season 5, the Christmas episode, it's Christmas with my family. We're saving the homeless man. And they go Big Bob, and Big Bob is awesome. And
oh my gosh.
Oh, dude.
I love it.
Linda's songs.
Her songs are the best.
Oh. All right. So what about you?
All right. Okay. So for mine, to be fair, most of them I watched on TV, but it counts.
What the heck?
I watched Bizarre Foods a bunch because that's great.
Yeah.
I watched The Tick. I mentioned that we got that. We brought Danger Mouse along to watch.
And also because there's going to be a new Danger Mouse, and there's going to be a Comic-Con panel.
So I love Danger Mouse, and we watched a bunch of that. To mention watching BYU TV, all their random stuff, and that was great. Watch a bunch of other local TV stuff up there. I love that stuff. If you can't get it anywhere else,
great local commercials.
There is nothing like it. It's because people assume it's something that they know, but I don't know. I've never heard of this stuff, and it's great. There's nothing like watching local TV. And outside of Southern California, it's a lot more of a thing.
Yeah,
I feel people that used to be a thing here.
I feel like the only thing we have here that and it did start a huge trend was Good Day LA.
Yeah,
that started that whole morning but that did start here, And then I guess we also had like Wally George and stuff like
but
that.
There
But
used
it's
to be more
most like there
channels
was way
that.
more. Now
But
there's
elsewhere, like when you go around the country, that stuff is all over the place.
Yeah.
And I love it. I mean, locally produced TV is some of the best stuff ever. So that I watch a lot of that.
ABCR TV has like 4 channels now. You should check that out.
Yeah, and I flipped through that some, and there's some fun stuff on there too. All right. Anyway, but yes, and then finally another late night TV one
what
that
the
I watched
heck is this?
called Holiday for Lovers. This was the next
Oh,
night.
this is the 50s.
This is
movie.
like a late 50s, early 60s. The only actor I recognized was the wife when the following year played Aunt Polly in Pollyanna. Like that dates it a little bit here. She was the mom. It's a rich like psychologist and his wife and their young daughter, like, you know, a recent college graduate, or maybe she's in college, I can't remember, but she's in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and she is on a tour, and she leaves the tour because she falls in love, and so they take their other young daughter to chase her down, and all kinds of romantic entanglements. It's classic, like, you know, all 60s, and there's, you know, the beach parties and all this, and they're supposed to show it's like this travelogue thing. They're going to all these great places in Brazil, and they never left a studio in Hollywood. So it's basically these 4 actors and, you know, a few other people acting in front of a green screen, and it's all this like travelogue footage of they sent some dude with a camera with a film down there and shot all this stuff, and the whole rest of it is just them like, oh, pretending to see, oh, look, we're here in Brazil, oh, it's great.
I'm in Delaware.
It's amazing. It's exactly like that. Like the whole movie, you never once believe that they've actually left like the back lot, and I love it. It was great.
Awesome.
Super cheesy, and that was that.
All right. Netflix, like I said, I caught up, so I watched all the Pretty Little Liars on Netflix. I powered through like 3 seasons. That's all I did for like, oh, dude. I'm like, that show is freaking cuckoo bananas. And then I've watched like 3 more seasons of It's Always Sunny. That show.
Also nuts?
Oh, it's so funny. It's nuts and hilarious. Danny DeVito is just so fun. And then there gets to be like some awesome cameos. There's one where like one of them, like Charlie, like ends up in like a rehab facility and he hallucinates, and like he thinks he's in there with Sinbad and Rob Thomas and it actually is like they got Sinbad and Rob Thomas from Matchbox 20.
That's funny.
It's really funny, and like just all this other funny, just really funny, really raunchy, really just really ridiculous. It's really funny. Charlie Day is hilarious. I really, because he was great. Because like he was really great in, I'm really glad that he's another. Because he was really great in Pacific Rim. He was really funny because he was one of the scientist guys, and it's a really funny show. And then like I said, How I Met Your Mother. I'm like so, like, because I want to watch the whole show. Because the last time I watched it was when I binge watched when I was unemployed. So it's been
never finished.
I never finished it.
So now you can't.
Because I stopped getting cable, and the CBS shows are a nightmare to try and watch online. Like, screw CBS's website. Like, they suck. There's no way to watch them on like consoles or anything.
Yeah.
Orange is New Black season 3 dropped. I watched it in a day.
Good.
Amazing. It gets pretty nuts this year, as Derek has been fond of pointing out, but I still think like the acting is amazing, and it's both hilarious and touching and messed up, and it's a really good show. Netflix is just on fire, dude.
That's where future of TV is going.
High Fidelity is back on Netflix, so of course I watched that. And again, music there. I feel like that's like to get in for the theme top five movies about music. Absolutely. I feel like that's definitely like that's right up there for me with like Almost Famous and like.
Oh, easily.
High Fidelity is so good. And again, especially in our lives, I feel like they basically fictionalized our college. Yeah. Like, because like Jack,
our little group.
Like that dude is Matt Moss, and then Jack Black is like me and Steve smashed together, and you are
the John
like,
Cusack,
especially just like the way they like talk about relationships and the way they talk about music.
Yeah.
Like when they go in that club and they're sitting there and they're like, I want to date a musician. I've had that conversation with you at least 100 times.
Well, and like I remember at the time because Janelle saw it first. And she came back to like us and was like, you guys have to go watch this movie. So we went. I don't know if you watched it with me and Matt or
no. I watched it
you watched
separately on my own.
So Matt and I went, and first of all, like the top 5 list, like we.
Oh,
have
yeah.
done, I mean, I
All-
do that.
all-
I still
all
do
the
that.
time.
Every time we do something, I make everybody rank everything. Like, well, okay, favorite band you saw tonight.
And then like
okay,
just all the crazy,
What's
like
your
everything.
favorite condiment? at
top
lunch?
5 jobs,
I do
any era,
constantly.
regardless of era, training, or
yeah,
like,
yeah, like so that was a thing. And then I remember all the way down to when they like signed that band. He signs the band,
Yeah.
and the deal he offered is
That's-
word for word the
that's-
deal we offered the
that's-
bands. Like
yeah,
that's what I'm like, oh my gosh, like
split 50-50 after we recoup the costs.
yeah. I mean, like I've said that to
That's
bands,
it.
like literally, and I'm like, oh my gosh, like who's invading? Matt and I were just doing pop box, and we've been doing this, and we could
top
not
5
believe it.
records.
Dude. I can't. We don't have time for that right now.
Oh,
But
I love that.
Parachain Mercury's
And
up there.
I'm still there's the and also so then I got my DVD out because I knew because then it made me want to watch because Harold Ramis plays his dad and they
Yeah,
completely
the deleted scenes
and
are
then
great.
there's a
The whole thing
deleted
with
scene
Susan
with Beverly
Sarandon.
Beverly D'Angelo.
Oh no, too Beverly.
It's
That's
very-
Beverly
where
D'Angelo.
she has the record collection and it's got like a first print of Nevermind the Bollocks and like
Yeah, he's
Beatles
like, I can't
and he's
take
like
this.
I can't do this, like this collection is somebody's labor of love. I cannot do this
Yeah.
because she was like gonna just give it to him. 'Cause
Oh, dude, that scene is amazing.
that's like every record fiend's dream too.
Yeah.
That's like everybody's
had the
dream.
integrity.
Yeah, but he did. I finished watching the entirety of Garfunkel and Oates. That show is amazing and nuts. And again, music, and they're so talented. And I'm glad that they because it's bummed. IFC canceled it, which I didn't know IFC canceled shows. But they only had their one season, but they're already working hard on new stuff. And I think they got a deal with somebody else or something. Or then Rick Ducommun died.
I know, I saw that.
So I
He's in,
watched
like everything.
He's in a ton of stuff. He's in Gremlins 2, The Burbs. So I watched The Burbs.
Burbs is probably my
So
favorite
on my
of his
birthday, which was the
performances.
day I found out he died, and it was my birthday, and I just wanted to watch it because when is never it's always a good time to watch. And that movie, it's probably I think it's creeping into my top 10
It's
like
great.
ever.
Well, talk about nuts. Like that movie just it's all over the place. It's so weird.
It
and
introduced
awesome.
young kids to the amazingness that is Bruce Dern,
Yeah.
which I don't know. I still feel like he should have gotten an Oscar for
Nebraska.
Nebraska
Yeah.
because holy crap.
Yeah.
And Will Forte's love everything. And then more Bob's Burgers on Netflix because that's my standard go-to. Netflix is
Yeah.
just if I'm just kind of winding down like or whatever, Bob's Burgers goes on.
We did not have reliable enough internet to watch Netflix, so I do not have any
All right.
of those.
I didn't remember if we talked about it or not, but we did do
I
Doritos
think
Roulette.
We talked about that.
We approve.
We talked about that.
Highly approve.
Doritos Roulette.
Yeah. All
Let's
right,
save
video games. We'll
Let's
save it.
We'll save it.
Let's do a Marmaduke and let's get out of here.
It's time for Marmaduke, and it's time. All right. You like Marmaduke?
No.
Matthew, you want to pick one? I'm just going to go to the next one, right?
How are the brothers doing back there?
Dave,
I'm like, go away.
they're awake.
Sweat
Like,
shop.
they're sweating. We're
We're in
all
sweat
like
lodge.
Nose, sauna.
sauna, dude. Your hair, like it's like
I'm
matted
s-
down.
Dude,
If you feel
I've
my
got
back,
at least 2 inches of sweat on my neck.
I'm
Dude,
pretty
get off
sure
my
you
couch.
You can see directly
I'm just
into my like chest hair through the shirt now. All right, here we go. I'll hold it up so you guys can see in the camera. I'll set the stage. It's outside of the Burger Heaven. Is it on there?
Make
Can you
sure.
see? Oh, yeah, you can see it. Well, it's small, but all right. It's outside of Burger Heaven, and the guys inside say, "Here he comes again." And the other guy says, "The boss said no handouts." And here comes Marmaduke, and he comes up and he's begging, and they say, "No, just ignore him. No freebies today." And then Marmaduke looks sad, and then he cries, and then it says sob, and he's begging at the window. And the guy says, "I think he's going to collapse. I can't stand it anymore." And then Marmaduke says, "Arg." And then he runs out, and he's like shoving a burger in his mouth. And he says, "Hurry, more first aid. Fix him a colossal burger." And the other guy's bringing a hamburger out to him.
Marmaduke's hungry, you guys.
Marmaduke likes
The
food.
punchline of every is either Marmaduke is big or Marmaduke is hungry.
Yep.
So I don't.
He's a big dog,
I'm
Matthew.
so tired. I don't want to ask.
That's
What?
the punchline.
What?
Why? How does that get turned into a comic?
This is like one of the longest, like
It
classic.
was in every. It was. I remember it was in
Why is
Parade
this
magazine.
Why are not funny comics or comics that should be funny that aren't funny? Why?
Was this ever funny? I don't know. I
No,
never thought it was funny
Never,
as a kid.
ever.
Because there's stuff I thought
Even
was funny
as
as
a
a kid
kid.
that I don't now. But
I mean,
old Garfield was funny.
Yeah.
But
Garfield without Garfield is
It's
the funniest thing of all time. You didn't
Oh,
put the place back.
I gotta do the new
but like I
part.
mean, I have those Garfield books that I've borrowed from you guys, and like that's just funny stuff.
Calvin and Hobbes.
And that's just not funny. So how does that happen?
How does how does like broad sitcom? How does freaking Big Bang Theory and all that other crap? Because some people have a much broader sense of humor. And
the funny thing is he likes to eat, and they didn't give it to him, so he collapsed. And they brought him food.
That's first aid.
That's first aid.
Right. I mean, there's a punchline there.
Matthew, it's not funny.
It's not funny. That's why we're reading it.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like,
You don't get why we're reading it?
No, I get why you're reading it. I don't get why it was written.
Oh, because I like to watch bad things and tell bad jokes. That's why.
Why was My Wife and Kids on for like 8 seasons? Why was
Jim? What's that? Jim? According to
that?
Jim?
That's what I'm thinking about.
What
No,
you're talking about.
What was My Wife and Kids?
I don't know.
All those shows, any of those shows, anything with a fat dude and his kids.
I don't know. I like the King of Queens. Had its
Ugh.
moments.
Have you ever heard Patton Oswalt talk about King of Queens? No. Oh, it's amazing. Because people would come to see him because they saw him on King of Queens.
Like,
and you can imagine how that went.
I'm just saying, like, with Patton Oswalt and Kevin James and his people, it has its moments.
Leah Remini, I mean,
it's still like a laugh track sitcom, but you know. With that, Janelle's here to come tell us to go to bed.
Oh, no.
Oh my gosh! Oh, look at that. Hello, Janelle's in the chat. Are you still awake, or did you wake up to see if we're still going? Or she might not be even like typing in. I don't know.
She doesn't know it's.
Hey, we're wrapping it up right now. Speaking of which, so that's good.
Janelle's here.
Guys, time to go. Time to go.
What's
coming
up?
up? What's up, suckers? All right. So we really are wrapping it up for real.
We're wrapping it up.
Matthew and David are.
Look at how sweaty Matthew is.
Look at his hair. It's like matted.
It's like 104 in here.
David's laying on the couch over there.
It is like
back to Pasadena.
It's like 100 degrees in my apartment
It's
right
really,
now
really hot.
because we can't run the air conditioning.
Oh, yeah.
Because then it would be too loud. I'm gonna die. Phil talked about the prayer chain. No, Phil talked about your vacation for like an hour.
I kept the prayer chain reasonable, right?
Yeah, not the vacation.
The vacation was good.
The vacation was like an
But
hour.
those were good stories.
They were really
I
good
could not
stories.
tell that.
I am very proud that you kept the boat and the raft stories
I had
for
to keep that from you.
the show.
Because I had to tell you that on the show. So wrapping it up again, thanks to Craig and his family for just a great time out there.
She just
And
watched
Janelle
two
just watched
movies.
2 rom-coms on Netflix in the time that we've recorded this. That's pretty good. But thanks to Craig and his family for hooking us up with a great day. And
Thanks to Phil and Janelle for all the popsicles for me.
that's good.
Because that kept me cool.
And sorry I broke your boat twice, your boat stuff. But it was really, really awesome. And my kids still talk about that's their favorite day. So
They like Jethro.
and they love Jethro. So, but we're not getting a dog. So your little scan. Oh yeah, I forgot to say that. Like he kept going. So kids, don't you guys want to get a dog? Look how fun it is. That I know he was like trying to get to him. I could hear him. He didn't. I don't know if he knew I was listening or not. Maybe he did on purpose, but it didn't work. I'm not getting a dog. But we'll come visit yours. So, what else?
Oh my gosh.
Listen to RadioBrendo.com and
RadioBrendo.com, BenviewNetwork.com for all the other shows.
Benview Network
Listen to the newest Popsicles. Listen to the James Schlarman episode.
Yep.
Next week is James Riley.
right.
And then the week after that will be our Dub 2. You get the day before we leave Comic-Con, I will put it up, our Comic-Con preview episode. And then the Monday after Comic-Con, we get the Benview Megacast. So
Janelle says she's not rushing us off. Isn't this short for us?
no,
This is
we're at 4 hours.
We're 4 hours. It's a good size. It's not our longest, but it's time.
Matthew is gonna pass out
We're gonna
from heat
lose.
I'm not
exhaust.
sleeping.
It's no, it's not hot. It's heat. It's so
It's
hot
the
in
heat.
here.
It's the heat.
It's really hot in here. Like I.
What else? So just check out Facebook group, hang out on there. If you're not part of the group, you should join it because it's fun. But you can always, look at our Facebook page.
If you're listening to this and it's like right before Comic-Con, don't forget Thursday night, room 4, 8:30
Right,
p.m.
come hang out. We'll hang out at the
And
free soda
we'll be
room
around.
afterwards.
If you see us at the con, say hi. If you are in the free soda room, and you see us there, which will be there a lot. Nintendo Lounge,
Right,
another
Nintendo
place.
Lounge. Bring your 3DSs and tag.
It's gonna be Tag City.
Oh, dude.
Oh, dude.
Janelle's she's never brought hers to a con. She's gonna be stoked.
You guys, I want to hear what happens with your
Janelle
freaking
just said in
hotel
the chat,
room.
"Oh yeah, I have to book a hotel room for that."
Oh, you guys. Oh my gosh.
We just like doing it every year just to drive Brendo nuts because it's stressing them out so bad.
It doesn't stress me. I mean,
For a while, it did. The first couple years I did this, you got like angry, like, "Why haven't you booked a room yet?" And I'm like, we'll do it." And you're like, "You're never gonna get a place to stay." And then I think it drove you more nuts that we would always find something.
When you got that freaking Coronado place, I'm like, this is not fair.
See, that's
because I'm like,
the place where we took the
I'm like sharing a bed with a stranger, and you're like,
I'm like riding a boat. Yeah, it's good stuff. So it's fun.
Yeah.
So Comic-Con, all that good stuff. Hit us up, send us messages. Tell if you create something this week, let us know.
BrendoMan@gmail is our email address. You can Facebook message us, but sometimes we don't always get those immediately. So
if we don't respond to it, make sure you hit us up.
Yeah, hit us up
because it's the notifications.
So
are weird.
we apologize for the delay, Joe, and Joseph. And we're on Twitter at BrendoMan and Reddit and everything, and yeah, keep on rocking in the free world.
Yeah.
So
thanks to David and Matt
to the brothers
around in the background.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Matthew.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Janelle. Happy birthday, me.
Right.
Oh yeah, it was also my birthday.
Happy birthday, you. Yeah.
I didn't do anything, and my brother didn't call me
Oh.
because apparently he doesn't have a. My brother is living his dream. Like I thought he was gonna get a new phone. He didn't bother. He has no phone now.
He has no phone. So
No
that was
phone.
like your theory was he got a new one, like a.
He didn't
a
even do
burner.
that. He doesn't have a phone.
Wow.
And I think he's totally fine with it.
Yeah.
And that's why my brother is, I don't understand that.
If anyone could pull that off, I guess, it would make sense.
So, brother without a phone, Carson, if you're listening to this, I love you, but you didn't call me on my birthday.
BWAP.
Well, he told me he was he's like, give me your number, because like his phone completely died, so he doesn't have any numbers. Like, give me your number and I'll call you from work. And he's like, oh, work got crazy. And I'm like, okay, well, all right.
I'll never have a BWAP. The brother without a phone. These guys.
That's what you think.
Well, you guys always have a phone.
Radio Brendo.
Janelle says we need someone to clean up our set.
I think the set looks great.
It's not that messy.
What man?
What? This is like David lounging around over here.
David threw my pillows all over the place.
David's little nest he's made. See?
Is this Matthew's?
It looks like your apartment got robbed. This is not like home decorating the show.
Yes.
This
There's
is
a
Radio BrendoMan.
The couple of the apartment that we just broke into is cowering in the bedroom, wondering what on earth we are doing.
What if there was a crazy criminal ring that did podcast break-ins? This could be a good script.
Podcast serial killer.
Don't give this idea away. And then have to solve each week. And they
Where are they?
Where are they? Where are they?
And the negotiators.
It's like the dead presidents. It's like the ex-presidents.
Yeah.
It's like Point Break.
Yeah, except that they're doing podcasts.
They're podcasters. They're
Oh my
traveling.
gosh.
They're following the.
Oh my gosh.
If I was gonna mess with you guys and go over to the windows and tap on it,
Yeah.
You would have gotten
when I was
murdered.
outside, but
Well, he would have
literally
died.
the entire thing, I would have died
Why?
because the entire between the two bushes and the wall, there's just a giant spider web with a black widow that's this big in it.
That's why.
Huge.
That's what you get. Don't you tap on the window.
So I need
protecting
to set the
me.
building on fire is basically what I'm saying.
Curtains. No, it's fine. It's good. It's
Pretty
perfect.
Canyon with a Bible verse.
I think she said. I think the AC really ties the room together.
I wish it was on right now.
Yeah,
I
dude.
have decorative
You
pillows.
peed on your valued rug.
All right, let's get out of here.
All right.
There.
Thanks to Janelle for hanging out in the chat and Steve Espinoza earlier. And thank you guys for listening. Thanks for your support on the Kickstarter and everything. Thanks to Craig. And,
Jerry, I'm sorry I gave you a hard time.
Jerry, we love that you listen still, and don't let Brendan get you down. Although you're wrong about Inside Out, it was amazing.
Maybe you shouldn't listen to this podcast.
Don't say that.
No, she definitely should.
Just this episode. I mean, started out with gore.
Yeah, it's true. I guess that's good, right? Thank you guys for being here.
It was awesome.
I'm really tired and I'm hot.
Let's do it.
But I have to. I'm not gonna be able to go to bed right away because I have to cool off.
Let's play Risk.
Let's make Brendo watch more scary videos.
Scary.
No.
Oh yeah.
No, I'm not putting that headset back on. That's for
Scary
sure.
headset.
All right. So for Radio BrendoMan, stop that. I don't. You're not turning me on to this thing.
Okay,
by
I'll stop. I'll stop. Janelle wants to know if she should do another rom-com. No,
No.
it's good. It's good.
It's coming home.
Coming home, baby.
That was the closest you've gotten to doing the closing. Do it again.
I was there.
I know. Come on. No,
I did it.
so close.
Okay. All right, I won't mess it up this time.
Sorry.
Let's do Nintendo Power.
No.
Oh, I can go home and get it real quick. Just
Yeah.
you guys stall. I'll be right back.
All right. Well, for Radio BrendoMan, I'm Brendan Creasy.
And I'm Phil Vecchio.
Have a good one, everybody.
Burn, burn.
What if the computer explodes right now?
No.
It's been uploading to
It's been on-
YouTube.
Whatever. We got the backup. All right. Good night, YouTube. Good night, Janelle.
Good night. Thanks for hanging out.
Thank you.
Now.
Peace.
All right.
I like your picture.